connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up.
Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's always a slight change, and as we build, there's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change, and as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle, and it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to the teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something. It just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about it. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. Laying it over the board, draping it over the 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven. Get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
The design of this Little Trees car freshener goes way back to 1952 in Watertown, New York, and an unhappy milkman who was complaining to one of his customers about the bad smell of spoiled milk. Lucky for him, he was talking to Julius Salmon, a Jewish chemist who'd fled from Nazi Germany and spent time living in the forests of Canada studying the aroma of alpine trees. After his chance encounter with the milkman, Salmon started to create paper soaked in natural pine oil. A string was also attached to stop people getting the perfume all over their hands. The freshener was originally in the shape of a buxom pinup girl, but Salmon changed his design to the pine tree we know today. This allowed the cellophane wrapper to be rolled down slowly, so the fragrance would last that little bit longer. As the automotive industry took off, so did Little Trees, filling the air with classics like Black Ice, Royal Pine, Vanilla Roma, and of course, new car scent. Fragrant and affordable, this is the design that brings you the heady aroma of a Canadian woodland, whether you're in a milk cart or a taxi cab. The design of this bottle started in Terre Haute, Indiana in 1915. At the time, Coca-Cola was being sold at soda fountains, or in a glass bottle called a Hutchinson. But this simple, straight-sided bottle was easy to copy, and imitations were flooding the market. The solution? A national contest for a new bottle that would make Coca-Cola stand out. even if the bottle were broken or you touched it in the dark. The Root Glass Company got to work on their competition entry, looking up the word coca in the encyclopedia and coming across an illustration for a cocoa pod. The curvy, ridge shape appealed to the team, who used it as the basis for their winning design. The first bottles hit the shelves just a year later, with the added touch of the glass being colored German green, later changed to Georgia green, in honor of the Coca-Cola Company's home state. Sleek and iconic, this is the design that's flaunted its curves to become the trademark of the most popular drink in the world.
You've been open since 1982,
Yes.
which is a long time,
Yes,
especially
yes.
for a bank in this day and age when it can be difficult to even, survive a crisis.
Yes.
So many of them go away.
Yeah.
Tell us about, what a black bank is.
Yeah.
It's African American owned in the sense that it's depositors.
Yep. So we are black owned, and as we say, we are unapologetically black. We used to see ourselves as a community bank that happened to be black owned, but really now our strategy, and has been for about the past 5 years, to really focus on the fact that we are black owned, because our community really needs someone to speak and an authentic voice about issues that are confronting our community. Maybe about 5 years ago, we started focusing on being black owned, and since then there has been this movement, this Bank Black movement, which is it's really trying to do is to get the black community to use its $1.2 trillion to both deposit in black banks and to use it to really invest in black businesses and to start doing business with each other so that we could grow the economy in our community.
How has the way that people think about black economic empowerment changed over the years?
So for us, it has changed drastically, really through the use of technology. Not only are we located in Boston, Miami, and LA, we're also the first Black internet bank or online bank. And so people can open up an account with us from anywhere in the country. And we have customers here in New York, as well as in Utah and in Denver. And, you know, I could name cities across the country where we have customers. And so part of it is that we are now, as a community, connected through the internet. And that has been a drastic change in terms of how Black people have really viewed themselves and viewed the opportunity to bank Black and to buy Black and to do business
Now,
with
are
each
your
other.
standards different when it comes to, say, lending and when it comes to giving out credit cards? It would seem that that would be one way of maybe helping a community that traditionally has had a harder time getting loans.
Yep. So we do offer services that other large banks do not. As an example, about 30% of our community has a check systems record, which means that they can't open up a bank account somewhere else. And we offer a second chance checking account, so to give them another opportunity to open up an account. Or we have a secured credit card to help people rebuild their credit. So there are products that we offer that are really tailored to the needs of our community. But there's also the other side of it that a lot of people don't want to talk about. The FDIC does a study every year, and it showed that for national banks, only 1% of their lending goes to the Black community.
Right.
So we represent 14% of the population, but only 1% of their lending.
Which is funny because, you know, buying houses and buying big things that you need a lot of loans for is something that's traditionally been sort of sold to the Black community in a very strong way.
Yes, and it's really an opportunity to build wealth, but we're not able to get the loans. Whereas when they looked at Black banks, 67% of our lending goes to the Black community. So there is a huge difference in terms of who is serving the Black community for financial services.
So when you're trying to get more interest around, you said the use of technology played a crucial part. How much of it is driven by Black millennials?
Yeah, a lot of it. It's sort of interesting because they've had recently sort of studies that have been done about how Black millennials and millennials in general are using technology and using social media. You know, we're very big in social media, which a lot of banks have really shied away from because that's the way to get the word out to millennials. And millennials, you know, if you think about it, I'm a baby boomer. And the technology that really came out for us was really related to spending. I mean, it's probably hard for a lot of your audience to remember when ATMs didn't exist. Remember, ATMs were, you know, sort of created in our lifetime. And debit cards, I mean, so there are a lot of things that really helped us more conveniently spend money. Now there's technology to help people save money. And that's what millennials are doing. They are actually using technology to save money, to invest, and to recognize that they need to make their money work for them.
Terry, what is the one or two things that people come into you, because I presume you meet clients and you meet customers all the time, and say, this is a problem for us. It's not a problem in the economy at large. It is a problem. Help me.
Mm-hmm. Well, the basic thing is that the Black community really did not feel that banks were for them. Like, we have people that come to us and say, this is the first time I've been excited about banking, like, period. Like, forget what we could do with a bank, but just even be excited to feel welcomed. So that's the number one thing, is that people are starting to say, hey, banking is for me. And they walk into a branch and say, I've never been in a bank before. They could be 50, 60 years old. They're like, I've never been in a bank before. So that's number one. The second is really thinking of banking as being not just a place that you deposit your money and don't think about, but to recognize that your deposit has power. There's certain social justice movements that we've gotten involved in, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's Black Money Matters. I mean, we have expressed our voice that these things are important. And so where consumers are looking, and Black consumers are looking at us and saying, my money matters. The fact that I'm putting it into whether it's a local credit union or a local community bank or a Black bank does make a difference. And so the combining of your money and your deposit, specifically in social justice, is where the millennials are coming from.
the many satisfying moments in the recent Winter Olympics, it's hard to top the U.S. women's hockey team defeating Canada in a shootout and winning the gold medal. That victory is helping the National Women's Hockey League, the first paid women's pro hockey league, shine a light on the sport and inspire the next generation of female athletes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Danny Ryland, founder and commissioner of the NWHL. And I began by asking Danny about increased demand for women's hockey following the historic win by Team USA.
I mean, it was just an amazing experience just to see those women win gold. I mean, ever since Maddie Rooney made that last save in the shootout, I mean, our players have been walking taller. There's been a great buzz around the women's game, and anytime you can have, that type of TV rating, parlayed with a gold medal, I mean, just the exposure that's brought our game has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the buzz it's generated is really something else. Has sponsorship gotten easier because of it? And I wonder whether individual players, some of the stars from Team USA, will be able to get individual sponsorship deals that will then make it easier for the league to strike these deals.
Of course. I mean, anytime there's international exposure, the conversations become a lot easier with sponsors. They know about the women's game. They know some of the stars in the game, and it just kind of makes the barrier to entry a little easier because we're not introducing them to a new sport. They're already aware. So it has made our lives a little bit easier, and we expect it to continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, there's been a lot of changes since you founded the league in 2015. Among them is that 2 of your clubs now have the backing and the resources of NHL clubs. And I'm talking here about the Riveters, which formed a partnership with the New Jersey Devils, and the Buffalo Sabres owner bought the Buttes in Buffalo as well. Does that create imbalance with the other 2 teams that don't have that backing?
No, I think it actually helps us raise the bar across the league. Obviously we want our teams in the hands of the best owners and operators, and the NHL clubs do it best. So I think it's a rally cry to the other clubs to say, like, all right, let's get another deal done. So we've definitely hit our stride this upcoming season. It's an interesting phase of the business that we're entering into.
Yeah. So the goal is to then get those other 2 franchises to get owners as well.
Yes, I mean, the uptick that we've seen in the 2 markets that have the relationship with the NHL clubs has been noteworthy, and so if we can replicate that and kind of come up with the perfect blueprint, not only with our current clubs but potential expansion markets as well.
All right. Now, under your original plan, NWHL offered contracts of up to $26,000 a year. About 6 weeks into last season, you unexpectedly had to cut salaries by 40 to 50% to preserve the league's future. What's been the effect on player retention?
The players have actually been amazing. They understood the change. They know that we are a startup business and that we do whatever we can for them, and they were our greatest ambassadors during that hard moment. And it was definitely difficult. It was the hardest decision that I had to make as a commissioner. But the way that they reacted, the way that they continued to be great ambassadors for the game, really spoke highly of them, and we retained almost all of our players. And then this year, we've seen a great uptick in the game as well.
What's the path forward to getting salaries back to the levels they were at?
Yeah, it's all about scale. We need to scale the business where the sports business really scales, and that's on the sponsorship side and the media side. So having the Olympics really factor in that. Over 3 million viewers, having our All-Star game generate over 500,000 viewers on our Twitter Game of the Week. I mean, those are really the areas that really change the business. And coming with that comes an opportunity for more sponsors. And obviously, $150,000 sponsorship is the same as selling 10,000 tickets in Buffalo, so it's really what changes the business.
That's a great way to compare it. Dunkin' Donuts was one of your first sponsors, in fact, the first. Additional sponsors didn't necessarily follow suit. Why do you think that was?
They actually signed on the second month of our very first season, so they are incredibly progressive in their thinking, and they understand that this is an opportunity. Before the Olympics, girls hockey was the second fastest growing sport in the United States, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon. And so we think that our time is now, and the sponsors are going to start to step up. And when we can show the return on investment that Dunkin' has had from the 3 years they've been with us, I think it's going to be easier for more sponsors to follow.
All right, well, let's talk about broadcasting. You stream games live on your website, I know. You also have partnered with Cheddar on Sling TV, Amazon, Twitter, and Facebook Live. What kind of interest, if any, have you seen from the traditional broadcasters?
We've seen a little bit as far as highlights are concerned, but being able to broadcast our games on a linear broadcast has been a challenge. So I think as we continue to prove our product, obviously the Olympics and the viewership they saw is going to help us as well. But it kind of starts with starts with one. And so we were very fortunate to have the distribution deal with Twitter this season and covering our game of the week, and to really show them that these are the fans tuning in. This is a brand of hockey that hockey fans enjoy watching, and the more data that we can collect, the easier those conversations will become.
And the other big thing that happened over the last couple of years was that the U.S. women's national team won a big wage battle with USA Hockey. What kind of effect did that have on the NWHL? I know you supported them, but did that have a material effect on you?
Not a material effect, but the more that women's hockey can be in the headlines, and the more that these women are empowered to stand up for themselves and to get that equality, it's great for not only women's hockey, but for women's sports. So I think it had a direct impact because of that. And we were there to support them, and we always plan to do that.
And that was my conversation with Danny Ryland. She is commissioner of the National Women's Hockey League. In the fight for gender equality, there are new warriors in the halls of U.S. business schools, men. The nonprofit group Forte Foundation has been training male business students to become part of its Men as Allies program. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Elisa Sangster. She is executive director of Forte, to talk about the organization's efforts to launch women into careers in business.
The business schools, each of them have established in a little bit of a different way, but they all found kind of the structure that worked for them. So the men work with the women's student group to establish this organization, and we've provided them with a toolkit. So really a step-by-step process of how to get this effectively started on your campus. They have a whole curriculum of conversations that they do in terms of programming. Some of them go out to hike a mountain and sit down and talk about these issues at the top of the mountain. Some of them go and have a small group dinner where they can actually have one-on-one guided conversations with questions that they can talk about. So it just depends on the group, and they try to do a variety of programming so that they can engage men and women who are on various ends of the spectrum into this conversation.
Based on what you've seen through your years at the Forte Foundation, do men and women have different ideas about how men can best serve as allies to women in business school?
It's a good question, and some of the things that we heard from the women, especially women who were resistant to this, were we don't need white knights, and so they didn't like the white knighting piece. They wanted the men to come in and join them side by side, but they didn't need them to come in and save the day. And for some of these organizations, that tension caused a little bit of a problem getting the organization started. But the good thing is they worked through it, they reapproached, and they came up with a better way to do it. And the men were open and interested in making these things successful, and that was helpful, I think.
In terms of numbers, what have you seen? Are we talking about 100% participation by the men, or is there a threshold at which you know that this has legs?
So I think what we're seeing is that the chapters have grown. So we've gone from a handful of chapters, 5 to 6, up to 25 right now out of our 52 partner business schools. But on each campus, they take a little bit of a different approach. Some of them are trying to get 100% of the men to sign a pledge, and then others are really looking at the population, 20, 30, 40%, who are interested in diving deep into this conversation and really making an impact in that way. So it's different depending on the campus.
Now, this initiative was introduced in 2016. Obviously, a lot has happened since 2016. What have you learned from the whole process?
That I think it's a really important conversation to be having early, and I think to start in a positive place where it's men saying we want to be supportive instead of men feeling attacked and possibly isolated from the conversation. I think what Male Allies does is give them the entree into the conversation that they need, and we do see across that spectrum that men are often interested in supporting but unsure where to start and what kind of things they should be saying and doing to be those male allies. And so that's why I think it's important to train them as early as possible.
This sounds very much like a product of its time. It can only happen at this period of time with this group of people, the millennials. To what extent do you see the same level of enthusiasm from people who are from a different demographic, an older generation, for instance?
Right. I think that they're sensitive and interested in it, and especially because many of those people are in leadership. They're hearing about it. How can we as an organization address this? How can we develop something to share within our entire corporation? But I think what's different about this is that these are young leaders who are moving into an organization, and they're saying very actively, we want a voice in this, and we have something to say, and we want you to listen. So top down is good, but it's not good enough. We want to also see bottom up and side to side conversations.
They see themselves as agents of this process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What is the next step then? Because eventually these business school men and women will graduate, they will go into jobs or start their own companies. How do you maintain your influence from that point on?
Well, it's interesting because we have seen 3 or 4 years of graduates, and they are starting to reach back to us, and they've said, hey, I'm experiencing X, Y, and Z in the workplace, and I really think what we did in business school could easily apply in the corporate world. So over the last year, we've been collecting data from them, kind of their own experiences. We've done additional research, and we've also been talking to companies, especially if they have some kind of grassroots movement. And I do think that business school, this program is unique to business school, and I don't think you're seeing it as pervasively within a company or in the corporate structure. So these students are still taking the grassroots approach, and they're saying, we think that this is the most effective way to do it. Training is important, and definitely we want our leaders to be bought in, but we think that having that conversation early is what prepares you to be the best business leader.
What kinds of companies are participants, are willing participants here?
It's companies from a lot of different industries. We've seen companies in tech, in consumer packaged goods, in finance, all across the board. There are companies involved in this. Again, it's more the men who are reaching out to us in those industries. It's not necessarily the companies saying, sign us up.
That was my conversation with Elisa Sangster. She's Executive Director of the Forte Foundation. to the Me Too movement, Hollywood is in self-reflection mode about creating a safer work environment for women. There's now a website aggregating reviews from exclusively female critics. Cherry Picks is taking on male-dominated opinion sites like Rotten Tomatoes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with the founder of Cherry Picks, Miranda Bailey, and I began by asking what specific need her business fulfills.
We're kind of cherry-picking the female critical voice out of film, television, video games, basically anywhere where there's art criticism and media criticism, so we can have a platform to see what women think about it. In terms of women, it's very complicated because there's not that many of them on Rotten Tomatoes compared to the men. I mean, it's less than a quarter. So in order for us to us being females, to have a voice and know what females think about something, it's really hard when there's an overwhelmingly male, voice shouting at you or saying, this is how it should be.
What are the financial consequences of that gender imbalance among film critics? How does it make its way through the industry?
Well, I don't really know about financial, situation. For me, it's about the consumer. I mean, in Hollywood, we've been talking about we need more women behind the camera, we need more women's stories, more women writers, more women actors, everything like that. And I'm a film producer and actor and director, and it's really easy to say we need it, and it's a lot harder to make it happen because at the end of the day, Hollywood follows the consumers. And if the consumers are being told what is worth their money by a certain group of people that are, kind of narrow, then it's not going to open up. And I felt like, well, maybe if we can open up the critical voice, which is, the gatekeepers essentially telling people what they should buy, what's worth their money, and women actually like these stories and like these filmmakers, then I thought that would be a faster way to get more women behind the camera and more women's stories told.
How are you funding this website? You mentioned it's going to be an aggregator of reviews, but are you going to be advertising supported, subscription driven in any way?
Yes, I mean, we're funded for the next 3 years about right now by my production company, and we will be finding partners once we kind of get our our voice and our full creative image out there. But yes, I mean, we plan on doing advertising. We plan on doing partnerships with film theaters so that we can, link to buy tickets online. So like if you read a review about The Zookeeper's Wife, for instance, and you really like it, you can go right there and buy it.
It's an interesting time to be launching this because of the Me Too movement across Hollywood, across media overall. How do you intend for this site to help change the culture in movie making?
Oh, well, I mean, the Me Too movement and the Time's Up are two very different movements. I mean, they're both female-centric, but, at the end of the day, we're about, being recognized and respected. And so I'm grateful for those movements. I think it's kind of wonderful that that's happening right now. We've been saying this for a very long time, that we deserve to be paid equally, and not to be, sexually harassed. And, not everyone is sexually harassed, but most all women are definitely underrepresented, underpaid, and disrespected.
You are an independent film producer. As you mentioned, you're an actor, you're a director. What kind of feedback have you gotten from peers in your industry when you told them about Cherry Picks?
I have had overwhelming support from female journalists specifically, which is very exciting for me because this is kind of a new door that I'm opening and learning about. And obviously the female filmmakers that are out there are really excited by it. We're all banding together right now and supporting each other, which I think is great. I think one thing that's awesome about the Time's Up movement is that all of the women who are directing right now are not competing with each other. We're all rooting for each other. And I think that that's a big change. And I think this Cherry Picks is part of that, is us also lifting each other up and opening it up to journalism and the consumers and what the buyers, the exhibitors, the distributors, the producers, the directors, we're all together in this, and we can all make a difference.
Cos Marte went from doing hard time to building hard bodies. He's the founder of ConBody, which is a prison-style boot camp class in New York City that employs former inmates as fitness instructors. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Cos to discuss how he built ConBody from the ground up.
ConBody was derived from my prison experience. I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and in my prison cell, after doctors told me I could probably die because of my health issues. I was extremely overweight. My cholesterol levels were through the roof, and I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and then I helped over 20 inmates who was over 1,000 pounds combined. But I took that same programming that I was doing in the prison yard and started doing it and brought it to the streets of New York.
And you began a business, but you told me how you didn't have any startup costs and you funded this yourself. How did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have no overhead. I just went out straight to the park and started running after a woman wearing yoga pants. And I was like, hey, I got a boot camp. And I told her my story and started just attracting people to the park. I was standing on the F train, B train, making announcements. Like I was nonstop hustling and asking. And I basically took the same skills that I used while I was selling drugs and brought them out legally.
So these are transferable skills.
Exactly.
Your workout's gotten really popular. You now have your own location. Talk about what's involved here and who goes to your workout classes.
Yeah, so what we do is hire formerly incarcerated individuals to teach our fitness classes. So we train the inmates in the system, and we're working on creating a direct pipeline from the inside out. Mostly the people that come to our classes is young professional women. Actually, a lot of people are surprised, but we don't use any equipment. A lot of guys like to, go to the gym and lift 1,000 pounds. My secret sauce is that I work with what I got. So just my body weight, small amount of space, just like I did in my prison cell. And I got that prison body you've always desired.
Now, you hire former inmates, as you mentioned. You're trying to build this pipeline. What do you look for in a potential new hire? And the extent of vetting, talk about that involved in these prospective hires.
I look for people that are charismatic, and when I conduct my interviews, I conduct them like 5:30 in the morning. So if you don't show up or you come in late, too bad. So I really try to make it strict as possible in the beginning, and then I really see if I could hang out with this person, if this person could say hi and bring a smile out of my face, not only me but the customers that are coming through the door, and really breaking down that stereotype, because we have people coming in who's never met anybody who's been incarcerated. What the perceived notion of somebody that's a so-called ex-con is that we're all killers and rapists and the worst of the worst, but the truth is that we're just all human beings that committed a mistake, and we just want to adapt back to society and get a second chance.
Your real message here is about prison reform when it comes down to it. And you kind of came up with your business plan when you were in solitary confinement. You had a lot of time to think about this. You also got some help once you established your workout class after you held it in the park. Talk a little bit about the organizations that allowed you to bring together some of your ideas and make it a more scalable business.
Yeah, so when I came home, I try to take advantage of every nonprofit that you could think of in the prison reform industry. So I went to Fortune Society. From Fortune Society, went to Career Gear, and all these nonprofits were helping me and just trying to get me back on my feet. But there was one program called Defy Ventures. Defy Ventures believes that illegal entrepreneurs have the transferable skills to become legal entrepreneurs. And I did that program. It was a very intense program taught by MBA, Harvard, and Stanford professors. And you graduate and you get a MBA Baylor University certificate when you graduate from the program. So they helped me put my whole business plan together and pay my taxes, and redo it legit.
Talk a little bit about your growth plans, because you're based in the Lower East Side of New York City, but you have some pretty ambitious plans. Yeah, so I'm in the Lower East Side, in the exact same corner where I sold drugs at, where I got in trouble at, and went back into a full circle in that neighborhood. Our growth is we want to open nine studios in the next 5 years. I just came out with my book, so ConBody shows my whole secret sauce in that book, and then also
we started this online platform that's coming out in a couple weeks where you could virtually work out with a formerly incarcerated individual. So you basically choose your favorite ex-con for $9 a month, and you get that prison body you've always.
Diversity is in fashion. That's according to Eva Chen, who heads up fashion partnerships at Instagram. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with Eva Chen at the monthly Cornell Tech at Bloomberg Speaker Series, and I asked Eva how exactly inclusion is showing up on the runways.
The message is you must be inclusive, and you must kind of understand that there are billions of people on this planet, and there's not one look. I think about Instagram and some of the accounts that have done so well on Instagram, and some of the models that are coming out of it, like Ashley Graham or Paloma SLR or Halima. Like, these are women who represent beauty for a lot of different people, and that kind of cookie cutter look. There's not just one standard of beauty. It's 800 million standards of beauty. So I think that's kind of the voice. And now, you know, you think about it, if a fashion show were to cast just one type of model or one type of woman in their runway, and it was every single model looked the same, you would hear about it on Instagram. Like, people will not take that. And I think it's amazing. I think it's powerful. I think everyone can feel represented. And for me growing up, I remember not seeing anyone who looked like me or looked like us. You know, it just didn't exist. And I think now, if you are a 15-year-old bookworm who, you know, loves to read, this is like, I'm describing myself, like a bookworm who loves to read young adult fiction and drink like lemon ginger tea, you know, it's like you can find someone else, and you can find your group of people by following the hashtag Bookstagram. You know, you can find, like, your kind of like squad. And even if it's a digital squad, you can feel like you have other people to kind of identify with.
How is fashion able to get ahead of the curve of everyone else? Why were they able to figure this out more quickly than others?
I mean, I think in so many ways, like, fashion just kind of, it's supposed to be a little bit prescient. It's supposed to be a little bit ahead of the curve. And also you're able to push the boundaries in fashion. Like, there are runway shows where people can kind of walk backwards on the runway, or they cast real life models, real life people, which is just like people, revolutionary, on the runway. And I think that you're able to take risks in fashion, and risks are appreciated.
Some risks don't pay off. I mean, I think of H&M and the controversy over a black child modeling a sweatshirt with the words "coolest monkey in the jungle." That obviously did not work. How is the feedback now from consumers different in the age of social media, where something like that will go viral in a bad way very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, listen, I don't know what the thinking was behind that specific moment, or behind that specific casting, but nowadays it's like, the most important thing for corporations and companies is to have representation. Make sure that your board of directors is diverse. Make sure that the people who work in the casting department and the creative teams are diverse, because you want to be able to truly represent and truly embody. It's not enough to say, we believe in diversity. You have to have diversity. And that's, I feel very fortunate at Instagram. It's like, it is a diverse team. I love seeing and hearing the different voices and opinions, and voices of dissent as well. And that's the thing with Instagram. It's like, people have opinions. You won't always agree with the opinions, but it's important that people voice their opinions, and when people see something that they think is wrong, or that is wrong, they will speak up and speak out.
Right. Do you think fashion brands are nimble enough to respond, or it's because of something like Instagram that provides that instant loop, that feedback loop, they're able to?
I think some companies are. I think it very much depends on the infrastructure of the company, and this is I don't know enough about fashion corporations and infrastructure, but if you have, I look at Gucci, for instance, and Gucci, they have been known to collaborate with a lot of Instagram influencers and artists, and for the most part, 99% of the time, it's amazing. And there was one season where they did there was something on the runway that was very evocative of Dapper Dan, the renowned kind of fashion icon, and they were called out for it. And very quickly, they issued a statement saying you were right, and now they're collaborating with Dapper Dan and doing a whole collection together. And I think that's in part, their creative director, Alessandro, is incredibly fluent in Instagram. He's on direct messages, reaching out to illustrators, looking for fresh voices. And I think a lot of it depends on the leadership and how, I don't want to say woke, but how kind of tuned in they are to what the public consciousness is creating.
So in the early 1990s, you started selling soaps and essential oils on the streets of Harlem and Bed-Stuy to start Sundial Brands. How did you know back then that there would be a market for black hair and skincare products?
Yeah, well, because when we started, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want. You better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
How does Sundial Brand stay authentic as you guys have grown?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we've built our business from day one on a model that we call community commerce. And what community commerce is that a business ought to invest in the community where it does business, right? And it ought to provide not just products to that community, but it also should take the dollars that it takes out of that community and put it back in. And so for us, that meant that the products that we produced from our supply chain in Ghana, of which there are 16,000 women that now supply Shea Moisture, who have now risen above the poverty line because of this model, also get to share in 10% of the revenue of the products that their ingredients go into, right? That then provides them with infrastructural support, warehousing, equipment, training, safety, health insurance, bank accounts. That's the core of what we do this for, and so we continue to do that.
And so in November, Unilever acquired Sundial Brands. What did that deal allow you to do now that you haven't been able to do before?
It enabled us to take, to commit to this $100 million fund. It's called the New Voices Fund for Women of Color, which now allows us to go create other entrepreneurs, or maybe not create, but invest in other entrepreneurs so that they too can have the type of economic opportunities that we've had. So as I said, it's not for one company or two companies alone to be able to compete and to survive and to sustain is not enough. We need thousands, right? So the first thing it allows us to do is to invest there. The second thing that it allows us to do is to scale our community commerce model so that we can go from these 16,000 women to 200,000 to 300,000 women globally. And the third thing that it allows us to do is to compete globally against global corporations. We can't compete for shelf space the same way because we don't have the same resources. We can't buy the same amount of advertising on TV or in magazines or in social media. So we end up shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as more companies come in to serve us as consumers. So what we've got to do is we've got to provide capital to each other in our communities in order to compete. We've got to find ways to scale our business. Now, the way that I've done it may not be the way for everybody else, but at least it shows a path, right? And it shows that it can be done, and it shows that you can do it and be highly successful at doing it. And it also shows that once you do it, you've got to be committed to putting it back in.
In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's conversation about diversity in the workforce, we're putting the spotlight on Goldman Sachs. CEO Lloyd Blankfein is reportedly planning to step down as soon as this year. Diversity will be a top priority for his heir apparent, David Solomon. Solomon recently told the Women in Corporate Leadership Initiative, quote, "You make progress, but the progress as you're looking at it day to day feels slow, and it feels slow because you're a big organization. But you know over time that will change. It's our job to change it." Joining us now to explore this topic is Bloomberg's Jordan Holman. Jordan, we know that Solomon has been pretty active on the diversity front. He did propose a number of ideas to the board not so long ago. Why aren't we seeing an increase of female representatives or executives at the senior level? Because it's not there yet.
Right. No woman has run a major Wall Street bank before. And if David Solomon does become the next CEO, that pattern will continue. So at Goldman, they are looking at increasing the number of women who come into those entry-level positions. But we're not seeing the women come out on the other side of the pipeline on those executive teams. So there is a retention issue, and they are looking at that through mentorship and sponsorship initiatives.
So how long does it take before you get sort of a critical mass of women at senior ranks? I mean, what's the sort of trajectory within Goldman to reach the upper echelons of leadership?
It definitely takes years. You know, you have to groom people. Goldman's a company where they want to hire internal candidates. An internal candidate becomes CEO. So that's why it's important to retain those women that they're bringing in. For example, this summer, they said that they have about 40%, mid 40% of women in their junior employee class. And so that's great, but there's only 2 women on their executive team. So now you have to, with this generation, groom them, promote them, have opportunities for them to want to stay on Wall Street.
And that takes time. I think about how Dina Powell, who was once at Goldman Sachs, went to work for the Trump White House, has come back. And there's some tension over her promotion when she returned because she was added to the management committee when her background is not in a profit-generating business.
Right. Her background's in government and philanthropy. And when you're looking for the next CEO, you're looking for those people who've been in positions of profit and loss. And she's not in that. So then when you look at the pool of women who are in that, it gets smaller and smaller. So then when it's time to select your CEO, you have nowhere to turn.
How does Goldman compare to its peers with this?
So Goldman's not alone when it comes to female representation. Citigroup and JP Morgan also have less than a quarter of women on their executive teams. So it's a conversation that needs to happen across all the banks of how do you get your first female CEO of a large bank.
You recently talked with Goldman Sachs' former HR head, Edith Cooper, who spoke about the bank's efforts to increase diversity, women as well as minorities. What did you learn from her?
So Edith Cooper spoke on a panel last week, and she said that Goldman is looking at the data. They're really trying to be data-driven about their diversity initiatives. So if the data's not saying that they're making progress and change, like Solomon said earlier, it looks slow, then they're going to switch it up. They're going to try new initiatives.
Fixed income mutual funds run by women are outperforming funds run by men. So you would think that the number of female managers would be rising, but you'd be wrong. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I want to bring in Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, who's been crunching the numbers, and the numbers are kind of troubling here. Going back 15 years, Morningstar has found that women-run fixed income funds outperform by a meaningful amount.
Right. I mean, it's very interesting. They said, let's run the numbers and see, is there a performance reason why women are only 10% of the whole business? And they found no. I mean, on fixed income, women slightly outperformed. Even mixed gender teams did better. And on equities, it was fairly close. Women slightly underperformed. So the numbers didn't back it up. They said there's no performance reason why women shouldn't be rising as the number of fund managers.
And in fact, the number of women-run fixed income funds in the U.S. has dropped precipitously. It's now, what, 14 in 2017?
Right. Those exclusively run by women, there's only 14. As of September 2017, that's all there was.
In 2004, it was 47.
Yeah. So it was a big drop, you know, so it doesn't kind of make sense, you know.
So you talk to different people. What do they blame it on, or what do they attribute it to, rather?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I spoke to a lot of the leading fund managers who broke through and said, how'd you do it? What are the problems? A lot of them said, number one, it's very tough because we weren't always welcomed in the beginning, and you don't start as a fund manager. You have to rise to that level, so it's a long haul. And some say by the time you've fought for 30 years or so, some are like leaving and they're had enough. And others are saying young women don't know enough about it. So that's why these organizations like Girls Who Invest are trying to, you know, educate college women. Hey, this is a great field for you and you can perform.
Absolutely. Misconceptions also abound here, and I know this is something that Girls Who Invest is trying to fight as well. The idea that you have to be super quanti to run a fund. It's something that doesn't get communicated very well.
Right, exactly. I think some women think, well, maybe I could, you know, go into sales or banking or something in general, but to run a fund, you have to be just wicked smart and have to be great in math. And of course, those are great skills, but that's not all it requires. And women, it's about managing risks. Like Ann Walsh of Guggenheim said, you know, women are very savvy at managing risk, and that's especially in bonds. That's a big deal, you know?
What was her story? Because she started off on the state pension side, right?
Right. She's amazing. I mean, I said, is this right, this list of all your achievements? Yeah, she started as an accounting degree, said I just happened to go to a pension fund, and then learned about portfolio management, and then went on to just really work hard, MBA, CFA, law degree, you name it. She had to really stack the decks, but, you know, she achieved.
All the credentials are there, and she got her break.
Yep, for sure.
early 1990s, Liberian native Richelieu Dennis co-founded Sundial Brands with the goal of creating natural hair and beauty products for consumers of color. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, Jordan Holman sat down with Richelieu to talk about the rise of Sundial.
When we started, there was, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, you know, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want. You better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
And that was Bloomberg's Jordan Holman speaking with Sundial Brands co-founder Richelieu Dennis. You can get the full interview on Bloomberg.com.
LOTOME stands for Locate, Target, and Message. LOTOME helps advertisers collect and organize their consumer data. So if you can imagine that customers engage on the phone, on the web, in a store, through a coupon, we help collect all of that, attach it to a profile, and activate it. It's the big data story. When I started the company in 2006, I saw this unbelievable opportunity around user-generated content. It changed the paradigm for all advertisers. There had to be a platform to protect the brand and get a defined result, which is a sale. That is the genesis of LOTOME. My first year in business, we landed 9 customers on a proof of concept. I then went to venture capitalists and told them the story. And over time, I was able to raise $60 million. I woke up one day in 2011, I had a board meeting. I called our board together, I told them the trends and the data points I was seeing, and we made a decision to cut the company in half and walk away from a $30 million revenue line of business. We took the company and made a huge pivot. We went from about 100 employees down to 50. There was some overlap of customers, but most of the customers were net new customers that we had to go win around a different line of business. We went from a media business that was charging on a campaign basis to a software as a service business that was charging a monthly fee to manage data. One of the key things that happened during the process was what once was just a desktop experience, meaning your computer, suddenly became a mobile device, a television, an iPad. And that is why we bought a company called Admobius in 2012, simply focused on what was called the device problem, cross-device. In a privacy-compliant way, we were able to stitch together profiles and audiences no matter how they were engaging with the brand. We've had about 500% growth in customers since 2014. We've 10x'd our employee base over the past 5 years. We're profitable. Developing profitability in a technology company is something I'm super proud of. Over the next 5 years, I would like to be a very large public enterprise. Almost every device and almost everything we're doing is connected to the internet. Microwaves, refrigerators, automobiles. There's information that's thrown off from that device connected to that consumer. I think there's an opportunity for a public company who is only focused on data, data solutions, and activating customer data. In a world where data is everywhere, we help our customers figure out what it all means. And that's the future of LOTOME.
The idea for Foley came about in 2009 when I was making a personal shift to a healthier lifestyle generally. And I realized when I was looking into nutrition and fitness that all of these beauty products actually contained a lot of toxins. I realized there was a real opportunity for a clean beauty retail store with all vetted products for safety and performance. Our entire goal is to shift the mindset around the products you apply to your skin. I needed to learn a lot about business and about the beauty industry. I worked on a lavender farm, I worked for a skincare developer, I got a quick MBA at Babson where I focused on the business plan the entire time. In 2013, we opened doors to our first store. I was in there every single day talking to customers, figuring out what this needed to be. I raised a small angel round of $750,000. That lasted us almost 3 years. All the way through to 2016, I was really focused on building a brick and mortar first business. At the same time, there was so much more going on in beauty online than there ever had been. You know, content had become so critical. We decided to make a huge shift in 2016 and change to a digital first business. We decided that digital first was really going to be the only way that we could get the content out there and we could grow fast enough to be able to share our, very unique level of expertise. So we raised a round of $3 million to do that. We needed to build a digital first team. We needed to build a new flexible tech stack. We're very lucky to be in Boston, to be surrounded by a ton of really awesome engineers and folks that are super passionate about mission-driven business as well. We spent a year and a half building it out, figuring out how Foley should exist online. So it'll be between 70 to 80% online by the end of this year. Despite building a digital first business, you can never truly replicate our in-store experience online. We have 2 brick and mortar stores right now, both in Boston. We'll be opening 4 this year. And if everything goes well, we'll open an additional 10 in 2019. We're going to continue growing content and education online in a huge, huge way. I think the real secret sauce to Foley is we're a highly curated portfolio. Since starting the business, we've tested between 800 to 900 brands. We have 75 brands in the store right now. It's not easy to get on our shelves. We don't carry any full brand portfolios. We carry what the best products are by the brand. It's helping in the repeat rates. It's helping in retention. We're now becoming known as the place to really, truly start your clean beauty journey.
Our mission at Food 52 is to inspire people to eat thoughtfully and live joyfully. We are a comprehensive resource for kitchen and home enthusiasts, and that means that we offer both content and commerce, and then community is a tie that holds it all together. My co-founder Amanda and I both come from traditional print media backgrounds. We were editors and writers. In 2008-2009, we saw this opportunity to create a brand around kitchen and home that lived online. We went out and got a book deal. We got a $100,000 advance, and we actually used that advance to pay for the building of the initial website. In 2009, when we launched, we started really with recipes. Then in 2010, we raised an angel round, a seed round, of $750,000, which we used to invest in building out our own e-commerce platform. E-commerce represents about 60% of our top-line revenue, and ad sales is the majority of the rest, with a very small bit being cookbook sales. The majority of our advertising is native advertising and branded content. The events are also a key part of all of our lines of business. We do a lot of events with brands on the ad sales side, and then we have our own events on the commerce side, often pop-ups where we're showcasing our products, which you can typically only buy online. Last year, during Cyber Weekend, we had an outage where the company that calculates our sales tax was down for over 12 hours. So we had just a total backup. What we decided to do was to remove the sales tax functionality completely from the checkout process so that orders could get through, and turn it to our advantage by actually making it a promotion. And we followed up with an email the next day, and we said to everyone, we will cover the sales tax through the rest of this weekend. When you have a community that you really are talking so directly with all the time, it enables us to have that sort of direct conversation with people via email, via the site. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn it around to your advantage because you're that important to us. Right now, we are touching 12 million people on a monthly basis. Our unique visitor growth has been 65% over the past year. We're talking to Amazon Alexa about a partnership. Something we talk about all the time is, what does a Food 52 presence look like offline, a permanent brick and mortar presence? We're very close to profitability, and it is really one of our key focuses for the next 18 months is to become a sustainable business.
Sweetgreen, we make every single thing from scratch in store every day. The three of us were just, what if we opened this restaurant? It was just solving a problem that we had in our own life. This problem of wanting to eat something that was healthy, affordable, convenient, and really stood for something that we believed in. We started the company by going out to anyone we could ask, and we raised about $300,000. 40 people contributed to that very first restaurant. That means the average check was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The place we found to open was tiny. And what that did was it really forced us to simplify everything. And that philosophy has really stuck with us throughout the whole history of the company. It wasn't that sales took off in a crazy way right away, but it was like the people who knew about us loved us. Very soon after we opened the first one, we started exploring the idea of a second and a third one. Our first 7 restaurants, we stayed in the DC area. We had these huge ambitions, but we knew we had to get things right before we scaled it. We've had to raise a lot of capital along the way because we build restaurants, but we never really took on any sort of institutional funding or any big investors. It was about 4 years ago, one of our customers and friends approached us about investing a lot more money. It was a guy named Steve Case. He really believed in our mission. That kind of funding allowed us to invest in people, invest in the community, invest in the systems and infrastructure, allowed us to build a brand. We invested in mobile technology and also rebuilt our restaurants in a responsive way. You can pick up your phone or go online and within just a few clicks, order it, have it on a shelf ready, and come pick it up and be out of there. That was really hard. It was more than just building an app. Everything had to be redone. The way we operate, our kitchen systems, our prep, everything we did had to be rethought because all of a sudden it went from like one restaurant, one engine to 2. It took us about 2 years to build that technology. I think sometimes the easy way is not the right way. Instead of resisting it, embrace it and figure out a way to do it the right way, not just the cheap or the easy way. Today we're open across the country in 8 cities. So we're in DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, and the Bay Area. In 2017, we'll end the year with 85 restaurants. For the next 10 years, we're focused on not only just building restaurants, but building technology that can make it easier for customers to interact and eat healthy. We always say we want to meet customers where they are.
The idea for Swell really was I wanted to create a better looking water bottle that would convert people to actually carrying a water bottle everywhere that they went to stop using those plastic water bottles. I started Swell with my own personal savings. I invested $30,000. I worked with a team of industrial engineers. The Swell bottle is triple-walled stainless steel with a layer of copper on the inside. It's almost indestructible. The first year when I started Swell, I went to 17 trade shows myself. I stood in a lot of booths and I talked to a lot of customers. They would tell me, could you make it in this other color? Or could you make it in a bigger size? Because we would like to take wine to the park. Really, that first year was just a learning lab. It's been a real wild ride. We went from 3 million in sales to 10 to 50, 50 to 100, really fast. We are now in 65 countries. One of the challenges that we faced is we outgrew our office. We outgrew our systems. We were running this company at $100 million last year on spreadsheets. We outgrew our website. It mostly kept up unless somebody famous tweeted about us and then everything, came down. For me as a CEO, it was really hard to turn my attention inward. It's been hard for me to not take every marketing opportunity, every sales opportunity, every innovation opportunity. We had to put a lot of things on pause while we built the infrastructure. We're building up the leadership team, we're moving the office, we're moving the warehouse, we're moving the website. We can be a billion-dollar company because we've got the systems. Last year in 2016, I had the idea to launch a new line for Swell. It's called Sip by Swell. We originally launched in Target stores nationwide. It's a little bit less expensive. It was part of my idea that creates something new for a different type of customer. Our customers love to collect them. We found that the average customer that has a Swell at home has 5.5 bottles at home. Still today, we're a self-funded company and we don't have any outside investors. I don't have a board. I don't have any metrics. I don't have anyone telling me I need to hit any numbers. We might not always be privately owned. We don't necessarily need the capital, but I'm always interested in potential advice and expertise. How could we potentially partner with someone that could help us grow bigger, faster, stronger? I'm not saying that anything's coming, but you never know. I still see people with plastic water bottles. However, I have to say, I think the balance of seeing the plastic versus seeing Swells is starting to change. We still have some education to do, but I'm feeling pretty good about the progress.
Gotham Greens is a commercial-scale urban farming company. We develop and operate high-tech greenhouse facilities for fresh vegetable production in cities. I was working in the field of sustainability and environmental engineering and became fascinated with the technology that was available to be able to grow crops using a small fraction of the resources compared to conventional farming. And at the same time, I really started to recognize the growing trend in the marketplace toward consumers wanting more local and regionally sourced food. So that's really when the light bulb moment went off. We cobbled together some funding and built a 15,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse in the Greenpoint neighborhood of Brooklyn in 2011. We started pitching supermarket chains, restaurants, we started inviting chefs into the greenhouse facility, and within 3 months we were completely sold out of the produce. And that's when we realized that we were really onto something and we should probably expand. And then a really compelling partnership opportunity came along with Whole Foods Market, which at the time was one of our largest customers. And we crafted an idea to actually design and build a commercial scale greenhouse into the roofs of one of their new supermarkets in Brooklyn, New York. That was almost double the size of the first one and provided our brand with a lot of visibility. Lo and behold, within a few short months of opening that second greenhouse facility, we were yet again sold out of the produce. So we started looking at Chicago, which is also a city with a thriving food culture and a consumer base that's increasingly demanding high quality fresh produce. And that facility is our largest until date, which is about 80,000 square feet or 2 acres. That produces the equivalent of about 50 acres of conventional field farming. This form of farming, which is known as controlled environment agriculture, is really a combination of horticultural science as well as environmental engineering. It was a challenge to find people with this very unique skill set. We conceived of an idea to establish an in-house training program that we now call Gotham Greens University. So we're able to take young graduates out of university or high school vocational programs focused on science and biology and train them to really design these facilities and operate them. Our company has built 4 greenhouse facilities across 2 cities. We have about 160 employees. We've experienced about a 20x growth rate since inception. In our first year of operations, we grew about 500,000 heads of lettuce and leafy greens. And last year, we grew over 20 million heads of lettuce and leafy greens. I believe the future will have us expanding to other cities across the United States, expanding into new products, new product development. Our motto is to be able to harvest and deliver within 24 hours to be able to provide consumers with the freshest possible product and the best tasting product.
Gemmy is a new luxury brand that's providing the customer with the highest quality Italian shoes at prices that have never been historically possible until now. We looked at the luxury marketplace, and there were so many qualities about luxury that were great, but there were some qualities that needed some real reinvention. The incumbents certainly were not reinventing. Shoes happened to be a category that we fell in love with because we love obsession. We want to be a business that occupies a spot, a place in the customer's mind all the time. Shoes create that unique obsession. We think that you've got to be newsworthy. You've got to be different. You've got to have a story to tell. Our consumer knows there's must-see TV every Monday, and it's not about markdowns, it's not about private sales, it's about great new product. We actually don't release that many more products than other traditional retailers do. We just don't do it all at once. The way we describe our company to the consumer is we're old world meets new world. We identified very early on in the business creation a team in Italy that I had some history with that we could in essence acqui-hire. There was a group in Italy, in Florence, that have been in the shoe manufacturing business for generations. There was a whole bunch of challenges in taking the old, historical Italian shoe manufacturing industry and putting this new engine on top of it. Unlike most fashion brands that produce things 4 times a year where you have these big spikes, we're providing them with this constant demand, keeping their factories moving all of the time. We had to get them to start producing products at the pace that we wanted them produced. The only way to solve that was to learn. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our data. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our forecasting what opportunities they can receive by moving faster than they've ever moved before. They've been pretty open to listening about ways to improve their demand forecasting and ways to improve their speed of production, but they're not so open to listening to better ways to make shoes, that's for sure. Probably rightly so. We opened our first store in Soho. 80% of those customers who bought in the store first buy their second purchase online. If you're buying things with the frequency that our consumers buying them, the luxury of multi-channel drives to their purchase pattern. 50% of our buyers come back and buy a second time. Once they buy a second time, on average, they average 4 purchases within a year. We're also seeing consistent 100% growth year over year in total sales and margin continuing to improve in each of those years. So the goal is not go as fast as you can go and grow as fast as you can grow. The goal is with really good controlled growth, ensure that you can double your business for a number of years.
Box is an online warehouse club. We cut out the membership fees and we deliver it right to you, generally in 2 days or less with free shipping. I grew up in the suburbs of tropical New Jersey, and then moving into Manhattan later in life, I didn't have a car to get to a warehouse club. And so I thought, how many other folks around the country have that similar problem? And so actually moved back into the burbs to start the company in a small 2-car garage in central Jersey, tape gun in hand. We went after and tried to solve that problem. In the early days, we actually didn't have a marketing budget. Our marketing budget was virtually zero. It forced us to be creative. It forced us to create a very good service where folks would talk about it. So Hoda and Kathy Lee loved the service. They were both like, genius. Sure enough, they talked about us, and from that moment on, we capitalized on that opportunity, went out and raised our first sizable round of financing, and then moved out of the garage. A gigantic challenge that we had actually came up when we started expanding our footprint throughout the US. It kind of forced us to make a decision, are we short-term or are we long-term? Treating people right is actually a short-term detriment, meaning that it's so easy to take away benefits or say, hey, we'll pay a minimum wage because you see an instant pop on your financial statements. I don't believe that's a long-term good way to drive the business. We took the long-term approach. No matter if you work in a fulfillment center and it's your first day, or you're the chief marketing officer of the company, we're all one team. We need to treat everyone fairly. In the short run, there might not be a line for increased morale and increased sense of team. But over the long run, I truly believe that will pay huge dividends. To this day, we picked that road and has become who we are. Folks have chosen to spend their money with us in pretty large amounts because we do the right thing. Now, our fulfillment footprint is 4 locations throughout the United States, 4 fulfillment centers, 3 offices, and a life spent on an airplane for me these days. Last year was our 3rd full year in business, and we went from virtually zero in our first year to over 9 figures in that 3rd full year. So it's always been a dream of ours, and especially mine, to push the button at the New York Stock Exchange. We've identified an area where there's a real dearth, a real lack of solutions. And for us, it's about staying focused, not trying to be the everything store, doing wholesale and doing warehouse clubs and doing it right.
Brit & Co. is a new media company that largely reaches millennial women and aims to inspire, inform, and empower them to be more creative. My past is largely out of tech companies. I worked at Google and Apple, and I started realizing the world of digital media was becoming a big trend. I left Google at the age of 25. I was not married yet, and I had saved up enough money to bootstrap my own business for about 6 months. And ultimately, within that 6 months, I made enough traction to raise a seed round, and the rest was history. We have a three-legged stool of revenue. The first is through advertising, and we do primarily native advertising, so branded content as well as experiences and events. We also sell classes online. We have almost 100 courses that women pay for. And then the last leg is through our merchandising business. So one big challenge over the last 12 months has been the notion of whether or not to put our content natively on distributed platforms, ranging from Snapchat to Pinterest to Facebook and Instagram. A lot of the platforms will automatically give you a little bit more reach per their algorithm if you're putting content natively on them. However, they initially had not built monetization tools. So it was a question as to whether we wanted to sacrifice our control over our content and our distribution. I personally believed that the social networks and all of these platforms would get nowhere if they didn't have great high-quality content, and that they would figure out a way to support those people who are providing that content. And that's been paying off. We now reach 125 million uniques a month. We also have 350% growth in revenue bookings year over year. Some of our newer business segments, like our online classes, have grown over 300% year over year as well. We are producing over 100 pieces of content every day and hundreds of videos every month. I think it's so important for a digital brand to have an offline counterpart, especially for any brand that's trying to reach millennials or Gen Z. So we started an event called Remake 4 years ago, just a year into the business. Fast forward to today, it's a 15,000 person festival. It's been doubling in size year over year, which is proof that it's working and that it's only going to go bigger and better from here. We know millennial women, and we want to create content for them no matter where they are, and no matter what they're listening to, reading, watching, or generally consuming.
are a luxury bedding destination that's online only and direct to consumer. The company was started by my wife and I, and we were in the market for new sheets. We just really hated the shopping experience. It wasn't consistent with what we're used to with shopping with apparel or other items online. We first started with some of our savings, I'd say about $20,000 to get the prototypes going, build a website, do a photo shoot. It really went to the bare minimum product. And then we raised a little bit of money from friends and family, about another $100,000 or so. That got us to our Kickstarter, where the goal of the Kickstarter was to finance our first purchase order. Our goal was $50,000 of sales. We ended up selling $230,000 worth of product in the first 30 days with no marketing dollars spent, really just word of mouth. Social media has been really, really important to building the brand and getting the word out. There's some logical people that are in market for our product. People that move into new apartments. Facebook has this data of an address change. People recently engaged that are doing registries. Pinterest is really, really great for the home decor space. And then there's influencers, that people that really spread the word and advocate for the product. We're very confident that once it gets in someone's hands that they're gonna love it. We didn't take any funding until very recently, and we bootstrapped the whole thing, so we had to sell to buy. We would sell all of our inventory, use that money, and roll it over to buy more inventory and more and more. And that created problems of like this up and down, up and down, up and down. It's very hard to get momentum in the wheels turning when that happens. It's planning ahead, getting ahead of your inventory, getting ahead of the demands, just to make sure that you have enough to facilitate the growth. It seems simple, but it's super complicated, the forecasting element that we've gotten much better at. And that's one of the biggest challenges to any consumer products business in year 1 or 2. Our first year of sales was about $250,000. Was mostly the Kickstarter. Year 2 was 10x growth. We broke 20 million in sales last year, so it was another 10x, and now we're on pace to more than double that yet again this year. 5 years down the road, who knows? We might be, the biggest, bedding home goods company in the world. We might get acquired by a bigger company that's looking to get a closer relationship with the customers. Once we feel like the bedding category, like we've really mined everything that's there that we could, then there's opportunity to move on to other categories that supplement it in the home space as well. But we're not ready for that. There's a lot more to do where we are right now.
Dia & Co is a personalized online shopping service for women who wear sizes 14 and above. Plus-size women in the U.S. make up about 67% of the population in the U.S. and pretty shockingly make up only 17% of apparel spend in the U.S. Dia was founded on the simple mission of really creating equality for her as a customer and therefore really bringing her to the table for the first time within fashion. One of the things that was very clear for our customer was she was as underserved in retail as she was in media. And what that meant was that discovery channels were actually quite challenging. The one group of people who had meaningful sway and were truly, in a way, the gatekeepers of the plus-size community were the bloggers. And bloggers became our earliest advocates. From there, we benefited from word of mouth and the power of a positive experience, and we've kind of grown from there. We very quickly realized that we had this growing, avid, excited customer base and a distribution network that was working. And where we were having the biggest trouble was in finding really great supply. We're based in New York City, and we would literally scour Manhattan to find the best merchandise in our customers' sizes to send. Eventually, we were able to work with a group of designers that agreed to partnering with us to expand what they were offering. So we've worked with some of the best design and product development teams in the industry to develop 8 brands that are exclusively at Dia, and those brands in a lot of ways make up the backbone of the service. We recently elevated the call that we were making to brands by taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times on the first day of Fashion Week, really calling on brands to step up. The conversation around inclusivity in fashion is one that is had often, but what we haven't seen yet is an actual move from speaking about inclusivity to actually producing the garments that women can wear. And that's a role that we can play, that we feel a responsibility to play, and that we're very excited to play for our customers. The core of our product is understanding our customer as well as is possible. We serve women who are very early in their style journey and some who are much farther along in terms of understanding what they like and what they don't like. And the goal of the service is to really meet her where she is. And it really becomes an iterative relationship where we're showing her product, she's giving us feedback, we're showing her better product, she's giving us feedback, and over time, we get to know her incredibly well. Our mission at Dia is to be the beloved brand of plus-size women.
were able to start Warby Parker with $120,000. That enabled us to build a website, get some PR support, and purchase our initial inventory of frames. I remember launch really vividly. It was February 2010. We made it live February 15th. We didn't tell our friends or family because we didn't know the website would work. Immediately the orders started pouring in. We hit our first year sales targets in 3 weeks, sold out of our top 15 styles in 4 weeks, and accumulated a wait list of over 20,000 people. We had to start cutting class because we were full-time students at Wharton at the time, getting our MBAs. It was really crisis management. We had orders coming in. We actually didn't have enough inventory to fulfill those orders. We had to think about a communication strategy, a customer service policy. We would just profusely apologize, but also explain to people what was going on. We just launched. We didn't expect to have this much demand. And when you tell people the details, they can have patience and they can understand and sympathize. Brands build relationships with customers much like human beings build relationships with other human beings, and that's through vulnerability. Our first store was actually my apartment. We laid out the glasses on the dining room table, and that was our first foray into learning about the bricks and mortar world. So we did a pop-up, we bought an old yellow school bus, ripped out the interior and turned it into a mobile store, went to over 15 cities across the country. In each city we would be in roughly 3 locations, so we could tell you which intersection performed best for us. So suddenly we had a roadmap for where to open stores. We now have 46 stores across the country. It's really been an important part of Warby Parker's growth. We founded Warby Parker to create a company that would do good in the world. At the very beginning, we committed to distribute a pair of glasses for every pair that we've sold, and we've now distributed several million pairs of glasses to people around the world. We've always believed in aggressive but sustainable growth. There's this mentality of move fast and break things. We believe in moving fast, but move fast deliberately, and when you break things, let's make sure it's not catastrophic. By staying focused and reducing complexity as much as possible, you can actually grow faster, longer. We're trying to build a company that's going to be around for the next 100 years.
thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most, I suppose, out of these different things?
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine, because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
to a
means
layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will.
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars? I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had that
brand.
motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone.
everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. I mean, that's
telling me.
just not interesting. I do think seriously though that the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior, it was absolutely clear that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor. And so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board, but we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. And we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning.
Just 53 days after hitting rock bottom with $10 trillion in value wiped out, the S&P 500 has erased 2020 losses. How long now before we retouch those record highs?
Saudi Arabia announces that it will end extra voluntary output cuts after this month, saying they have served their purpose.
And ride-hailing services took a battering during the COVID-19 lockdown, but as economies reopen and people start moving again, just how are they faring? We speak to the CEO and co-founder of Careem. It is 8 a.m. across the Emirates. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. I'm Yusuf Gameluddin in Dubai.
I'm Manus Granny right alongside you. It was called an exorbitant privilege. Of course, it's the exalted dollar. Day 8 of the decline. Down she goes. The longest losing streak. Day 9. Day 9 on a losing streak. The longest losing streak since 2006. We have an editorial piece. It talks about the French finance minister, Valérie Giscard d'Estaing, talking about an ending of the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, Yusuf, because Americans aren't saving, the deficits are ramping, and you're going to see an implosion by about 35% to the 2011 lows. We will discuss that. And, of course, you have gold. If the dollar plops, gold maybe gets a prop. Scott Minard says he likes gold as a protectionist trade. And, of course, guess who speaks tonight? Mr. Gundlach. I wondered if you fancy a little bit of gold.
In the meantime, the Treasury markets are in focus, rallying then after we saw the cash open with the curve extending, Monday's flattening move. $44 billion of an auction of 3-year notes was awarded 0.28% compared to the 0.283% when issued yield. But the liquidity conditions are still not normal, is what JP Morgan said in a new research note. The rapid withdrawal from market making from some key players is still very much the case. I want to also talk about stocks. And this is something we talked about at the very top. The only way, it seems, is for the June stocks mantra to continue, and that is up. S&P 500 then wiping out the 2020 loss with a historic rally. The Nasdaq 100 is at a record high. But Eddie Ardeni doubts that this was ever a bear market. The 33-day plunge that we saw, too brief and ended in too strong a bounce to qualify. We also had a developing story around Cathay Pacific, and this is hugely important for quite a few investors around the world. So the new lines that came through in the last 15 minutes were around the bailout from the government. So the Hong Kong government is going to bail out Cathay Pacific with a 30 billion Hong Kong dollar loan and a stake. That's according to the South China Morning Post. And they're also going to undergo a 40 billion Hong Kong dollar capital restructuring. It comes off the back of a lot of speculation as to what is going to be their next step, Manus.
Yeah, if you look at that story, Yusuf, and you think, well, who owns Cathay? You've got Air China, you've got Swine, and you've got Qatar. The discussion was that they go for a rights issue. Singapore Airlines went for a rights issue at $6.6 billion US. But the issue is this: around the world, $85 billion has been pumped into airlines in the form of bailouts. Delta says it's going to be 3 years before demand returns to normal. Warren Buffett bailed on Delta, to name but a few airlines. So this is an ongoing story. British Airways trying to challenge the issues against the pilots at the moment. Emirates here in the region also in our sightline. Let's get back to our top story. 53 days after bottoming out, $10 trillion in value wiped out. The S&P 500 has erased its 2020 losses. That after rising for the 9th time in 11 sessions, capping a 47% rally, hitting an intraday low on March the 23rd. But our guest says this morning, beware of wild animal spirits. He's Paul Gamble's co-founder and managing partner at MBMG. So, Paul, you say be wary, be mistrusting. You are obviously not suffering from FOMO. Why not?
Well, we've got some exposure, but we're trying to cover the risks. I think our biggest concern is trying to understand exactly what this rally is based on, because there aren't any fundamentals at the moment. We've got no idea what earnings are. We've got no idea what outlooks are. Technicals don't work in this environment. So as far as we can see, this is all entirely psychological. It's as if the market's had some kind of a psychotic episode.
In terms of where the equity story goes from here, Paul, and we have this up on a, of course, terminal chart for the additional context, what is emerging is that already the rally that we're seeing in U.S. equities is far outstripping a lot of the year-end forecasts from key strategists in the game. is your view that we're going to end at a certain level that is around where we are at the moment?
We have no idea where the end is going to be, and we're mistrustful of just about every single estimate that we get, and I think that's really the problem right now. If you look at 1929, then we had a huge rally from the low going well into 1930. So if this were to be a repeat of something like that, we don't know how long this rally can last, because, like I say, we just don't know what this thing is founded on. There's a couple of things that really worry us short term, a couple of sort of really loud alarm bells that are ringing. One is obviously one of the top stories at the moment, as you two were talking about, is dollar weakness. Last time we had dollar weakness like this, it was February of this year. Dollar weakness can be a canary in the coal mine. It can actually be a barometer of just how weak global demand is, particularly if we're talking about euro-dollar weakness, which is the thing that affects exchange rates most. The other thing that strikes as a canary in the coal mine is, a lot of times when Tesla makes a new high, that's a sign to bail out of just about everything, because it often precedes something pretty ugly to follow it, and particularly, Tesla with all the fake receivables story doing the rounds right now. To us, that just emphasizes that, we don't know where we are. Nobody knows where we are. We don't have a compass for these markets. We don't have a map for these markets. Nobody knows where we are. You have to be really careful. The one thing that looks like it's reasonable value is the thing that everybody's starting to hate, which is the long treasury.
And in terms of that treasury, we saw these steepness. By the way, I'm going to ask you to walk and talk, because there's a lot of crackling on the line. So I need you to move away from where you are at the moment, and I need you to walk and talk. No problem. That's live TV. That's doing things on telephone lines. Walk and talk. Let's give it a go. You like treasuries, so we've had.
Yeah.
We'll let you know when you start to talk in a moment. I'll ask you the question. You got to do three things: walk, talk, and listen to me. So you like treasuries. I just want to understand which part of the curve, because we see these curves steep. Now, Yusuf mentioned that maybe they're running out of steam. 10s, 30s, the steepest in 3 years. That debasement of the dollar, maybe people saying, brings stagflation, which to me says higher yields to come. So is that part of your thinking, and where on the curve do you want to be?
We long end of the curve. We think the curve is just way too steep. It doesn't make sense to us right now. We think that the long end has got sold off. There's still a massive need for collateral. We've seen this replacement of good quality collateral with weaker collateral because of all the treasury actions. And we think that just all has to settle down. We've seen a lot of action as well from CTAs. A lot of the action in selling off the long end is not based on whatever fundamentals there are in these markets as far as we can tell. So our view is you want to be at the longest end, and you want to get the maximum value out of that. So for us, that's zero coupon strips.
We're, of course, counting down to the FOMC meeting, Paul, and a lot of speculation as to whether or not we're going to get some form of yield curve control. Is that something you are penciling in firmly on your radar?
Yeah, look, I think, what we're likely to get is we're likely to get Powell coming out and, doing his usual, comedy act warm-up routine and saying everything is fantastic, everything's great, the markets are good, the economy's good, it's going to recover. But despite that, yields will have to stay lower for longer. I think that's going to support the long end as well. It's going to bring rates down at the long end. And I think also, it's going to open the door for more Treasury intervention. And, where else can the Treasury intervene? They've gone out and bought all the rubbish, so there's not much good stuff left out there. I think all of this, if Powell gets it right, it's setting up a continuation of the rally. It's probably setting up a continuation of dollar weakness, but we wonder how much longer that can run. And we think it's going to lead to a more normal-looking yield curve.
Paul, hold that thought. We still have a lot to talk about. Paul Gamble stays with us. It also gives us a chance to address some of these sound issues. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. about the World Bank as they say the global economy will contract the most since World War II this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, reducing incomes and sending millions of people into poverty in emerging and developing nations. Meanwhile, in Europe, the ECB is expected to the single market economy to shrink by almost 9% this year before recovering modestly in 2021. President Christine Lagarde says policymakers will act as needed.
I very much welcome the European Parliament's call for an ambitious European response. I count on this House and this committee to design a strong and effective multi-annual financial framework. At the same time, you can rest assured that the ECB will, within its mandate, continue to support the recovery with all appropriate measures.
Paul, as you listen to those words from Ms. Lagarde, what is your reaction? Clearly, the ECB trying to communicate a sense of limitless resources and power to fight the impact of the COVID-19 virus.
Yeah, look, I think the problem is that, they're doing a twist on stuff they've done before. But I know this is a more coordinated action, but, it's relatively small. The timescale when it gets implemented is taking too long. It's hamstrung by all the sort of, bureaucratic inefficiencies that are baked into the EU. And, if they fail to address the real structural issue, it doesn't matter how much tinkering you do, you're still going to be faced with the same real structural issue.
Oh, you're questioning the quality of the ECB put option versus the Fed put option, Mr. Gamble. It's manifest in the Bund. It's manifest. Well, fine. Well, let's talk about how that manifests itself, because the Bund market has repriced. NatWest have a no doubt. Have a look at it. We put it in the GTV library. There's a risk that we go above zero. That's what NatWest are saying. Sub-zero yields in the Bunds are possibly something for the history bin by the end of the year. And that, Paul, is predicated on a German stimulus program. It's predicated on a European response mechanism, which is the ECB or Euro put option. Do you think we make it above zero? And why do you doubt the veracity of this stimulus, European side versus American?
Okay, two big questions there. So if we do make it above zero, it'll be very transient, because the problem is that interest rates are ultimately driven and guided by growth and the delta of growth. And we just don't see growth re-emerging in the Eurozone because we don't think these stimulus measures are going to work. We've been saying we don't think these are stimulants for the market. It's more dopamine than it is actually financial stimulus. And the problem specifically with the ECB is that its transmission mechanism is inherently a lot more flawed than the Fed and than the Treasury. They have a much more direct mechanism. They control the markets. They control the repo. They control the liquidity that goes in there. ECB just doesn't have that, and we've seen that because they've been buying so many assets for so long and not getting any follow through in terms of growth, even in terms of improving economic conditions. So no, I don't see ECB can cut it. If we do get any raise above zero, it's going to be very brief, very transient, and I think we're actually lower for longer, more negative for longer in the Eurozone.
And who doesn't like a little bit of dopamine? Paul, in terms of how this trickles through to the gold trade, because that's flirting with $1,700 an ounce again. Gold ETF holdings are close to their highest in history. How much of a portfolio needs to be in gold at the moment? What are you recommending to clients?
We're about 8% right now, which we started the year around about 10. We actually went up to a peak of about 20 in both advisory portfolios and the other portfolios that we run directly. We went up to about 20, but that 20 was a mix of miners and bullion. We're now, we think the miners are now, they've just gone so stratospheric that we don't recommend any miner holdings right now. It's pretty much all bullion. It's about 8%, but you know what? We're ready to pull the trigger and increase that if we need to. We're just surprised that gold hasn't made more headway during the last week or two when we've seen the dollar weakness. So that's kind of why we're sitting on the sidelines. We're surprised gold isn't moving stronger. If it does, we're ready to increase. But something like 8% feels about right in these conditions. because if things get really bad, we would expect a dollar rally. And at that point, again, we're going to be looking at miners. If we see another crash in gold miners, that's probably the play.
You're really waiting to hear what the next tone is from Powell. Is that a correct assumption? I mean, you say you're quite scathing. There's your shock. Samuel Johnson and Oscar Wilde said that the second marriage is a triumph over hope and experience, but the markets are giving Powell and Mnuchin a fifth chance. So what do you want to hear from Powell? What more do you need?
I don't think that the Fed or the Treasury necessarily have the right toolkit at the moment. They're edging there in baby steps. Direct lending has probably got to be the only solution to the kind of problems, economic challenges that the U.S. economy and the global economy face. They've tried, let's say, tiptoeing towards that, but primarily, so rather than solve it, they've given us all dopamine. I think they're going to give more dopamine out this week. Everybody's going to be happy till that wears off. Then we and find out that actually, economic stimulus hasn't really been injected into the system in a way that's working.
Just for additional perspective here, since we are talking about the Fed, Stephen Roach, the former chairman of Morgan Stanley, he wrote an editorial for Bloomberg in the last few hours. And here's what he had to say. As the economic crisis starts to stabilize, hopefully later this year or in early 2021, that realization should hit home just as domestic savings plunge. The dollar could easily test its July 2011 lows, weakening by as much as 35% in broad traded, weighted, inflation-adjusted terms. Agree or disagree?
I can't see that because that implies that we do get a much stronger pickup, particularly outside the States. I don't see that. It's possible, but it's certainly not our base case. We're watching the dollar more as an indicator of what's going to go on in the rest of the world, what's going to go on in the economy, what's going to go on in equity markets. We're looking at the dollar, as I say, canary in the coal mine for that. If everything does pick up and it's really happy, well, yeah, but that creates demand for dollars, so that cancels that. If it doesn't, well, it's a flight to dollar safety. So it's hard to see too many operating conditions where Stephen's right, to be honest.
Yes, I saw canaries flying out of the coal mine yesterday. Let's return to the world, the World Bank report. They say the emerging markets shrinking by 2.5% this year. That's going to be the worst since the 1960s. I want you to take your dollar theory, which is that we're maybe basing out. So we've had this run in EM, haven't we? Vol drops. Stocks have had the best week since 2011. Are we mispricing a resurgence in EM? And if so, how do I tackle that in the portfolio?
I think there's a real risk that we are, again, fundamentals so vague, nobody knows how to interpret them, we don't really know. But I think there's a real risk that we are. There's a lot of EM stocks that we like, and we've taken a look at them, and most of those are more expensive than where we'd like to be. So we were advising limit orders a long way out of some of these stocks, particularly if we get some short-term volatility like China-US tensions. Other than that, actually, long-short, there's some reasonable long-short plays in emerging markets. That's probably the best way to keep your toes in the water, but avoid having your feet bitten off by the sharks.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much. We didn't quite get to your line, which said, don't trust the markets that have behaved like a drunken algo all year. Orders up a double there, Paul. Paul Gambles, co-founder and managing partner at MBMG, with Yusuf and myself this morning, our guest host, with a warning shot about the dollar. It's not all over in his book. This is Bloomberg.
is actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Last night, Qatar became the latest Gulf state to announce plans to ease restrictions over the 4-week period starting from June the 15th. Simone Foxman is based there. She's been looking at the details. Hurrah! Hurrah! You're going to be able to get out and about, Simone. So what's the plan look like? What are you going to do first of all? Good morning.
Good morning, Manus. And I should be clear, it's a 4-phase period, and that is my fault, writing the intro wrong for you. But it is a very, very cautious reopening here, and much slower than some other places we've seen. And that will start on June 15th. With a reopening of shops and malls at about 30% capacity, and then sort of a gradual relaxing from there. But the things that we're going to be looking at are limited inbound air traffic and a mandatory hotel quarantine at travelers' expense until at least August 1st. Things really not going to go back to normal until September 1st. Now, I point all this out because the stock markets have been very impacted by reopening measures. We've seen Dubai and Saudi react to when we saw plans there come out. And Qatar has really lagged some of the other GCC markets over the past month. But if you're looking for positive news from Qatar, the country does have one thing going for it. We saw a great piece out by my colleague Nadi Ismail yesterday. It's the only peg, the Qatari riyal, the only peg not to come under pressure recently. While we did see a spike in 12-month dollar forwards back in March, we've really seen, compared to other markets, quite a decline there.
Simone, let's get to Israeli shares because they led market gains across the region yesterday. What are some of the factors that's driving that momentum?
Yeah, the Israeli market up most in 3 weeks yesterday, rising over 2%, really led by the banking sector, which has generally been regarded as well capitalized. But a big however here, in that the Israeli market, those were virtually the entire gains for the past month. Virtually no gains over the past month in that main TA35 index. And news coming in overnight, Israel suspending further easing of coronavirus restrictions. We were just talking about the market impact on stocks and how this has been so important. But there have been 800 new coronavirus cases there in the past week. So that may affect the market as we head into trading today.
Yeah, and that's the big risk globally, isn't it? That we go into, re-escalating lockdowns. Simone, we've talked about record debt issuance from some of the sovereigns in our region on a number of occasions, but we've hit an important milestone. So what is it?
Yes, well, the yields are officially back to where we were on March 10th. We look at our JP Morgan index of yields for the GCC region. We're back down below 4%. And if you'll recall, the bond market reacted a little bit earlier to this coronavirus threat, to the falling price of oil. And spreads are still reasonably wide over treasuries. But if you're an issuer here, whether you're a sovereign or a corporate, you're probably looking at these yields and saying, that's pretty attractive.
Simone, thank you very much for that. That's Simone Foxman at the Qatar Financial Center in Doha. Let's circle back then to a developing story around Cathay Pacific. Earlier then, lines coming through from the South China Morning Post saying that there is likely going to be a government bailout from the Hong Kong government for Cathay Pacific to the tune of 30 billion Hong Kong dollars in form of a loan and a stake. and that the company is going to undergo a 40 billion Hong Kong dollar capital restructuring. Stocks down about 20% over the last 12 months.
So the question that sort of comes immediately to mind is, in addition to that bailout, what's going to happen? Is there going to be a rights issue? Singapore Airlines doing a rights issue. Yusuf, last week they raised 8.8 billion Hong Kong dollars, just over 6 billion US dollars. You've got three main shareholders in Cathay Pacific: Air China, Swan, and Qatar. Air China 30%, Swire 45%. So the question is, what is the appetite to put more money into these airlines? Just think of the challenges that Willie Walsh has got with British Airways, Emirates has here, and Warren Buffett bailed on the airlines.
Yeah, and just an important note as well that at the moment trading is suspended, and we are waiting, of course, to come back online from the lunch break in terms of the broader market. We'll keep a close eye on this for you. We are going to get into some of the other regional themes around crude oil, with some new rhetoric coming from the Saudi energy minister, and ride-hailing as well. We'll get into that. This is Bloomberg. Saudi Arabia's extra voluntary oil production cut, which came on top of the OPEC Plus supply curbs, will cease at the end of this month as demand recovers. That means the cartel's total supply reduction this month of almost 11 million barrels a day will taper gradually in the coming months.
It created a better atmosphere for more collegial and more understanding hope and wish that everybody conduct themselves in a more appropriate and more committed way, I would say, not appropriate, but more committed way. So it served its purpose.
Let's get more on this with Monica Malik. She's the chief economist at Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank. Monica, would you say that enough has been done from OPEC Plus at this point to put a firmer floor under these oil prices?
I think so, absolutely. And we've already seen oil prices move above $40 a barrel for Brent crude. It's both the supply side adjustments from OPEC Plus, but also wider, but also the greater confidence on demand as economies start reopening. There's a sign of pickup in economic activity. There still remains a number of questions how that goes forward, the build-up in momentum in demand. But I think a big part of the communication from the Saudi oil minister is that they want to make sure that all countries meet their quota production cuts, rather than the burden being on Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait.
Monica, good morning to you. It's Manus. Do you think that therein lies perhaps part of the carrot and stick applied by Saudi, the UAE, and Kuwait when they pulled back? Saudi's going to pull back from the extra voluntary cuts that they made in June. So to a certain extent, this is, a carrot and stick. They had, 1.2 million barrels of additional reduction in output.
Yes, and I think that really shows that the additional output cut really was a move by the main OPEC producers to help rebalance the market. And again, if we look at the message out of the OPEC Plus meeting, one side of it is to increase confidence in the oil market that yes, they'll extend the initial 2 months production cut by another month before tapering the overall production by the group. But also it's very much that other producers that have lagged behind meeting their commitment need to get to that level. And the longer that the GCC countries produce less than their committed amount, will allow others to not meet their commitments. So it is very much balancing, bringing confidence back into the oil market, but making sure they don't carry a greater burden as they have been.
Then, Monica, you have this whole debate as to what extent the Saudi economy is getting affected by all these disruptions. One important indicator is, of course, the 3-month SIBOR and also the IBOR in the United Arab Emirates in terms of the health of financial conditions. What is your analysis?
Well, one thing that we've been looking very closely is liquidity in the banking system. If you remember in 2015, 2016, as the GCC fiscal deficits widened again because of the lower oil prices, you saw liquidity in the banking sector dry up as the government borrowing requirement increased. This time around, we haven't seen that happening. Making sure that there's ample liquidity in the banking sector has been one of the key pillars of the policy responses, especially in the UAE, but also in Saudi Arabia as well. And the liquidity measures, the increased government deposits in the UAE that we saw in April, all of these are making sure that there is ample liquidity so banks can continue to lend to the real economy and try and support the real economy during this COVID-19 crisis.
Well, now is not the time for cuts. I mean, that seems to be the sentiment from around the world. Yet you look at the restructuring that Saudi Arabia implemented. I think one of our guests yesterday said that Saudi was essentially kitchen sinking everything that they really wanted to try and achieve under this umbrella. How do you analyze that kind of thinking?
Well, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at both two sides of the economy. On one side, Saudi Arabia has to limit the widening in the fiscal deficit. So we've seen the VAT adjustments announced. This week, we're going to have an increase in duties, spending cuts. But at the other hand, you have to balance it with providing essential support to the economy to try and limit the extent of the COVID-19 crisis. And again, going back to oil prices, finding support for the oil price is going to be central to Saudi Arabia for that. It'll reduce the pace of fiscal adjustment required at a time that the government remains the key driver of demand in the economy. So you are seeing a very, very close balancing act. And a big part of that is also SAMA making sure that there's ample liquidity in the banking system. They increased injected deposits earlier this month and has said this is an area they'll look very closely at.
Monica, I want to run a number by you. In fact, the Bloomberg survey suggests that for the budget balance in 2021, the forecast is for a deficit to the tune of about 8.3%. Does that add up with what you've been crunching?
We're forecasting a larger deficit, and we expect it to be in the double digits. We expect it to be around 15% of GDP by our current estimate. Of course, if oil prices continue to gain momentum, that will be critical. But also, one thing that will be very important is by how much is the government going to pull back spending. So even though they announced the reforms in May that we've discussed before, a critical point that the finance minister has made is that actual government spending will be in line with the budgeted amount, because you're going to see increased spending related to healthcare and the support system. So, I think that, that there is still a lot of requirement for government spending, and our forecasts are already implying a deeper cut than mentioned by the finance minister. So that's also going to be very critical for the deficit. But given where oil is and the outlook for oil this year, I think a double-digit deficit looks likely in our view.
Okay, Monica, a stern warning there. Monica Malik, Chief Economist at Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank. Thank you for joining Yusuf and myself. Much more to come right here on Daybreak Middle East. It's Bloomberg. Ride-hailing services firm took a battering during COVID-19 lockdown. But economies are reopening. People are starting to move again. Just how are they faring? Who better to speak to? Dubai-based Kareem operates more than 100 cities across the Middle East, Africa and South Asia. It was acquired back in January by Uber, the CEO and co-founder. Monitorea joins us now. Great to have you with us, sir. So we're trying to get a comprehension of where we are with the reopening across the region. You're big in Saudi, you're big in the UAE and Pakistan. So give our viewers a sense of the pace of uptick in business as we go towards reopening. Good morning.
Morning, Manus. Pleasure to be here. Look, we had a very tough March and April. And at the depth of the crisis, we were down more than 80%. But since then, as you pointed out, we have started seeing recovery since early May. And business has been growing week on week, double digit since that time. And if you look at our business, there is a rides business, which moves people around. That saw a significant dip and that is starting to recover. But the other part of our business, deliveries, which was a bit smaller when we entered the crisis, has become much larger. And it started seeing even more growth. So while we were down more than 80% back in March and April, we're approaching 50 to 60% below last year levels currently.
Mudassir, I mean, you've been in this business for a long time and you've led the charge and growth of Kareem. I want to get a sense from you as to what extent COVID-19 is an inflection point for Kareem, and how the company is likely to look like, this perhaps adapted, resilient, reshaped Kareem after or as we go through COVID-19.
Yeah, great question, Yusuf. Of course, the immediate impact is quite significant, and we had to make some tough calls to secure our future in order to survive and sustain the long-term growth. But this crisis has been an incredible opportunity if you really take a step back and look at the digital transformation that is happening as a result of it. And as one of the leading digital platforms in the region, we're actually quite well positioned with the changing consumer behavior that's being driven by this crisis. If you look at numbers before the crisis, the estimate is that 2% of the retail spending in our region was going through digital platforms. Now, our sense is that number is probably already shot up 4 or 5%, and it's growing rapidly. And the launch that we are doing of our super app, which is expected to be completed by the 15th of June, is positioned to help our region with this digital transformation. Through the Careem super app, starting mid-June, you'll be able to get all your daily needs on a single platform so that you don't have to venture out in the offline world for safety reasons and also for efficiency reasons. And more and more of your daily needs can be served through digital platforms.
So that super app obviously is part of keeping us close to the brand, using more of the brand. But the reality, as you try to rebalance this company, you've cut 31% of the jobs on the books at the moment. To rebalance this company, Muddassir, are you going to have to make more job cuts? And if so, where and what kind of scale?
So, Manis, if you're running a business like Careem that has a very exciting future long term, you don't want to shake the organization multiple times with these difficult decisions. So when we looked at this decision, we basically asked ourselves, what's the most conservative projection that we can make on the basis of which we should decide how much to cut? So the projection that we made was that our business doesn't recover fully until late next year. And that projection is already looking conservative based on the recovery that we're seeing. And based on that projection, we believe we have done everything that was required to secure the business and position it well to go after the long-term opportunity. And the long-term opportunity in the region of digital platforms is incredibly large. As we have discussed maybe elsewhere, there is $1.8 trillion of consumer spend that will start moving from offline to online. And we are one of the leading digital platforms that has the customer engagement, that knows how to build scalable technology, that already has multiple services and more are coming that are catering to those daily needs, and more needs can be served through these platforms. So it was important for us to make some tough calls in order for us to secure ourselves and position us in a strong place to pursue that long-term bright future that we see both for Careem and for the region going forward.
Muddassir, as Careem gets integrated into Uber after the landmark deal that closed in January, does that mean the Careem brand begins to fade? I mean, I still have both apps, and I'm not sure that's really necessary.
Yeah, very soon, Yusuf, if you haven't updated the Careem app, you should, and you will see that the apps are looking very, very different because the opportunity sets that are being pursued are radically different going forward. We were a ride-hailing business as we entered the crisis. We are emerging as the region's everyday super app. And already on the Careem app, you can, of course, get rides both on taxis and limos. You can order food. You can order groceries. You can order pharmacies. You can pay your utility bills. You can send money to Manis when you go out for dinner together and need to get money from each other. Already, these things are available on the Careem super app. And more things will change over time.
He always promises to send me the money, but he never does. By the way, we're a strong supporter of the business and have been throughout this crisis in terms of riding to work every morning at 5 a.m. We are part of the support mechanism of these businesses. And we're grateful for that. I just want to say that on behalf of both of us, to you and to the business people who bring us to work every single day. One other thing, you said you've got to make some tough decisions. Credit lines and capital. Have you drawn credit lines down to get through, and are you prepared to raise capital?
We haven't had to draw any capital lines or even raise capital. As you know, we are part of the Uber Group. The Uber Group is in a very strong financial position. So they have been our supporters. They're excited about the future super app vision of Careem, and they have fully committed to us to fund that vision to realization. So we haven't had to take those measures. And in fact, we're increasing the scope of Kareem to do more and more with that backing behind us.
With us, you've got a wide footprint, South Asia, Middle East, and North Africa as well. Where would you say at the moment is a bright spot, a market where you can say, you know what, a lot of potential here, and there's a lot more to come?
It's a good question, Yusuf. Markets are, of course, quite different, as you appreciate. There is Gulf, which has a certain dynamic and a certain way of a certain development status, and then there is sort of the emerging region, right, which includes countries like Pakistan and Egypt. And if you look at digital transformation, yes, some countries in the region might be a little bit ahead. They have non-cash payment options. They have higher internet penetration. But frankly, for the most part, the region is quite far behind. The region is, as I said, single-digit retail spend goes through digital platforms. And we know that, in most of the countries in the region, except for maybe places like UAE and to some extent Saudi, the offline experiences are not ideal, right? You go to the offline world to do a transaction, it ends up creating a lot of friction, it's inefficient, it's unreliable. So we actually believe that the digital transformation of the region, the growth of these digital platforms is a secular trend that will only accelerate through this crisis. And the opportunity is quite broad and quite deep.
Mudassir, it's always a pleasure having you on the program. Thanks for making the time this morning. That is Mudassir Sheikha. He's the Kareem CEO and co-founder. Still plenty more to come on the show. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market.
As the auto industry gets back to business, the GM CEO Mary Barra is staying optimistic on the road to recovery. Among the latest issues she's had to face, thousands of used cars flooding the market from the Hertz bankruptcy. She gave us her post-virus plans.
General Motors over the last few years has worked to have a minimal amount of our sales go into rental fleets. We focus more on other types of commercial business and then the retail customer for sure. So it will have an impact, and it's unfortunate, but not a huge impact for us just because of the level we had gotten to from a rental car company perspective.
Now, what about electric cars? Tesla has a market value that's higher than anybody else's market value in the United States that's manufacturing cars. So is electric cars going to be an important part of your future at General Motors?
Absolutely. Right before the COVID crisis hit, we actually had investors, dealers, our employees, media through what we called an EV day. And we took them through our technology from a battery perspective. We have just, we're launching, it starts next year, the Ultium battery platform and we'll be taking multiple models off of that. We've announced the Hummer, GMC Hummer EV. We've also announced that Cadillac will be a lead brand for developing and selling electric vehicles, because in the end, we believe in an all-electric future, and we believe the transition will happen over time. And since we're a full-line manufacturer with both value brands and luxury brands, we need to make sure we're providing options for the entire marketplace. And we're really excited. This is, in my almost 40 years of being at General Motors, I think this is one of the most exciting times as we transition to electric vehicles.
So when you say transition to, do you expect in 10 years or 20 years, General Motors will produce only electric vehicles or some period of time in the future?
I think it will take longer than that. I think it'll happen over, a period of years and decades when you look at the transition that needs to occur. There's about 250 million cars in the U.S. car park. And so transitioning all of them is going to take some time. When you think about different use cases, also affordability, and that's why we're working so hard to make sure we're in a leadership position with battery technology, so EVs are affordable for everyone. But it will happen in, I think, a little bit longer period, but it will happen.
And now I notice you have announced that you're producing an electric van at some point in the future, maybe next year, 21. Is that going to be replacing automobiles or just a different part of what you're doing?
Well, we have I would say, a limited business right now in commercial vehicles, and we see that as a huge opportunity as companies look at what their carbon footprint is and what environmental pledges that they're going to make. If they have any part of their business that's delivery or has a fleet need, having commercial vehicles that are all electric to meet those needs are going to be very important. And we think we can also provide a good value equation with the cost of ownership. So we see it as a huge opportunity and accretive to our business.
So let's get you some breaking lines hitting the Bloomberg from the beleaguered airline Cathay Pacific. They're making a formal announcement then, and they are confirming that indeed a capital restructuring is going to take place. A recapitalization proposal is being made to the tune of 39 billion Hong Kong dollars. That includes a rights issue and it includes a bridge facility as well. But there are other components to this as well, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a mixture between the rights issue. So let's see, how much of that rights is taken up by Air China, Swire, and Qatar. They're the three core holders. There's warrants. There are warrants in the total of 1.95 billion. And then there's preferred stock at 19.5 billion. So that's Hong Kong dollars. That's 20 billion. A rights issue of $11.7 billion. And of course, the government are pitching in with a bailout. And we just had a capital raising by Singapore Airlines. That was last week.
Yeah, and a reminder that Air China, Cathay Pacific, and Swire Pacific, all three of them suspended trading early on Tuesday, pending an announcement. And the announcement now coming through. The suspensions, of course, come as the airline is trying to grapple with the slump in traffic that COVID-19 brought along, and then the travel restrictions that came as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at Cathay Pacific, I mean, the issue here is that they really just have these global routes, and they don't have the intra-Asia routes. 458 passengers per day. Just to give you some context, Delta says it's going to be 3 years before we get back to any kind of normality in terms of flying. To our global politics issue this morning, it is about the United States. The former police officer charged with the killing of George Floyd entered a no plea in his first court appearance, where bail was set at more than $1 million. Derek Chauvin is accused of murder, having knelt on Floyd's neck for around 9 minutes. Let's get to Anne-Marie Horton. She has the details from New York. Anne.
Good morning, Manus. Yeah, that's right. His bail being set to more than $1 million. He didn't enter a plea, but he's likely to do so on his second court appearance, and that will be June 29th. Another big day to watch because when that happens, 3 additional former Minneapolis police officers who are charged with aiding and abetting will also make their first court appearance. One thing that we should definitely note is that all of this is coming as we have congressional Democrats pushing through and unveiling sweeping police reform bill. They're hoping to turn what we're seeing on the streets in terms of protests over racial injustice and police misconduct into concrete legal changes. Joe Biden has praised the package. Some of the things would want to ban chokeholds, no-knock warrants, but Nancy Pelosi did say it was a first step, more to come.
All right, Anne-Marie Horton, thank you very much, live from New York. Again, we are, of course, keeping across the story and some more lines coming through from Cathay Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, we just did the breakdown in terms of the bridge finance, well, the rights issue and the preferred shares, but it looks like the government are going to go in for 11.7 billion via a rights issue. So then we just got to work out what comes up with the other key shareholders, with Swire and with Qatar Airways.
Yeah, and the lines just keep coming. They're suggesting to board optimum size and shape of group by the fourth quarter, and it's going to be a lot for the market to digest. But this was the critical piece of the broader markets puzzle in the Asian session. Plenty more coverage to come up. Daybreak Europe takes it from here. This is Bloomberg.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money. Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers, and some production lines are fully automated. Tencho Das is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment, this could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal.
Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9. But globally, the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years, because thanks to the digital revolution, everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more changed in the past 3 years than in the previous 30 years. So it's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, what he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now, thanks to digital, we can communicate the content of our brands. We can do tutorials to explain how the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands, or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere. Mostly with Chinese consumers. Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China, where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth. In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest market behind the United States. Some of the success is being attributed to selfies, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly.
Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oréal, like Maybelline, the product that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Because of regulation?
Not only, but also because we want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different. So we formulate in our Chinese labs, we manufacture in our Chinese factories, and L'Oréal now L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oréal Paris. They call it with a Chinese name. It's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's great because the L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's a
not
great
bad.
Satisfaction. Yeah, not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
The reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's #1 quality. We for all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. #1, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. More than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. Brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The US this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. You know, last year the US was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly, globally, is more or less growing at 4%. But it's never made exactly the same way.
But so how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Again, it's very, when you know well your consumers, when you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create what they will love.
What will the next 4 years bring? Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
Digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see the e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. We are very big in also growing segment is the travel retail, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends. We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring,
Yeah.
and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You know, you can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and then you see yourself with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was, they were ecstatic.
Was that for the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure reds. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on.
It's like Amy Winehouse flicks. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone. And it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's a fantastic tool.
So do you think there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also with internet, you know, this triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that are going to be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumer want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or
yeah.
actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products. It's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets. But you can tell us. We're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics, skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care. And because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So you know, the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months, or when for example the marketing guy has a vision, has a dream, but the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it. Can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
No, not at all, of course not. First, that would be stupid, because we are addressing all needs for all people, and look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers. But no, we cover the whole scope of consumers. And in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the products that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting, because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins, that the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that are completely specific. And by the way, it's very interesting, because sometimes they are the most demanding consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency, clearly. We are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in a business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal also is that every day is a new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader, micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review though the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands. Not all the time, of course. I travel in many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to help to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot the ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All program, launched in 2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at the time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much that we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because it's what our employees are asking for. Third, because it's what consumers want. Fourth, because it's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right. Our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are very, I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understand that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably I will tell you that the most important mission has been the transmission. Because, of course, I will not be CEO forever. And I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful as a leader, as performant in the new world as it was in the world before. And I'm very confident about it, because that's what we are doing. We are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so the L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Al-Bar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Al-Bar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties.
Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities. We don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about 28% in the region as a whole. Our e-commerce business is something that's very, very interesting. And we've got an amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation. And it's hard work to achieve that number and keeping cost under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues in hand. So a food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that, we're talking about the Middle East where, there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because that I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are, I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy will shift positively only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt. With all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy and in politics, in economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is going faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they are with us in our e-commerce business, but they are also with us in our food business. Now, are we going to do more together? I think there's a possibility. There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow. If you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time. And then the rest is split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time, because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team. And they've been in the industry, they know the industry well. Noon is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time. While my real estate business, I have an A team, but I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else, while all these other businesses have been with them now for about 2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs and the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
Value creation, because what shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more?
Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise, they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure.
Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios?
When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we'll probably have India going public. We'll probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route.
But so how much bigger will you be? If I speak to you, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth?
I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region.
But that's acquisitions, or that's organic growth?
I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Alabar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Mohammed Albar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon-purchased Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Albar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Albar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
The issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have. Is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole? The economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business, being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. I mean, what type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general, for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, I mean, when I look at the Middle East right now, I mean, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point that you're going to head with the most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive and achieve the numbers, achieve success. But that's a duty that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? I mean, how will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? I mean, how do you see the kind of the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months, there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper on some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly controlling, the human life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be a competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from 1 month to another month. And therefore you have to provide that and then get ready to provide the new thing that might be happening next month.
Okay, how important is market share? And how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important, and at the beginning you have to be aggressive and you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual because we see it. It's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough. 2 players can come in. But imagine if you do business in UK and there is only one operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than one player in a market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than one player and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alibar next. Emaar Properties has grown more than threefold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Albar, chairman and founder of Emaar Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are we doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could, ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast. Well,
relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more, I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage. And I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen when we were all 13 kids living in one room, So I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who push the limits. I want people to work hard because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. True. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing? So hospitality, retail, e-commerce.
I would say e-commerce excites me a lot because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is null and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that are about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important, very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally, that's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics, we have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it'll increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards, live in London, alongside Matt Miller in Berlin.
Anna, today the markets say, is it too late to join the rally? Investors rue missed opportunities, but stocks continue to rise. Europe points higher. The cash trade just an hour away. Let's get your top headlines for you off the Bloomberg terminal. Targeted and proportionate, Christine Lagarde defends the ECB's crisis measures as the World Bank sees the worst global recession since World War II. The risk rally continues. The S&P 500 erases this year's losses, seeing an almost 45% rally from the March low. European futures, as I just said, point to gains as well, though we're not as high as the S&P anywhere here on the continent. Plus, bailout phase 2. France prepares to unveil measures to help its aerospace industry, which could total more than $11 billion in funding and guarantees. Just under an hour away from the start of cash trading in Europe, you can see that we have gains in futures here in Europe to maybe catch up a little bit with the gains that we saw yesterday in the U.S. As I said, the S&P 500 is now up 45% from the bottom. In positive territory, the Nasdaq is up 10%. We're still looking at losses for European equity indexes. The FTSE is down, I think, double digits still year to date, whereas the DAX is only down about 3%. U.S. futures are pointing higher as well. Not size here. You can see S&P futures really little change, but down. Nasdaq futures look like they have a little way to go. Anna?
Let's talk about what's going on through the Asian session then, Matt. And we do see Asian equities broadly in positive territory, up by 0.9%. A little bit of catch-up, though, coming through on the Australian market. So the GMM shows the Australian ASX 200 at the top of those gainers in terms of equity markets. But a lot of that is because it was closed yesterday, of course. More broadly, the story, as you say, Matt, we saw real strength coming through in the US. 45% rally, as you mentioned, from the lows for US stocks. The S&P closing at a 15-week high in yesterday's session. Also worth mentioning some tensions on the Korean Peninsula, though. That does not seem to be taking the edge off the overall session in Asia, even though we do see the Kospi underperforming a little bit, up by 0.1%. The dollar also worth a mention, a 9th day of declines for the dollar, the Bloomberg Dollar Index at least still in negative territory, the longest slide in more than a decade. Stephen Roach of Yale, formerly of Morgan Stanley Asia, he has a really interesting Bloomberg opinion piece out on the terminal talking about the dollar has the risk of a crash, essentially. It risks losing its exorbitant privilege, as it has been dubbed, a confluence of domestic economic fundamentals and global reception pointing downwards, he says. We'll get into that conversation with our guests as we go through the morning. Matt, let's get to the conversation then around these broad markets right now. European futures are pointing higher after the red-hot rally in US stocks means the S&P has wiped out its losses for the year. Mark Cogmore, our colleague on the Markets Live blog, though, he says it is time to throw a bone to the risk rally skeptics. Let's talk to Mark now. He joins us now from Singapore. Mark, why do you say so? Why do you not wholeheartedly believe in the rally that we've seen or the rally to come?
Well, I think that the rally we've seen does make complete sense. I was belatedly on the rally theory. I did fight it initially until mid-May. But from mid-May, when I accepted that clearly the power of global policy of stimulus was really the most important driver and had fixed the credit problem in the US, perhaps quite importantly, so therefore broken the negative transmission in financial markets. And it's just that the amount of stimulus was just overwhelming in so many facets of the financial sphere. It doesn't solve the real economy problems, but it does solve financial markets. However, so I say this as someone who is quite bullish, has bought into the rally fully for the last month, and I do believe in it. I just think that short-term, the risk-reward is suddenly turning more negative. I don't think that just because the bulls have won the argument, I don't think they need to stay stubbornly with that view ad infinitum. And what I'll say to that is that actually what we've seen in the last few days is the fact that bears have capitulated en masse after that jobs report on Friday, after the Nasdaq hit a record. So that's one facet. There's going to be less forced buying in the week ahead since shorts have already capitulated to a large extent. And then the other thing is this rally has been driven by stimulus. It's been driven by policy action. With that in mind, we have the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. So therefore, there's a good chance that they might, there's a higher chance that they'll disappoint than surprise positively, given that expectations are so enthusiastic for what they've been delivering already. It might even just be that they're overly optimistic on the economic rebound, which would see yields surge and would see the dollar bounce, and that would squeeze financial conditions. So that's one risk. The other risk is that from mid-May, we did see global virus infection numbers start reaccelerating again after flattening out from late March all through April to mid-May. So suddenly we saw that reacceleration. That would suggest that we might start seeing a pickup in global fatalities around mid-June with that lag between fatalities and infection numbers. So I think that's another risk that might come through towards the end of this week as well. So they're the kind of three reasons why I think that risk-reward is a little bit more negative in the short term. This will be a dip that will be bought into, though.
I can understand, at a point when you have the big bears, the huge names in the industry capitulating, offering mea culpas, saying they screwed up. Maybe that means this rally is out of steam. But it's interesting that you also think the possibility of a second wave of the coronavirus is going to negatively affect the economy. Surely that would be the case, but markets as well?
So it's important to say that this pickup in global infection numbers that we've seen since mid-May has not been about a second wave at all. It's actually been about uncontrolled first waves, really, in countries like Brazil, Russia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, even in America outside New York. It's those countries. We've actually seen a remarkably small amount of second wave infections. So it's hard to know exactly how the market interprets that. If we see fatality numbers pick up later on this week because of the infection spike from mid-May, but people say, hey, wait a sec, this is not about reopenings. It's just about those other economies that never got control of the virus. Will people be less concerned? On the flip side, not only are Brazil, India, Russia very big economies, but one of the countries that hasn't got control of their virus is a large parts of the US, and that's where we might also see a problem. So there's a number of states that are seeing their 7-day infection numbers reach record highs already. So if it does start picking up this week from the lag from May, that will imply that July would be even worse. So I do think there's a chance that virus concerns do negatively affect markets again, I'm not talking about a return to the lows of March. I think that, the bears have firmly laughed that story. I'm not talking about a really, really painful correction. I'm just saying that over the next week, there's a chance for the reopening optimism to subside and a little bit more negativity to creep into the markets over the next week or two.
Mark, what do you make of the dollar right now? I've been looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index, spiking up to almost as high as 1,300 in the latter part of March at the height of the concerns around coronavirus. And then ever since then, well, dropping, pausing, and then dropping again, and really dropping over recent sessions. Nine sessions of drops now for the dollar index. Do you see the dollar weakness sustained, or do you think we just go back to levels that we were at January, February, and that's where the negativity stops?
I do think the long-term dollar downtrend has started. Our team runs a quantitative FX scorecard model, and that actually turned bearish the dollar about 6 or 7 weeks ago for the first time since 2017, which was the last year that the dollar had a really bad year. So it's had good timing in that it's bearish the dollar again, and I think that overall that is the long-term trend in place. I have very little conviction on the next kind of couple of weeks, the short term, and I think with that in mind that I'm slightly worried about that we may get a slight squeeze higher in the dollar post-FOMC. If anything, I wouldn't want to be so bearish right now in the very short term. But I do think the longer-term downtrend has started. You mentioned the Stephen Roach piece in the lead-in. I thought that was an excellent, well-articulated piece of the kind of downside threats. And I think it's more about the fact that, maybe the word crash was a little bit dramatic, but I do think that the U.S. will start having its exorbitant privilege eroded. Maybe not disappear. It's going to stay the world's reserve currency. But just like we saw in the 2000s, I think we're going to see the dollar share of FX reserves decline at a reasonably good pace. It will still remain the main reserve currency, but other ones like the euro, like crypto, like gold will take an increasing share. Ones like the euro, like crypto, like gold will take an increasing share over the years ahead.
I say the 3-month chart of the dollar. Really, it's perfect time for 3-month charts because you're basically looking back to the beginning of the drop in equity indexes and the beginning of the rush to risk assets. So if you look at a 3-month chart of the dollar, which is what I would recommend over 90 days, over 3 months, then you'd see a really incredible a move in the dollar there. Mark, thanks so much for joining us. Mark Cudmore, Bloomberg MLive managing editor. You can follow all of his thoughts and the thoughts of his team just by typing MLIV Go. I'm not sure if they write all of their thoughts. Probably not all of their thoughts, but just the ones that they've really worked out and put down on paper. Coming up, ready to help, ECB President Christine Lagarde signals a willingness to help solve the German court issue over its bond purchases. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
faced with that extraordinary shock, we need extraordinary measures. The decision to expand the PEP will prove to have been essential in avoiding an even deeper recession and in quickening our pathway to normalization. The inbuilt flexibility of the PEP purchases can still play a key role in market stabilization. Our crisis measures are temporary, targeted, and proportionate. The European Commission's proposal for a revised multi-annual financial framework and the next generation EU are decisive in this regard. It will be important to adopt that package quickly. Any delay risks generating negative spillovers and driving up the costs, and hence the financing needs of this crisis.
That was ECB President Christine Lagarde speaking to lawmakers in the European Parliament on Monday, yesterday. Lagarde also signaled willingness to play a more active role in responding to a critical ruling by Germany's Constitutional Court over its monetary policy. It's the first indication the central bank itself will work to diffuse a crisis that could see the Bundesbank barred from participating in the quantitative easing bond buying program. We're joined now by Evelyn Herman, European economist at Bank America. Evelyn, thanks so much for joining us. Let me first ask what you make of this. You know, it's been a long, drawn-out saga between German constitutional courts and the ECJ, the EU, the ECB. Does it concern you in terms of the amount of help the central bank is going to be able to provide longer term?
Good morning. So in the medium term, our view was that the ECB would proceed with business as usual in spite of that court ruling. And I think we're seeing a lot of diplomatic efforts to find a solution to that 3-month deadline. There was the Bundesbank paper. I don't know if you had seen that a couple of weeks ago. The ECB minutes were more clear on proportionality. The Bundestag expert meeting a couple of weeks ago too, and yesterday, Lagarde. So there seems to be a lot of effort made to avoid that August deadline from becoming uncomfortable. Where I do think we need to keep an eye on is maybe not necessarily the August deadline, but the principle here that we have a court ruling that questions the singleness of monetary policy and in the euro area, and to a certain extent independence of central banks. That's not something that will undermine the ECB's firepower in the short run or over the next year or the couple of years, hopefully. But it is a theme that we need to acknowledge has emerged and is difficult to see go away again. So I would more make the difference between the implications for the ECB in the short and medium run, which are probably contained, and then all the very big issues that we have opened on the back of that. But that is really not for now.
Yeah, certainly something we need to watch out for, though, Evelyn, as you suggest. What about the response to the coronavirus pandemic that we've seen from the ECB? We've seen a lot of firepower put to work already. There's more on standby. But inflation expectations in the Eurozone do seem to be on the wane, and we certainly have that concern at the periphery. Some of the periphery of the Eurozone central bankers citing inflation concerns as the reason for the ECB to act last time. Does the ECB need to do even more because of inflation?
That's our forecast. When the ECB announced last week that they ramped up PEP by 600 billion and extended it in time, that was a very good move, and it was stronger in headlines than we would have expected. The fact that you look at the central bank's core inflation forecast, and that profile is very, very flat. We have core inflation below 1% in the forecast from the ECB now, really makes you worry. So that top up in PEP we have received maybe to counteract very short-term, very big downside risks to core inflation. But even if that were to get us back to the pre-coronavirus profile, the pre-coronavirus profile was not exactly stably back towards inflation target either. So very clearly inflation expectations are falling victim to a certain extent to what is happening in the euro area today, and the lack of attention that the ECB is currently maybe given to the inflation targets of 2% that they have in their action. So our view is that the ECB will have to act again in September or December at the very latest if they want to avoid really that inflation expectations re-anchor at an even lower level than they were lingering around before we had this latest very big shock to the economy.
Yeah, they weren't exactly healthy and stable. I mean, Mario Draghi spent his entire career trying to bring about inflation, and one thing that became clear is that QE is not a hammer if inflation is a nail. I mean, it just wasn't really working that well. Demand is probably a huge part of the issue. Do you see that coming back in summer, at the end of summer, at the end of the year?
Well, it will be a very gradual process. Maybe just to your first point on inflation wasn't really coming back. That is true. Inflation expectations have started to de-anchor very quickly, but, you know, as economists, we do like counterfactuals. So we don't know where inflation expectations would be today had we not had all that ECB action. It could be already much worse than it currently is. In terms of demand, I think it's a very interesting implicit point. The ECB has made that too. This is a deflationary or a disinflationary shock, to put it that way. It is because demand is very low and doesn't match supply. We will probably see we should see a sharp bounce back in some demand in May already, maybe in June, but then peter out again. In our forecast, a lot of services sectors don't actually get to pre-COVID level demand again persistently. So you do get a sort of V-ish looking scenario at first, but then it levels out at levels that were much lower, and it would imply a persistently larger output gap than previously assumed. That's not good for unemployment, and that's not good for wages and for inflation.
Yeah, that's really interesting, the long-term scarring of the economy then, Evelyn. We'll get back to that conversation shortly. Evelyn Herman, European economist at Bank of America. She stays with us here on the European Market Open as we count you towards that open. Still 40 minutes to go until we get the start of the equity trading day, of course. Coming up, France plans billions of euros to rescue the aerospace industry. In fact, we're hearing just at this moment from the French junior transport minister on this very subject. We'll continue that discussion with our guest next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. Still just under 40 minutes to go until the start of the European equity trading day. Now, the French government is set to announce a plan worth 15 billion euros to rescue its aerospace industry. The aid package is aimed at European jet manufacturer Airbus, engine maker Safran, defence group Thales, and hundreds of French suppliers that have seen their businesses dry up during the coronavirus pandemic. Still with us to talk about the European economy is Evelyn Herman, European economist at Bank of America. And when we look at the support we're getting today for aviation, we've already seen support for the airline sector, Evelyn, and we've already seen support for the car sector. What do you make of what France is doing versus what Germany is doing on the fiscal side of things? Are they both stepping up as much as, for example, Christine Lagarde would like them to?
Well, we're getting closer to what is needed, but we're still relatively distant apart, both actually in Germany and in France, I would argue. I mean, we're getting sizable fiscal packages, and if we're talking about 15 billion for the aeronautic industry now, it's a bit less than 1% of French GDP. We still need to see the details, how much of that is actually proper cash and demand stimulus and how much of that is stuff like short-term work scheme. But yeah, we're getting a bit closer. In our quantification before these announcements from France, we had French fiscal stimulus around a bit higher than 3% of GDP, proper stimulus, and in Germany we're around 4.5%. The way you need to think about it is how much do you need, what's the permanent income loss that economies are encountering at the moment. So what's the GDP that you will not produce and that you would have produced had we not had that shock? And that in both economies is between 6 and slightly north of 8% of GDP. And that's the part that you need to compensate with fiscal stimulus. Using standard fiscal multipliers of 0.7, well, you need 7-8% of fiscal stimulus, up to 10% of the fiscal stimulus minimum. So yes, we are getting there, but it is not enough for compensation of the whole GDP loss that we're actually encountering today. And some of these stimulus measures are for the longer term, and that is, although while the economy is going through a crisis at the moment, so it's a bit of a time and consistency problem that we have everywhere, in fairness. But we are getting
Was this a good time?
Trickle in, and that's good. Yeah.
Was this a good time, Evelyn, I mean, there's never a good time for this kind of crisis, but we had very low interest rates. There's a ton of cash uninvested out there, and we have goals and needs. I mean, there were serious projects that needed to be done on the infrastructure in economies like France, Germany, the US, and now can get the momentum to push them through as a result. Is this going to be better longer term?
You said rightly, a lot of these projects we hoped for already before. We were discussing the need of fiscal stimulus prior to the crisis because Europe was stuck in a 1%, being optimistic, potential growth environment. So now you get a shock that puts us much lower, and we need to climb back out of that. So I'm not sure really that I would agree with the idea that this puts us in a better situation afterwards. It would have been nicer had we gotten all that fiscal support without the shock first. We get a very, very big shock. We get a very big shock with very big permanent income losses, resulting in a lot of what we call unused labor in Europe because we don't go and we have short-term work schemes in place everywhere now. That means we won't see unemployment as much, but short-term work. So we're trying to climb back out of that. I'm not sure if this is, as you said, never a good time for a shock. Interest rates were low before because the economies were not particularly strong before either.
Exactly. And never a good time for this kind of shock, but maybe more people can be pushed to agree with Greta now. Evelyn Herman, European economist at Bank of America, thanks very much for joining us. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European market open. Still half an hour to go until the start of the equity trading day. We could see a little bit of positivity at the start of trade. Euro Stoxx 50 futures up by 0.4% right now. After strong rallies on Wall Street yesterday, we see that US futures look a little flatter, a little more mixed. Let's tell you some of the things that are coming up, though, on the day ahead. Things you need to be watching out for today. ECB Governing Council member Olli Rehn speaks on Euro area monetary policy. That's at 9 a.m. UK time. We heard a lot from Christine Lagarde, of course, yesterday. We also get Euro area GDP this morning, which is expected to indicate the start of a deep recession. And at 2 p.m. this afternoon at London time, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg will deliver an address on strengthening the alliance in a post-COVID world. Interesting if you are following the geopolitics. And later, the two-day FOMC meeting kicks off. Officials are expected to leave rates above zero and recommit to using their full range of tools to support the US economy during the pandemic. So as you were, I suppose, could be the message from the Fed. We won't hear from them, of course, for another day. And a lot of talk about the yield curve and what we're seeing there. Matt?
All right, now Stan Druckenmiller has become the latest legendary investor to admit he was far too cautious to capitalize on the shocking rally in stocks. The S&P 500 has now wiped out all of its losses for 2020, bringing the surge from its March low to 45%. Meanwhile, retail brokerages such as Charles Schwab and TD Ameritrade have posted record account signups and trading volumes in the last quarter. So has the so-called dumb money gotten a lot smarter here? We're joined by Tom Clark, portfolio manager within William Blair's dynamic allocation team. Tom, what do you think? Has a lot of the smart money missed this rally?
Hello, Matt. Thank you. If that's true, that would be flattering because we would be described as smart money. We haven't chased the equity markets up aggressively since the bottom in March. We've preferred to take active risk in other parts of the market that are not so influenced by the direction of policy action from central banks and indeed from governments. So we have been taking risk. We've been long equities in the upturn, but not aggressively. But we've also been in several emerging market currencies that have also recovered from a lower base, but are less influenced by the actions of central banks, and so therefore probably less distorted where they're trading right now.
Druckenmiller, I think, said he was up only 2% for the year, and then he only made 3% since the bottom. That's not great, right? When you have the opportunity to capitalize on such fantastic volatility. This is the kind of thing that traders were praying for the last few years, and now they're getting it. Have you been able to make your clients money during this?
In some areas, yes. In other areas, no. I think the main... you're correct that volatility provides what look like very lucrative opportunities if your timing is exquisite to avoid losses and then reap profits. Our main objective with a top-down macro fund is to avoid the bulk of the downside when global markets all go down, particularly when they go down very, very sharply, as happened between mid-February and late March. And at the same time, be able to earn the sort of the normal rate of return on risky assets on equities without the volatility that they have. And indeed, that was extreme volatility. It's wonderful when they're going up, but when they're going down, every client of ours would demand that we are not participating in that.
That's interesting. I wonder what you make of what's been happening for the dollar as well then, because just as we've seen equity markets sell off into March and then recoup those losses, we saw the dollar gain in March and then drop thereafter. 9 days of losses on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. That's a pretty phenomenal downside run. We've been talking this morning about a piece by Stephen Roach of Yale talking about how maybe the dollar is vulnerable still and could suffer from some sort of crash. Do you see further downside weakness to the dollar, or do you think we've done with that?
Well, I think the dollar is vulnerable when investors are taking risk and venturing into emerging markets and along out on the credit spectrum and buying equities. I think it is incorrect to see the last couple of weeks of dollar falls as yet again some premonition that it's losing its reserve currency status. I think that the dollar's performance throughout this year is actually, once again, very consistent with it having that status. You can call it exorbitant privilege or whatever, but the dollar is weakening off as investors are coming right back out of safe havens. That's the opposite side of the same coin. It doesn't mean that the dollar is going to crash in a major way for some other reason of losing its status as a global reserve currency.
That's interesting. So you're still a believer in the dollar. You don't think that the domestic economic fundamentals or a sort of a loss of foreign perception around the dollar, you don't think those things will weigh on it from here then?
No, I think it would be inconsistent for that to be the case at the same time that US equities have recovered their pandemic-induced losses, and indeed US Treasury bond yields remain extremely low.
Tom, what is, when you get up in the morning and think about your investment strategy, what gets you pumped? I mean, I know you're focused on avoiding losses, and I'm sure clients appreciate that. But is there something that gets you very excited right now that you really want to see play out?
So our highest conviction trades at the moment would actually be in the currency markets, and actually something of a bet against the dollar that we were just talking about, more than they are in equities. In retrospect, the stock market bounce was extremely rapid and very sudden, and I am not surprised that many investors didn't participate in that fully. We didn't ourselves either, but the situation in many exchange rates was different. Not only did if you take a currency like the Brazilian real or the Mexican peso, not only did they sell off with equities in March, they carried on selling off in April. Some of them weakened even more in May, and that opened up pretty big opportunities, which it wasn't the job or the action of the Federal Reserve or anybody else to actually turn around. They were less manipulated. They were probably responding to the global macro situation with a little bit less policy bias. And that was more of a signal from our perspective that we should take risk in basically buying on those currencies and betting on that huge surge in the dollar actually unwinding.
Tom, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Good to speak to you this morning. Tom Clark, Portfolio Manager with William Blair's Dynamic Allocation team. Now, as the auto industry gets back to business, GM's CEO, Mary Barra, is staying optimistic on the road to recovery. Among the latest issues she's had to face, thousands of used cars flooding the market from the Hertz bankruptcy. She gave us her post-virus plans.
General Motors over the last few years has worked to have a minimal amount of our sales go into rental fleets. We focus more on other types of commercial business and then the retail customer for sure. So it will have an impact, and it's unfortunate, but not a huge impact for us just because of the level we had gotten to from a rental car company perspective.
Now, what about electric cars? Tesla has a market value that's higher than anybody else's market value in the United States that's manufacturing cars. So is electric cars going to be an important part of your future at General Motors?
Absolutely. Right before the COVID crisis hit, we actually had investors, dealers, our employees, media through what we called an EV day. And we took them through our technology from a battery perspective. We have we're launching, it starts next year, the Ultium battery platform and we'll be taking multiple models off of that. We've announced the Hummer, GMC Hummer EV. We've also announced that Cadillac will be a lead brand for developing and selling electric vehicles, because in the end, we believe in an all-electric future. We believe the transition will happen over time. And since we're a full-line manufacturer with both value brands and luxury brands, we need to make sure we're providing options for the entire marketplace. And we're really excited. This is, in my almost 40 years of being at General Motors, I think this is one of the most exciting times as we transition to electric vehicles.
So when you say transition to, do you expect in 10 years or 20 years, General Motors will produce only electric vehicles or some period of time in the future?
I think it will take longer than that. I think it'll happen over, a period of years and decades when you look at the transition that needs to occur. There's about 250 million cars in the U.S. car park. And so transitioning all of them is going to take some time. When you think about different use cases, also affordability, and that's why we're working so hard to make sure we're in a leadership position with battery technology so EVs are affordable for everyone. But it will happen in, I think, a little bit longer period, but it will happen.
And I notice you have announced that you're producing an electric van at some point in the future, maybe next year, 21. Is that going to be replacing automobiles or just a different part of what you're doing?
Well, we have I would say, a limited business right now in commercial vehicles, and we see that as a huge opportunity as companies look at what their carbon footprint is and what environmental pledges that they're going to make. If they have any part of their business that's delivery or has a fleet need, having commercial vehicles that are all electric to meet those needs are going to be very important. And we think we can also provide a good value equation with the cost of ownership. So we see it as a huge opportunity and accretive to our business.
So today, as you look at General Motors and the overall U.S. economy, are you reasonably comfortable that the U.S. economy can come back and you can do reasonably well this year? I assume you won't sell as many cars this year as last year, though.
No, we do think the market will be down this year in the United States. I think it's a little early to tell how the market will rebound. There's a lot of different factors. We sold, continued to sell even through the whole early months and weeks of COVID. We continued to sell. It's starting to recover, but we're not back to where we were or back to a comparable week last year. So we think it will be down, and it really depends, I think, on how successful we are in making sure we keep COVID maintained and we don't have a second spike. And so we're planning for a variety of scenarios to be ready, hoping for the best, but also planning for something a bit more conservative.
That was General Motors CEO Mary Barra speaking there with David Rubenstein. Coming up, France plans billions of euros to rescue the aerospace industry. We're live in Paris with the latest next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are 15 minutes away from the start of cash trading, and we're looking at a mixed picture in terms of futures. FTSE futures are down. CAC futures are up. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News for you here. Today's top stories from the Bloomberg terminal. Democrats are proposing a sweeping police reform bill in the U.S. They're hoping to turn the energy from nationwide unrest to concrete legal changes. One key change, they want to make it easier to prosecute and sue law enforcement officials. A vote is planned in the House for later this month. A new round of arms control talks between the U.S. and Russia. Senior officials will meet in Vienna on June 22nd, and the aim for Washington is to enlist Moscow's help in bringing China to the table. The White House wants three-way treaties to limit the stockpile of nuclear weapons. In the past, China has balked at trilateral talks. North Korea is cutting communications with the South over what it calls hostile acts. The statement appears to refer to the leaflets critical of leader Kim Jong-un being sent across the border by anti-Pyongyang activists. The two nations are about to mark their 20th anniversary of the first summit between their leaders. There were hopes this could be a moment of reconciliation. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, back to the fiscal support story for European businesses. And the French government will present a plan worth 15 billion euros today to rescue its aerospace industry. 1.5 billion euros of that will be devoted to developing low-carbon jets, we understand. Now, the aid package is aimed broadly at European jet manufacturer Airbus, engine maker Safran, also at the defence group Thales, and hundreds of French suppliers that have seen their businesses dry up during the coronavirus pandemic, so those in that supply chain. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Paris correspondent, Caroline Conan. Caroline, good to speak to you this morning. So why now for this plan? We've already heard about the car sector and now this plan for the aerospace industry, and what do we expect?
So obviously, the French government has announced a series of packages for the French auto and tourism sector worth as much as 40 billion euros in total. We heard already about the auto sector that's going to get about 8 billion euros, and we should find out all the details about this 15 billion euro plan for the aerospace industry in about 20 minutes from now. We already know that Air France-KLM, the airline, should also benefit from loan guarantees worth as much as 7 billion euros, but the plan announced today is directed towards Airbus and towards the hundreds of suppliers, big and small, in France that employ as many as 200,000 people in France. Of course, you have the very big ones such as Safran, Thales, Dassault Aviation, but also hundreds of smaller companies that are struggling because of delayed deliveries and orders for Airbus. So the minister will detail obviously the different measures. We know that this plan should include an extension of part-time unemployment subsidies in order to save French jobs. We should also have a specific investment fund to help suppliers, and the French state is ready to guarantee some aircraft orders to avoid cancellations, even though those orders may be delayed in terms of deliveries. Of course, all this is going to be tied up to reduction in carbon emissions. You heard from the transport minister on the radio saying 1.5 billion euros will be devoted to develop low-carbon jets. And the transport minister has been talking about developing some hybrid planes towards 2027. So they want to take advantage of the crisis to accelerate the green transition.
We heard, by the way, Caroline, a French official saying that the A380 is a plane of the past, which at first struck me as crazy. It's new, but then I realized how old I really am. The first one came out in 2005. There have been like 4 different Porsche 911s since then. They've had an issue with that plane, but they had fully booked orders before the crisis. Is that enough to compensate?
Yeah, they had already decided to stop the production of the A380 even before the pandemic, and the transport minister did confirm just a few minutes ago that this plane is not going to start production again anytime soon. Of course, before the crisis, before the pandemic, remember we were talking about Airbus surpassing Boeing with orders, benefiting from the 737 MAX being granted, and books. Order books full for the next decade, but the situation has dramatically changed because some airlines are asking for delayed deliveries. Remember, Qatar Airways CEO said last week that he was asking Airbus and Boeing to delay deliveries until 2022. Airbus could actually face a drop in activity of as much as 40% over the next couple of years. And the long-haul flights are not expected to rebound until 2023.
Caroline, thanks very much. Our colleague in Paris, correspondent Caroline Conan, thank you very much for bringing us the latest on that story. Now, we're minutes away from the market open, 10 minutes to go until the start of Tuesday's equity trading session here in Europe. And futures do to suggest will be to the upside, perhaps in general, but it could be a pretty mixed picture for European equities. Up next, could lockdowns have prevented 500 million COVID cases? That's the claim in a new journal article. We'll bring you the latest on the virus and get you set up for the trading day ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. Just about 6 minutes to go until the start of cash trading with a mixed picture in terms of futures. Lockdowns may have prevented about 500 million coronavirus cases, at least according to the first peer-reviewed analysis of health policy responses to the pandemic. Global deaths have now passed 406,000. Joining us now is Anne-Marie Hordern to talk a little bit about what's going on in terms of the first wave and waiting for a second one. Anne-Marie?
Well, one of the authors in this journal report, Matt, was saying how what they've learned from this journal should really be considered, and these measures need to be considered if they want to make sure that and the concerns about the second wave and keep those transmissions under control. And what this journal talked about was the fact that all these lockdown measures, travel restrictions, stay-at-home orders, they looked at 6 countries, U.S., China, and Italy were 3 of them, and they said that it worked. And what could have happened was the toll would have been vastly worse without them. What's interesting is we have lockdown measures now being eased. New York City, for instance, that infection rate has dropped dramatically since the height of the pandemic, and they are starting to reopen. But then you look at Germany, some infection cases that is starting to rise above the German government's key threshold. So is this worry and concern about, yes, economies need to be lifted, but what does this mean for a potential spike in infection rates?
Yeah, and we watched the UK death toll falling, which is, of course, fantastic, Emery. But we also focus on a very slow reopening of the UK economy.
Yeah, and Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, is going to be speaking to the cabinet today. And one of the things he said last month was non-essential businesses potentially could reopen on June 15th if the data had receded. The data has, and that's something that they're going to be likely discussing today. Anna, Matt?
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much. Anne-Marie Hordern talking to us about easing the lockdowns. Coming up, it's the market open. Futures are mixed right now after the U.S. S&P 500 erased its losses. The DAX, by the way, is only 3% away from erasing its losses for the year 2020. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. A minute to go until the start of the equity trading day. Let's get to your headlines. Targeted and proportionate. Christine Lagarde defends the ECB's crisis measures as the World Bank sees the worst global recession, since the Second World War. The risk rally continues. The S&P 500 erases this year's losses, seeing an almost 45% rally from its March low. European futures look mixed, plus bailout phase 2. France prepares to unveil a €15 billion rescue package to help its aerospace industry. Matt?
We are seeing European futures that point to a relatively mixed picture this morning after the continuation of the rally yesterday in the U.S. The S&P 500 now positive for the year. I should point out the U.S. Nasdaq is up 10% year to date. Here in Europe, we're still down across the board for the year, but the DAX is getting closer, only 3% away from breaking even. Let's take a look at the live trade now as markets open up. You see the FTSE doing a whole lot of nothing there. It's the first one to open up, but not really moving around that much. The same is true with the broader Euro Stoxx benchmark. The IBEX in Madrid now open on the left side of your screen, popping up there down 1/3%, but quickly pairing those losses. The CAC 40 opening up down 0.2%. And the AEX, by the way, interesting story on Amsterdam today. They want to get rid of the brothels and the weed because they've discovered during this during this lockdown that no one uses the middle of the city except for tourists. So when tourists don't come, it's completely empty and wasted. I recommend checking it out on your Bloomberg terminal. Let's get to the guest right now. European markets are opening mixed as the ECB President Christine Lagarde defended crisis-fighting initiatives, saying the net effects from last week's expansion of an emergency bond buying program by 600 billion euros to 1.35 trillion euros were overwhelmingly positive.
The European Commission's proposal for a revised multi-annual financial framework and the next generation EU are decisive in this regard. And we should not forget that the largest supranational issuance in euro ever announced that is associated with the proposal could also have a positive impact on the international role of the euro. It will be important to adopt that package quickly.
Lagarde also signaled the ECB is willing to play a more active role in responding to a critical ruling by Germany's constitutional court. It's a long, complicated, and dramatic story. Let's get to Mike Bell right now from JP Morgan Asset Management. He's a global market strategist there. And first off, on the stimulus, Mike, do you think it's been effective as the ECB wants us to believe? It certainly has led to market rallies.
Yeah, I think it's been the right thing to do, and I think it has been pretty effective. You see that when you look at borrowing costs in places like Italy. Ultimately, there was a risk during this recession that it morphed into another sovereign debt crisis in Europe like we saw in 2011, 2012. And the ECB have been very proactive to step in and ensure that that risk is mitigated by purchasing lots of government bonds and hence bringing government borrowing costs down. And of course, the fiscal response as well is helpful on that front.
Good morning to you, Mike. We've seen the ECB's response, of course, and you mentioned there the fiscal response. When are we going to see peak fiscal support, do you think, for European economies? Because we have the relief fund that the Eurozone is now planning and much praised by many in the markets, adding that fiscal infrastructure to the monetary infrastructure. But then we have the individual countries coming through with packages to support their economies. So when will be the period of peak support, do you think?
Well, I think you're right. That is globally the absolutely key question. When are we going to see fiscal fatigue kick in? And actually, when I look across the world, Europe looks like one of the areas where I'd be a little bit more positive, because we just had announcements from the French that their sort of short-term working funding for workers whose hours have been reduced might be extended by up to another 2 years. And now that would be very positive. But what I'd want to see is similar announcements across the rest of the world, right? So we've seen, by contrast, in the UK, the announcement that companies are going to have to start contributing towards the furlough scheme. And in the US, there's this big question mark hanging over markets as to whether the very generous unemployment benefits that have been paid so far are going to be extended once they run out.
Right. If you were lucky enough to figure out how to sign up for those, and then if you were even luckier enough to actually get paid, I think only a third of those who have applied have actually gotten the money. And remember, it's been like 3 months since this virus started spreading around the Western world. Mike, why is the U.S. then seeing such a strong, why is the U.S. seeing a better market recovery than anywhere else if it's not got the same kind of stimulus support as, say, Germany with the combined Berlin ECB bazookas?
Well, I mean, firstly, I'd say you have had huge fiscal support in the US as well, right? So if you look at the percentage of GDP, you've had massive fiscal stimulus so far. The question mark really is just around whether you'll get more of that, so whether it will be as ongoing as it perhaps is in the Eurozone. But in terms of the market composition, why you've seen such a strong rally in the US, it comes a lot down to the sector composition, right? So if you look year to date at the performance, you've got, for example, airline stocks that are down about 40%, energy stocks that are down about sort of 25%, and bank stocks which are down about 25%. On the other hand, you've got online retailers, which the sector as a whole is up about 30%, software up about 20%. And there's just more of those software and online retail tech names in the US than there are in places like the Eurozone or the UK.
The oil sector, let me ask you about that, Mike. We see a little bit of, well, we've seen a great deal of recovery in oil prices. They sort of paused now, up again this morning, but not by much. Do you think the oil sector still has further to run, even if prices stayed around here at $41 on Brent?
In the medium to long term, yes, but I think one has to acknowledge that there's been a very strong rally. So when we were at the lows and when the oil price was negative, I think it was pretty obvious that there was significant upside for energy companies. In fact, since the low on March 23rd, the energy sector in the US has rallied by about 85%. So you've seen a big move already in the last couple of months there. But medium to long term, I think the fair value for the oil price needs to be somewhere in the sort of $50 to $60 a barrel range. And therefore, there is potential further upside on that medium to long-term view. It's just that very tactical trade, a fair amount of it has probably played out already.
Mike,
All
thanks
right,
very much.
Mike, you're going to
Stay
stick with us.
JP Morgan Asset Management, global market strategist. He stays with us for more of this conversation with Matt and I. Coming up on the programme, the gold rally shows signs of faltering as flows into ETFs slow. We'll discuss Mike's thoughts on the shiny gold stuff. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We're looking at an open that's relatively tame here. Not a lot of movement in either direction. You do have the CAC 40 up about 0.25% almost. The FTSE down just about the same, 0.25% right now. So struggling kind of to find direction and move in size. Let's get you the Bloomberg Business Flash. In the meanwhile, these are today's corporate stories off of the Bloomberg terminal. Volkswagen's chief executive is concerned leaks could jeopardize the company moving beyond emissions cheating. Bloomberg has learned of the comments from Herbert Diess made on an original webcast, an internal webcast oversight by U.S. Monitor as part of the agreement after Volkswagen's diesel emissions scandal. Failing to win certification would be a major blow there, and basically the supervisory board is meeting today, and he could be having a tough time this morning. Lufthansa's historic state bailout is getting bigger. Austria has agreed to provide 450 million euros of support to the carriers division in the country, including 150 million in direct aid. It will help sustain the unit as the airlines across the world start restoring flights. Belgium is now the airline's only home country that hasn't provided emergency funding. Occidental is reviewing its Middle Eastern assets as it seeks ways to reduce its debt pile. Sources told Bloomberg the company is considering reducing stakes in oil and gas fields in Oman. Its holdings in the Sultanate could be valued at more than $1 billion. The company is also open to divesting other assets in the region. And that is your business flash.
Matt, let's talk about the gold price then. Gold is wavering ahead of a Fed meeting that's expected to see the central bank maintain its dovish stance while investors weigh a slump in the dollar and a surge in equities. Scott Minerd, the CIO of Guggenheim Investments, thinks investing in gold could help offset any concern about the status of the US dollar as a global reserve currency. But flows into gold ETFs are showing signs of a halt after holdings hit a record at the end of May. Mike Bell, JP Morgan Asset Management global market strategist, is still with us. Mike, so many things come together in this conversation, I suppose. It's what the Fed does, it's the dollar, it's inflation expectations. Where do you see, given all of that, where do you see gold heading?
I think that a small allocation to gold as a hedge makes sense at the moment because historically there's been a relatively strong inverse correlation between US 10-year real Treasury yields and gold, right? So obviously real yields are pretty low at the moment. How could you get real yields further into negative territory if nominal yields are constrained by some combination of QE and financial repression, and then you get fiscal stimulus funded by that QE, which drives inflation higher in the medium term. Now, so that kind of central bank funded fiscal stimulus that's successful in driving real yields further down, I think would be supportive of gold. The challenge to gold would be if that stimulus doesn't turn into inflation, and in fact you end up with a deflationary environment, which would push real yields up. Or if you get a very positive scenario for the economy where we get a smooth reopening and hence nominal yields and with it real yields rise. So either scenario, very good for the economy or very bad, that led to a rise in real yields would be negative for gold, whereas my base case scenario would be fiscal stimulus funded by QE driving real yields further down and supportive of gold.
Do you expect any inflation to come about? I mean, I get email a lot from viewers who note that, you know, Campbell's soup now comes in smaller quantities with a bigger price tag, but inflation in general hasn't moved an inch, right? So do you see that really, I mean, that central bank dream coming true?
I think not in the near term, but I think in the medium term there is a risk of it. Ultimately, the governments are going to be faced with relatively elevated unemployment levels, particularly in the US, I think, for some time. And that probably weighs on inflation and makes it hard to get inflation too high. But I think the policy response to that is, or should be, infrastructure programs, fiscal stimulus to try and prop up economic growth in the face of that challenge. And so the risk is that over the medium to long term, once output gaps have closed again, and remember there will be a supply response as well, once output gaps have closed, if that fiscal stimulus continues, then you could see a pickup in inflation. But I think gold at the moment is simply a call on, do you think that you're going to get deflation or inflation? And if you're more positive that central banks will do everything in their armory in combination with governments to lean towards inflation rather than deflation, then I think that argues for at least a small holding in gold.
Then you want to get some gold as an inflation hedge. Mike, thank you very much. Good to speak to you. Mike Bell, JP Morgan Asset Management, joining us there to discuss what's going on with the gold price. Matt?
All right, up next, it's the end of the buyback era. Maybe. Does that mean more volatility is on its way? Also a question, too, that we'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Just coming up to 20 minutes into the European session, and we are negative across all of the major markets here. The FTSE down by 0.4%, the DAX down by a similar margin, down 0.3. The CAC is fairly flat, actually. We've heard from the French government about support to the aerospace industry, so that's a positive there. But generally speaking, stocks in Europe down by around 1 or 2 tenths of a percent. Now, John Winklereed from TPG worries about the risk of not deploying capital fast enough in the current climate. The co-CEO of one of America's biggest private equity firms discussed the steps his firm has taken to combat the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on its investments on the Bloomberg Front Row program.
So clearly, we've had something happen here that we've never had happen before. I mean, literally in certain cases, revenue has stopped inside of these companies, right? So the first thing that you're looking at is what are the near-term implications of that? And that generally revolves around liquidity, okay? Like, how much liquidity does a company have, and what are the near-term measures to improve liquidity? So so as you know, that included furloughs, that included layoffs in certain situations. It included various forms of kind of shutting down the engines, if you will, in order to extend the runway of these companies.
Those are tough decisions.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're very tough decisions because they involve people, and management teams are very loyal to their employees, and as are we. And so those are tough decisions. But the health of the company in the long run is obviously critical, right? Because those businesses employ people, those businesses obviously have value within our portfolio and on behalf of our investors. So our priority and our focus has to be the survival of these businesses and the survival of these companies. So we have drawn down some revolvers in certain cases as a first step. A second step is what I mentioned before, which is how do you reduce the burn? Okay, so we've taken a number of actions there. The third step is there more liquidity that we may have to provide as investors? Do we have to provide additional liquidity to bridge the gap, if you will? And so we have done that in a couple of situations so far, and we may continue to do that. As you say, I think at some point you do have to evaluate whether or not, will something survive, period, because there may be more fundamental changes on the other side of this, right?
Are you there yet on that question? I mean, are we far enough along into this that you are having to make those really, difficult?
I think by and large, the answer is no, that we're not far enough along. In other words, I mean, like take the cruise business as an example, right? Viking Cruise Lines is a very important business of ours. Take the cruise business. I mean, you're in as good a position to evaluate that as I am, okay? I mean, will people go back to cruising? The answer to that is probably yes, they will. Clearly, people are not going to go back to cruising the same way they were before in November, December, okay? Now, sometime in 2021, I don't know. I think, it depends on what happens with respect to things like treatments for the virus. It depends on whether or not there's ultimately a vaccine.
There are opportunities, and a number of private equity firms have availed themselves of these opportunities to go to the government, Health and Human Services, for example, to get loans for healthcare companies. TPG is a big player in healthcare, and that's a complicated decision, not because you don't want to support your companies, but because it's controversial. And I want to know I want to know the decision-making process, a little bit, a window into it, because it's important.
We've been working with all of our portfolio companies. We made a fundamental decision, very simple. Any company where we have a controlling stake at TPG, okay, would not pursue the PPP loans. Why did we make that decision? Very simply, as it evolved, we felt it was very unclear, really, whether or not private equity-controlled companies qualified, simply put. So we determined that private equity companies generally didn't qualify. Okay, there might be a few exceptions depending upon the interpretation. So we actually did not pursue those loans. Any companies that had taken a loan earlier on in the process, we returned the money. There are some companies, just to be complete about it, where we're not majority control, where we're a minority investor. And in most of those cases, we've spent time talking to the management teams. And in most of those cases, those companies also have decided not to pursue it. So, but to be very specific and clear, in any case where we're in a control position, we did not pursue PPP loans.
That was John Winkelried, TPG co-CEO, speaking to our own Eric Schatzker on Bloomberg Front Row. Now, it could be the end of the buyback era. Companies are beginning to issue stocks at a greater rate than they're purchasing them back. Strategists now warn that the flip may usher in greater volatility. Joining us to discuss is Danny Berger. So, Danny, to what degree, then, are we seeing buybacks now wane?
It's happening pretty quickly and sharply, Matt. So looking at Europe, buybacks from their peak in 2018 have more than halved this year per month, about 12.5 billion shares per month. So now we're just $500 million away from seeing European companies become net issuers of stock versus buying them back. It's the same trend happening in the U.S. But in the U.S., if you strip out buybacks from tech, they're already there. They're already issuing more shares than they're buying them back. This is, of course, a big change over the past 3 years. We've seen $2.2 trillion of buybacks put into the market. And Matt, Anna, you talked to SocGen's Coco Agablua yesterday, who I thought did a really good job of just putting into clear terms the switch we've seen in capital issuances. Take a listen.
In the same way as we had a releveraging phase before the March 2020 event of debt-funded share buyback, we are likely to see equity-funded debt buyback for companies that will have no choice but to reduce the amount of debt they've taken to survive this crisis. And I do think that they will be able to raise these equities at the right price.
So as Coco points out there, this is really all about supporting balance sheets for companies who are suffering during this crisis and need the cash. And that's really why they're flocking to issuances in stocks, and we've seen credit issuances pick up as well.
Danny, thank you very much. Really interesting story, yeah, and that was a really succinct way to put it, wasn't it, from Coco Agablua yesterday. Thanks very much, Danny Berger, with the latest on the share buyback trade that was, and will it live again? We'll see. Up next, the clock is ticking for the World Trade Organization to find a new leader. The beleaguered organization in search of new leadership then over the summer. Will they be able to agree on someone in time? We will speak to a former Director General of the WTO, that is Pascal Lamy. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. Half an hour into Tuesday's session, European equity markets look a little sluggish this morning, down 0.3%. And actually, US futures have been deteriorating as we've been on air, now showing losses for US major indexes of down, well, between 1 and 0.4%. Not surprising, I suppose, that we see a little bit of pullback given the strong gains we've seen in US and to some extent global equities since the March lows. Let's get to the sector picture. To the upside, we've got those defensives, healthcare, food and beverage and technology, as has become the case in these strange times, quite a defensive place. So that sector up as well. To the downside, the banking sector, we had some lines out of SocGen that don't seem to have pleased everybody, and the banking sector, including the French banking sector, to the downside, that sector down around 3%. In France, we see some support for the aerospace industry coming through, and the French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire speaking in Paris, saying we must save our aerospace industry. France and Europe must retain its global aerospace position. So just giving us some extra colour around that policy announcement around money for the sector. Matt?
All right, now let's get the Bloomberg First Word news for you. These are today's top stories from the terminal. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will talk his cabinet through plans for easing lockdown restrictions. That's as the nation reported the lowest number of daily deaths since the measures were imposed. With London reporting no new fatalities at all, the UK is still on schedule to reopen non-essential retailers on June 15th. A new round of arms control talks between Russia and the U.S. Senior officials will meet in Vienna on June 22nd, and the aim for Washington is to enlist Moscow's help in bringing China to the table. The White House wants three-way treaties to limit the stockpile of nuclear weapons. In the past, Beijing has balked at trilateral talks. France is earmarking 15 billion euros to help its struggling aerospace sector. The rescue plan includes an extension of payroll subsidies and funds for developing greener travel options. The packages include loan guarantees and already extended to the likes of Air France, KLM. It will also help bolster plane maker Airbus and hundreds of parts suppliers. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, now the WTO, the clock is ticking for the WTO, the World Trade Organization, to find a new director. The body has until the end of August to appoint Robert Azevedo's successor. So will they manage to agree on someone in time? Joining us now is a former WTO Director General, of course, and current president of the European think tank Delors Institute, Pascal Lamy. Very good to speak to you, Pascal. We want to broaden the conversation, talk about more than the leadership of the WTO, but given how much pressure the WTO has been under politically, in particular from the US, I'm sure strong leadership of the WTO is important. So what kind of person, what kind of qualities do you think the WTO needs when looking for this new leader?
Well, a headhunter would say this job profile necessitates political skills, political experience, diplomatic capacities, and some expertise in trade. Depending on moments, the proportion of the three elements vary. This time, I think the major quality would be a political clout, capacity, authority, then some diplomatic capacity, talent, and I would only put trade expertise as number 3, because this time is a very dangerous time for the World Trade Organization. It was already a bit weakened before the COVID crisis, but given the amount of problems which will stem from the way the COVID crisis has been managed for world trade, you need somebody really solid. And by the way, if I look at the field for the moment, there are quite a number of big shots who seem to be wanting to run.
Any names? I don't suppose you have any names for us, Pascal, a short list?
No names. As a former Director General of WTO, I cannot comment on names. This is a decision that has to be taken by WTO members themselves. They have to elect the new DG of WTO while recognizing that it is a member-driven organization, and the Director General of the WTO is not the equivalent of a national minister.
Could you tell us, Pascal, if you think it should be a European?
No comment on that, because the moment you start looking at flags and countries, the reality is that if you look at the history of GATT and WTO, quite a large number of Director Generals have come from Europe. Some came from Asia, some came from Latin America. So far, nobody came from Africa.
Okay, that's interesting. What is going to be the biggest challenge, do you think, facing, given you've talked about the political skills needed for the Director General, Pascal, what will be the biggest challenge facing a new Director General of the WTO?
I think there are two major challenges. One, we pre-existed the COVID crisis, which is how to keep the US within the tent and how to bring China more into the tent. And that's the big geopolitical, geoeconomic background problem, given the major divergences that have appeared between US and China for quite a bit of time. That's the sort of medium, long-term challenge. Short-term, the WTO will have to ease out the impact on trade distortions by huge, massive public money in the economy and by the rise of what I call precautionism, which is a higher propensity of sovereign states to protect their population from risk, which is a different ballgame from the traditional protectionism, which is about protecting your domestic producers from foreign competition. So hard time for the few years to come, so that the impact of the COVID crisis, which will be trade distorting, is progressively eased out.
Do you expect, I mean, certainly we've seen globalization look unpopular with the US-China trade war, with Britain quitting the European Union. Do you expect to see globalization on a continued decline?
No, I think, globalization will remain globalization, i.e., the growing interdependence of economies stemming from the multilocalization of production chains, whether in goods and services, will remain, although probably reshaped. Globalization is a process, but there are various incarnations, there are various patterns. This COVID crisis will impact globalization. It will, in some cases, lead to shortening, shrinking some of these value chains which have appeared as fragile, notably in the medical sector, but in other areas, the rapid digitalization and the acceleration of digitalization of this planet will probably also lead to an increased length of some value chains, notably in services. So I think globalization as a process is not at stake, but what will change is this pattern of globalization as it would change under any big repricing of energy, carbon. This time is the repricing of risk and human life, which will influence the pattern of globalization.
In terms of that globalization story, the role of the United States in being supporters of globalization, key, of course. Robert Lighthizer, the representative on trade in the United States, saying he doesn't want, he said just a day or so ago, he doesn't want the US to pull out of the WTO. Do you still see solid US support for world trade?
No, I mean, the Trump administration, and I'm using diplomatic euphemism on purpose, has not been very supportive of WTO, has not been supportive of globalization, has not been supportive of multilateralization, has not been supportive of international cooperation and coordination, which is in a way incompatible with Trump's doctrines of America first. The US should care first and foremost about their own interests. Now, will, in the name of this extremely aggressive position of Trump, would the US at some stage quit WTO? I never thought so. The cost for the US economy of leaving the WTO would be absolutely enormous. So I never believed that, while I also recognize that the present rules of WTO do not discipline enough a number of trade distorting measures by some member states, including state aids, subsidies by China.
Let me just quickly ask, are you concerned that the Brexit will take place without an agreement? Do you think that it'll fall back on WTO tariffs? And is that a problem?
Well, yes, I'm concerned. Yes, there is a probability that the economic exit will be done without a trade deal, hence under WTO rules. And by definition, anything less than the nirvana of open trade, which is the internal market, will be bad for the UK economy, and as a proportion of that, bad for the EU economy. So the question is, how bad will it be? Will it be small bad, medium bad, big bad? This we don't know, and the answer lies in the definition by the UK government of what exiting the internal market means. How much does UK intend to diverge from EU norms, standards? That's the real question. If they want to diverge a lot, which in my view would not make sense, but that's their decision, then the border will be thick and costly. If they diverge little, then the border will be thin and much less costly. This is what's at stake for the years to come.
It's been a pleasure talking with you, and it's great to get Pascal Lamy a little bit, just the littlest bit of optimism on at least improving the climate during this crisis. Pascal Lamy, former WTO Director General, current president of the European think tank, the Delors Institute. Thanks so much for joining us this morning here on Bloomberg. Up next, it's a year since an estimated 1 million people took to the streets in Hong Kong. What does the future hold for one country, two systems? That's next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are 46 minutes into the session. We're starting to see more marked declines, more marked declines here in terms of the equity indexes, with the DAX down now more than 1% or 144 points. It has been 1 year since the first major protest in Hong Kong of this wave of protests. An estimated 1 million people marched against plans to allow extradition to mainland China, with violent clashes between demonstrators and police. The proposed bill was later withdrawn, but protests calling for more democracy continued, and more recently, plans by China to impose a far-reaching security law have reignited fears among campaigners. Joining us now is Jonathan Fenby, TS Lombard China Research Chairman. Jonathan, I wonder what you make of these developments, how this has worked out. Do you think Beijing is happy with the results?
I think Beijing probably thinks that it's made a start along the lines that where it wants to go, which is being able to exercise greater control over Hong Kong. On this anniversary today, there are reports of small-scale protests and other small-scale protests being organized. But the story of the last couple of weeks really has been that it's unlikely that we're going to see another demonstration of the size that you mentioned a moment ago, 1 million people, on the matter of the national security law that's being put through the Chinese parliament and implemented on Hong Kong.
Jonathan, if Beijing still wants Hong to be a strong base for dollar funding, a hub for dollar funding, does that limit Beijing's intervention, or have we gone beyond that?
Well, I think Beijing has put the politics, the stability on its own terms in Hong Kong above everything else at the moment. And that's what we saw with the legislation put through the National People's Congress earlier on a couple of weeks ago. And now I think China is anxious to keep Hong Kong as the dollar conduit that you referred to, but the politics are pretty important, and Beijing probably thinks that most businesses will come into line with it.
What about the amount of stimulus that China has injected during this crisis, not only the democratic crisis in Hong Kong, but of course the coronavirus crisis as well? Do you think that's been enough to keep things going, both on the mainland and in Hong Kong?
Well, at the moment, it seems to be the economy is gradually coming back to life in China. The first push was to restore output, of course, but now the big question has to be whether demand can be pumped up too. And the latest trade figures, it must be said, show exports still, I mean, they're still down a bit, 3%, but down by a lot less than had been expected. Imports, the import numbers are down. Imports, commodities particularly, are much cheaper. And that's going to be the story for the rest of this year, trying to pump up the economy, infrastructure, stimulus through local governments, and above all, trying to increase consumption, particularly among the less wealthy groups in society.
Jonathan, what's your assessment of support for Xi at the moment, his handling of coronavirus and the bounce in the economy that followed?
Well, I think, I mean, there are always stories around that Xi Jinping is facing opposition, that because he's so powerful in a sense, he must have a lot of strong opponents. And there are plenty of people who are probably unhappy with the way things have gone in China in recent years, including those who've suffered under the anti-corruption campaign, of course. But I can see no sign of widespread unhappiness in China, and the Communist Party is busy pushing the narrative that it dealt with the virus, and now look at other countries which have failed to do so. And I think that's the continuing story. Certainly the National People's Congress, the annual meeting of the national legislature, which took place at the end of May, that showed no real sign of discontent. Everything, I think, will depend on how the economy goes over the next 4 to 5 months.
All right, great to get your take on what's going on there, Jonathan. I think it's very valuable for our viewers. Jonathan Fenby is TS Lombard's China Research Chairman. Up next, the S&P 500 wiping out losses for 2020. But as investors rue missed opportunities, is it time to reassess the rally? We'll discuss with MLive's Laura Cooper. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 54 minutes into a trading day that is negative for European stocks, down 0.5%. Let's get now to that conversation with our MLive strategist, Laura Cooper of the Bloomberg MLive team, of course. And Laura, does it make sense then that we sell off a little on this European equity market this morning, given the rally we've seen?
Well, I think what we're seeing in Europe is really just kind of a pause in stocks and looks to be more of a brief reprieve, just given the extent of the rally that we've seen so far. So it looks to be more a case of, perhaps the bounce back has overshot the recovery. But I would say that it's really hard to dent kind of this near-term exuberance, just given the fact that the backdrop continues to be one of a powerful liquidity tailwind, really just this reopening enthusiasm. And ultimately, we are seeing these nascent signs of a relatively brisk recovery. And so I think that's something that stocks are going to be hard to shake out, but really it's kind of more of a case of catching of the breath this morning, what we're seeing.
All right, Laura, thanks very much for joining us. Laura Cooper there talking to us about the current state of the rally. It's been a massive one, moving the S&P back into positive territory for the year. If you were terrified when you looked at your IRA statement in the middle of March, you might feel a little bit better now. In terms of European equity indexes, we're not quite there yet. In fact, we see still double-digit losses year to date on the FTSE and the CAC. The DAX is down still 3% from where it started the year in 2020. Here you see the intraday moves. We're down. The DAX right now off 104 points. The FTSE down 37 to 64.35. That's it for the European Open. Stay with Bloomberg Television. Up next, it's surveillance. This is Bloomberg.
The S&P 500 erases this year's losses, seeing an almost 45% rally from its March low. The World Bank warns the global economy will contract the most since World War II this year. Targeted and proportionate, Christine Lagarde defends the ECB's crisis measures as the World Bank sees the worst global recession since the Second World War. And staying in the air, embattled Hong Kong carrier Cathay Pacific becomes the latest airline to get a government lifeline in the wake of the pandemic with a $5 billion recap plan. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Acqua here in London. The story, it's about the markets, so let's go straight to your markets. And we're seeing a lift to the market somewhat, but actually a bit flatter than what it was earlier on. So if you look at the stocks, European 600 down some 0.4%. The dollar is rising. Treasuries advancing. We're losing a bit of momentum, but we had that momentum yesterday, and we saw that historic rally. The dollar strengthening for the first day in 9 sessions. On the policy front, the Federal Reserve expanded its Main Street lending program, which means that it's allowing more companies to participate, and that lessens the burden on the banks that create the loans. So we'll have plenty more on that throughout the day. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First word news here in London is Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. Lockdowns across the world may have prevented about 500 million coronavirus infections. That's according to the first peer-reviewed analysis of the impact of health policies. It comes as the World Health Organization says people without symptoms passing on the virus is very rare. It contradicts speculation about the prevalence of so-called asymptomatic transmission. Democrats are proposing a sweeping police reform bill. They're hoping to turn the energy from nationwide unrest into concrete legal action. One key change, they want to make it easier to prosecute and sue law enforcement officers. A vote is planned in the House for later this month. A new round of arms control talks between the U.S. and Russia. Senior officials will meet in Vienna on June 22nd, and the aim for Washington, enlist Moscow's help to bring China to the table. The White House wants three-way treaties to limit the stockpile of nuclear weapons. In the past, China has balked at trilateral talks. The global economy will contract the most this year since World War II. That's according to the World Bank. It also sees emerging nations shrinking for the first time in at least 6 decades. Global GDP could shrink over 5% in 2020, potentially sending millions into poverty. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Danny Berger. This is Bloomberg. Francine?
Danny, thank you so much. Now let's kick it off with the markets. The S&P 500 has now wiped out all of its loss for 2020, bringing the surge from its March low to almost 45%. Meanwhile, retail brokerages such as Charles Schwab and TD Ameritrade have posted record account sign-ups and trading volumes in the last quarter. So, were the bulls right? Joining us now is Fiona Frick, Chief Executive Officer of Ejecución. Fiona, great to have you on the program, especially on such a big day for the markets. What is the market looking at? Last week, there was a lot of concern that equities were doing one thing, ignoring the fundamentals on the economy. But are they just following central bank money, and are they right to do so?
I think the market has been quite right. In fact, what we see is that although the economy will have a terrible year, and as you've mentioned, the World Bank numbers of minus 5.2 for 2020, it will be quite a very bad year. The things are getting better. So we measure several numbers of data on the economical front, and we use what we call a nowcaster. And in the past weeks, the numbers of positive surprise came from 30% to 50%. So I think what the market generally does, it follows more the trend than the level, and the trend has been getting better. Second, central banks' response has been so massive, and with a lot of address, as we can see, the Fed, compared to 2008, use instruments which are more linked to the direct economy rather than just buying government bonds. And the response has been so massive in the US and Europe that it should counteract the effect on the economy that we will see in 2021. So we think that we will have a V-shaped recovery. Coming back on market, what is interesting is that in April, when market rebounded, it was more of a technical rebound with very little participation. It's still just starting now to see more players in the ground. Because if you look, for example, at the beta of hedge fund, they are still at 0.12. Beta for multi-asset funds, they are more around 0.30. So I would say that the market rebound was not done with great volume. It has changed in the last week, I would say. And also it has changed in terms of laggards starting to perform. So you see cyclical stocks starting to perform in sync with the fact that the economy is getting better. So I think there's quite a logic between what is happening in the economy and what is happening into the market.
Fiona, one of the biggest concerns and actually one of the biggest debates is whether we're going to see deflationary pressure. What does that mean for the markets? Is there any part of the fundamental economy that the market is actually ignoring? And is this one of the concerns?
Obviously, there is a lot of things that could happen. Typically, we don't know if the global pandemic will come back and if it will have a second hit on the economy. We don't know if consumers will start consuming as they did in the past, so there will be some secular change that will come in. We see that, for example, there are some trends around more localization. So I think there are some deflationary forces perhaps in the short term, but we could also see some inflationary forces on the long term.
The longer term, where do you see value, Fiona, again, we are expecting a recovery maybe coming in quicker than expected, but was the U.S. jobs number in the U.S. a false start? It's a pattern that doesn't tell us whether it's quality jobs that have come back.
If you look, for example, in the U.S., it was quite interesting, the number around the auto industry last week. And if the production was almost at zero in late April, it's now at 80% capacity or more, in quite a narrow period. So I think we see that some sectors are coming back quite strongly and perhaps stronger than what we would have thought. Obviously, there are some sectors that will be hit for a longer term, like typically airline, and you see that even the strongest airline, like Cathay Pacific, need a credit line to be able to go forward. So I think it's a period of time where we believe that there will be a rally in equity because there's a lot of leg, because there was not a lot of participants in the market in the past, and now you have more people coming in, still a lot of cash that can come in the market. But it's a market where you have to make some differences in between stocks and choose sectors which will be more resilient in the next 12 to 18 months in regards to the pandemic.
Fiona, we're just getting some breaking news out of Cathay Pacific that they may tap equity markets for further fundraising. We had a Bloomberg story today saying they needed some $5 billion. This is according to the chair. What do you do with a lot of the transport sector? Is it just an industry group that you're not comfortable with at the moment, given that even if there's a V-shaped recovery in the economy, it may take a lot longer for travel to go back to normal?
It's true to say that we're not very comfortable with airlines for the moment, because even though the economy will go back, the way we travel will have to change because of the risk of the pandemic. So if you take some airlines which business model was constructed on having the less time on the ground and have a rotation of plane which is the quickest as possible, it's true to say that in the next 18 months until we found a vaccine or a cure for this disease, this sector could be hurt. I think also what will change is that you will have some strings attached to some of the package. We've seen that in Europe already with Air France, meaning that the package will be linked to some more ecological conditions. So I think that which is a good news, by the way, but it will not be back to normal for the airline as it was before the crisis for a long time.
Fiona, we also had some news out of China today, some data out of China. Does China have a deflationary risk, or is this largely due to the price of oil? So if it's the price of oil, then can this deflationary risk be contained, or will China deflation hurt markets? What do you do with asset classes around the world if this was the case?
I think China has space to go with its fiscal policy, and has space to go also with its huge consumer market that it has. So I would be in emerging market. I think China is in a much better position than other countries because they have more leeway in terms of fiscal policy and central bank policy, and because they have a consumer market which they can find ways to make them consume more.
Fiona, thanks so much for joining us. Fiona Frick there, Chief Executive Officer at Unigestion. Now, up next, Cathay Pacific becomes the latest airline to get a government lifeline in the wake of the pandemic. We also have some breaking news out of the chair of Cathay Pacific saying that Cathay may actually tap equity market for further fundraising. So we'll have a full roundup of the airlines industry next. This is Bloomberg.
is critically important that the markets stay open in this time, as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here in London as well is Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. Volkswagen's chief executive is concerned leaks could jeopardize the company, putting emissions cheating behind it. Bloomberg has learned of the comments from Herbert Diess made on an internal webcast. Oversight by a U.S. monitor was part of the agreement after VW's diesel emissions scandal. Failing to win certification from the monitor would be a major blow. Lufthansa's historic state bailout is getting bigger. Austria has agreed to provide 450 million euros of support to the carriers division in the country, including 150 million in direct aid. It will help sustain the unit as the airlines across the world start restoring flights. Belgium is now the airline's only home country that hasn't provided emergency funding. Occidental is reviewing its Middle Eastern assets as it seeks ways to reduce its debt pile. Sources told Bloomberg the company is considering reducing stakes in oil and gas fields in Oman. Its holdings in the area could be valued at more than $1 billion. The company is also open to divesting other assets in the region. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine?
Thank you so much, Danny. Now, Cathay Pacific has announced a $5 billion recapitalization plan. It includes a rights issue to help it battle the unprecedented difficulty brought on by the coronavirus. Even before the pandemic, Cathay was under enormous pressure when it found itself caught up in the Hong Kong protests. Well, its response drew criticism from all sides. Joining us now on the phone is Sid Phillip. He's our airlines reporter. So, Sid, Cathay Pacific becomes the latest airline to get a government lifeline. We also heard from the chair moments ago that actually Cathay may tap equity markets for further fundraising. How much does a company actually need overall?
Absolutely. So Cathay Pacific, as you know, has been struggling for a while, and they've been more hard hit than other carriers, and especially as air travel returns in other places, because Hong Kong doesn't have a domestic travel market. So essentially, they're pretty much dependent on long-haul travel, which is why the carrier says that they're burning through cash and they need further funding. This is a pretty hefty round of funding, and the carrier will also implement another round of pay cuts and a secondary voluntary leave program. And they've been saying that they're burning as much as 3 billion Hong Kong dollars a month since February, so they desperately need the cash.
Are there too many airlines around, Sid? One of the things that we've been trying to figure out is that, governments across the world are trying to figure out how to save a lot of their national airline carriers. But some were struggling from the start. So how many at the end of this will be bailed out worldwide? Is it difficult to find a number on that at the moment?
Absolutely. It's very difficult to put a number on how many carriers will be bailed out. But IATA estimates that the industry debt could swell by about 30% to about $550 billion this year. And that includes about $123 billion in financial aid from governments.
What can you tell us about British Airways? Yesterday, there was talk about, firing pilots just because they couldn't fly planes because of the quarantine.
So British Airways continues to wait on the Home Office to respond to its letter on the quarantine. As you know, the UK government has mandated a 14-day quarantine for all incoming travelers, which airlines are saying could then demand going forward, especially into the lucrative summer season when most people in Europe seem to fly.
Thank you so much, Sid, of course, with the very latest on the airlines, Sid Phillip. Now, as the auto industry gets back to business, GM Chief Executive Mary Barra is staying optimistic on the road to recovery. Among the latest issues she's had to face, thousands of used cars flooding the market from the Hertz bankruptcy. Here she is.
General Motors over the last few years has worked to have a minimal amount of our sales go into rental fleets. We focus more on other types of commercial business and then the retail customer for sure. So it will have an impact, and it's unfortunate, but not a huge impact for us just because of the level we had gotten to from a rental car company perspective.
Now, what about electric cars? Tesla has a market value that's higher than anybody else's market value in the United States that's manufacturing cars. So Is electric cars going to be an important part of your future at General Motors?
Absolutely. Right before the COVID crisis hit, we actually had investors, dealers, our employees, media through what we called an EV day. And we took them through our technology from a battery perspective. We have just, we're launching, it starts next year, the Ultium battery platform and we'll be taking multiple models off of that. We've announced the Hummer, GMC Hummer EV. We've also announced that Cadillac will be a lead brand for developing and selling electric vehicles, because in the end, we believe in an all-electric future, and we believe the transition will happen over time. And since we're a full-line manufacturer with both value brands and luxury brands, we need to make sure we're providing options for the entire marketplace. And we're really excited. This is, in my almost 40 years of being at General Motors, I think this is one of the most exciting times as we transition to electric vehicles.
So when you say transition to, do you expect in 10 years or 20 years, General Motors will produce only electric vehicles or some period of time in the future?
I think it will take longer than that. I think it'll happen over, a period of years and decades when you look at the transition that needs to occur. There's about 250 million cars in the U.S. car park. And so transitioning all of them is going to take some time. When you think about different use cases, also affordability, and that's why we're working so hard to make sure we're in a leadership position with battery technology so EVs are affordable for everyone. But it will happen in, I think, a little bit longer period, but it will happen.
And now I notice you have announced that you're producing an electric van at some point in the future, maybe next year, 21. Is that going to be replacing automobiles or just a different part of what you're doing?
Well, we have I would say a limited business right now in commercial vehicles, and we see that as a huge opportunity as companies look at what their carbon footprint is and what environmental pledges that they're going to make. If they have any part of their business that's delivery or has a fleet need, having commercial vehicles that are all electric to meet those needs are going to be very important. And we think we can also provide a good value equation with the cost of ownership. So we see it as a huge opportunity and accretive to our business.
So today, as you look at General Motors and the overall U.S. economy, are you reasonably comfortable that the U.S. economy can come back and you can do reasonably well this year? I assume you won't sell as many cars this year as last year, though.
No, we do think the market will be down this year in the United States. I think it's a little early to tell how the market will rebound. There's a lot of different factors. We sold, continued to sell even through the whole early months and weeks of COVID. We continued to sell. It's starting to recover, but we're not back to where we were or back to a comparable week last year. So we think it will be down, and it really depends, I think, on how successful we are in making sure we keep COVID maintained and we don't have a second spike. And so we're planning for a variety of scenarios to be ready, hoping for the best, but also planning for something a bit more conservative.
Well, that was the GM Chief Executive, Mary Barra. Now, coming up, Moscow rolls back its coronavirus lockdown. We speak to prominent Russian businessman Alexander Lebedev. That's coming up shortly. This is Bloomberg. is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get the latest on the pandemic. A transmission of the coronavirus by people who are asymptomatic is very rare. That's according to the World Health Organization. Let's get more with our editor on health, John Lauerman, who joins us on the phone. John, I was a bit confused because we thought that actually it's asymptomatic people that were a real danger. But what exactly is the WHO saying now? Does it contradict what they've said, or is it just that they have more research and now are certain about what they're saying?
They didn't distinguish here between people who are asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic. People who are asymptomatic never develop symptoms. And the WHO makes a distinction between that and people who aren't symptomatic right now, but later on get sick. And people who aren't symptomatic and later on get sick do transmit the virus, and often very early in the course of the disease.
But John,
So
does it mean what we're trying? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I think there's still a concern about people who don't know they're sick because they may be developing the infection and may not realize it, and they could still be passing the virus along, say very early in the course of the disease. There's some research that suggests actually that very early in the course of symptomatic disease that people are at their most infectious. So in terms of what we need to do, social distancing, et cetera, those are still very important measures, wearing masks
It still
and that
holds.
sort of thing.
John, thank you so much. John Lauerman there from Bloomberg News. Coming up, we speak to Alexander Lebedev. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. Lockdowns across the world may have prevented about 500 million coronavirus infections. That's according to the first peer-reviewed analysis of the impact of health policies. It comes as the World Health Organization says people without symptoms passing on the virus is very rare. It contradicts speculation about the prevalence of so-called asymptomatic transmission. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will talk his cabinet through plans for easing lockdown restrictions. That's as the nation reported the lowest number of daily deaths since the measures were imposed, with London reporting no new fatalities. The UK is still on schedule to reopen non-essential retailers on June 15th. North Korea is cutting communications with the South over what it calls hostile acts. The statement appears to refer to leaflets critical of leader Kim Jong-un being sent across the border by anti-Pyongyang activists. The two nations are about to mark the 20th anniversary of the first summit between their leaders. There were hopes this could be a moment of reconciliation. And it's official, the record-long U.S. expansion ended in February. That, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research that serves as the arbiter of America's business cycles. The academic panel also said the depth of the downturn warrants it being called a recession even if it turns out to be brief. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Francine?
Thank you so much, Danny. Now, Moscow is rolling back its lockdown from today. The TASS news agency reports people will be permitted to move around the city whenever they like. With over 470,000 coronavirus cases, Russia is the third worst affected country in the world. Now, with new infections, just under a quarter are currently in the capital. Well, joining us now is Alexander Lebedev. He is a publisher of the Evening Standard and The Independent and one of Russia's richest men. Mr. Lebedev, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Surveillance. First of all, I'd like to get your thought on this vote on July the 1st on the constitutional reform. What's your take on this? Will this go through? This would basically give the power for Vladimir Putin to stay in power for life.
Well, I think it will go through. I know that most of the criticism of the world press goes into the fact that the referendum would allow Putin to stay in power until 2036. But what is not actually mentioned is that the parliamentary competence is increased a lot. So probably, or hopefully, we will go from the presidential monarchy to a more political system based on division of powers. And far from that, the Russians, which will go to the referendum, do not know that it's about Putin rather than anything else. But if they want to let the president stay in power for another 16 years, let them do that. Because I don't think that they are so heavily manipulated by the Kremlin-controlled TV channels. I think the Russians are cleverer than some people would think about them.
But so, Mr. Lebedev, you think this is a good thing because it would have more checks and balances, or would it enable the president to just do more reforms that the economy need?
Well, Frau Merkel in Germany stays in power for 16 years, which is exactly the term which Putin served. If you did at least the referendum, will change the constitution to provide more discretionary powers to the parliament, because the way the system was performing for 20 years was that the vertical, which they call the executive in Russia, actually included to a major extent both the parliament and the judiciary. So let's see both things. And I frankly do not think that Putin would stay in power for an extra more than 4 to 8 years. So it's just his right. And if the Russians would like to confirm it, let them do that.
The Russian economy at the moment is stagnating, like many countries around the world, but it's also still very reliant on the price of oil. What are the reforms that you think the government should be putting in place to put Russia on a better footing?
Well, luckily for the Russian economy, the oil has been $43 a barrel in the recent days, which is not bad. And I can see that the ruble is strengthening quite a lot, which is reflected. Russia, since the last crisis of 2008, was probably one of the lowest growing economies in the world. Its growth rate was a bit over 1%, the way you calculate it. So if we go to a zero, that won't change much here. I think this economy has suffered a lot in the recent 10 years. It has taken most of the toll, and I don't think we would expect things to go much more wrong than it used to be. In fact, the opposite is happening. The stock market is picking up. The ruble has gained back 10% in the recent two weeks. The agricultural sector is showing really good performance. And I think the economy in general is quite ready to stand against. And what I see as a result of the pandemic is not at all a catastrophic thing.
So you're expecting, I mean, I don't like a lot of times talking about these alphabetical, recoveries, whether it's V shape or W, but you're expecting a pretty strong recovery from the pandemic for Russia?
I don't expect a pretty strong recovery, but I don't expect a really serious catastrophic results. I think we would grow between 0 and 1%, which has been the fact for 10 years, and this economy has adapted to this growth rate to a serious extent. That's what I'm talking about. And you can also see some interesting signs in the Russian economy. For example, in St. Petersburg, they're now testing the first electric ship in the world, which is a 100-seater with Russian battery, not the South Korean or Chinese, because the battery for the electric ship, that's the main thing, which it's all about. And it has good speed, and it has been tested already for a month. So it's a good way to come out of the pandemic if the Russians can produce the really #1 electric ship. Good for the Greens, good for the ecology.
Yeah. Mr. Lebedev, on the COVID-19, do you trust the data coming out of Russia? A lot of critics say it's almost impossible to have so many infected without many deaths.
Well, if you compare Russia with Norway, Norway is doing better. Russians have 1 death per 29,000 people. Norway, 1 death for 32,000 people. What I'm doing is that I'm picking up the number of the mortality within the ranks of doctors and nurses, which the doctors and nurses calculate themselves. Now, in this country, the martyrolog, which has been actually publicly combined by the doctors and nurses itself, shows the death about 360 people. The Russian death rate for the whole country is 5,500. If you relate that, that is probably 1 doctor and nurse for 15 people dead. This is more or less the average figure for most of the countries in the world. So if I compare that, I wouldn't really trust the concept that the Russian authorities are manipulating the statistics. And as I said, in Sweden, for example, death rate is 20 times higher than in Norway, because it's 1 people dead for 2,000. That's because the Swedish authorities were very stupid in handling the pandemic, and probably the Brits and the Italians and the Russians were doing much better. So I don't believe really that there's any reason, by the way, for Russians to manipulate. I think they've been doing a pretty good job, as quite a lot of other countries in the world has done. But pay attention to that, a comparison between the rate of death for the nurses and doctors and the general rate of the number of dead people in the country from pandemics.
I mean, certainly when it comes to the Moscow government, it was one of the leaders in terms of lockdown measures. And then suddenly we actually heard from the mayor that they're reopening quite soon, if not tomorrow. Is it too soon to ease the lockdown so quickly?
That's a discussion everywhere around the world, from London to Washington and from Moscow to Stockholm. I see the reasons why the Moscow government are trying to relax the anti-pandemic measures, because it takes a big hit on the economy. Hopefully, there will be some. I mean, the danger of that spreading in the regions is still there. So I hope that the Russian authorities and Moscow authorities inclusive, which has been doing a good job until now, will not be going too fast on that. But I see that they understand and the threats and the danger.
Mr. Lebedev, talk to me a little bit about the Evening Standard. So will this paper continue to be printed? We're seeing a lot of media under pressure across the world. Would you think about merging it with someone as a consolidation takes hold? Or is it, is your family really attached to actually having a printed edition of the Evening Standard?
Well, we have reduced the number of copies from 850,000 to 500,000. We have changed the editor-in-chief. Clearly, we have suffered because, everybody have suffered, especially in the print, where the Indie, which is digital, is doing very well. It's better than every other newspaper in the world. Yes, the Evening Standard has suffered, but we are really on the way to find a way to get out. We will announce something quite soon, how we're going to turn around that. But the last thing you want to do is actually close the paper, which is nearing its 200th anniversary in 2027. And we are also doing a great job in supporting the hungry in London. We are feeding with a few charities 100,000 people every day, which really is an outstanding achievement. So I hope we will find a solution finally.
But when you say that there'll be a big announcement, does it mean reducing the size, or actually are you still committed to this kind of media? And you also mentioned your new editor, George Osborne. Is he going to stick around?
We want to stay committed to the print. As you know, we are also developing a big digital newspaper, which is independent. Hopefully, we will keep the print, but we also are putting a lot of emphasis on the digital Evening Standard as well. That's okay, clearly we think it's a must to be done.
Do you know how long George Osborne plans to stay on as editor?
You'd better put this question to him. I know there have been rumors, but it hasn't been confirmed.
Thank you so much for joining us. Alexander Lebedev there, the publisher of the Evening Standard and the Independent. This is what the markets are doing. Now, we were expecting a big rally. Certainly, that's what we had over in the U.S. I'm also looking at a bit of market movements when it comes to currency. So stocks are actually slipping after this historic rally, but the dollar is rising. Coming up, we speak to Eric Collins, the chief executive of Impact X, an investment fund founded to support Black and minority ethnic entrepreneurs across Europe. That's coming up shortly, and this is Bloomberg. is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. Occidental is reviewing its Middle Eastern assets as it seeks ways to reduce its debt pile. Sources told Bloomberg the company is considering reducing stakes in oil and gas fields in Oman. Its holdings in the area could be valued at more than $1 billion. The company is also open to divesting other assets in the region. France is earmarking 15 billion euros to help its struggling aerospace sector. The rescue plan includes an extension of payroll subsidies and funds for developing greener travel options. The package also includes loan guarantees already extended to the likes of Air France KLM. It will also help boost plane maker Airbus and hundreds of part suppliers. Cathay Pacific has announced a $5 billion recapitalization plan. It includes a rights issue to help it battle the unprecedented difficulty brought on by the coronavirus. Even before the pandemic, Cathay was under enormous pressure when it found itself caught up in the Hong Kong protests. Its response drew criticisms from all sides. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine?
Danny, thanks so much. Now let's take a look at what you should be watching out for later today. In a few minutes from now, we'll get Euro area GDP, which is expected to indicate the start of a deep recession. 2 p.m., NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg will deliver an address on strengthening the alliance in a post-COVID world. Later, the two-day FOMC meeting kicks off. Officials are expected to leave rates above zero and recommit to using their full range of tools to support the U.S. economy during the pandemic. Now, coming up, we speak to Eric Collins, the chief executive of Impact X, an investment fund founded to support Black and minority ethnic entrepreneurs across Europe. That conversation is next, and this is Bloomberg.
I can hear you fine. Did you hear me okay?
Is this Eric?
It is.
Hi, Eric. It's Francine. Thank you so much for joining us.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Impact X is a venture capital fund which makes direct investments in startups by Black and female leaders in Europe. The fund aims to support businesses which would otherwise be disproportionately underfunded. Its chief executive, Eric Collins, says supporters of racial equality should use their money to back minority ethnic-owned businesses, especially in their own communities. Well, joining us now is Eric Collins. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Impact X. Eric, great to speak to you on Bloomberg. Will you see more people actually really taking a stance and embracing the power of targeting spending? Have you seen it in recent years, or do you think the protests that we saw over the last weeks will accelerate?
Thank you, Francine, for having me. It's good to be here talking about these issues. And it's a great question. I've been sort of dealing with the issue of investing and underinvestment, or the opportunity to invest in underrepresented entrepreneurs on both sides of the Atlantic for the last 30 years. And what I feel is that we really need to go from platitudes to action. When I started as an entrepreneur and got my first venture capital, the numbers look the same as they do 30 years later. Less than 1% of venture capital and risk capital goes to Black entrepreneurs, and less than 4% goes to fully female-run and founding teams. So that number hasn't changed at all. What we do need at this point is not just continue looking at the problem, saying that it's terrible, we should protest, we should do all of those sorts of things and point this out, but then we need to do something, and that is to put our money where our mouth is, which is why Impact X exists, so that we can actually put risk capital, VC dollars and pounds and pence in this situation, into organizations.
And Eric, this is what we've been trying to figure out on Bloomberg, is actually how you measure success, right? How you measure the fact that the world becomes a bit more equal. How much money are you hoping to raise for Impact X? And again, your message is basically, if you believe in something, then put your money to use to drive the results that you want. Are people doing it, or are they just talking the talk?
That's the question of going from platitude to action, I believe, Francine. That quite frankly, what we have noted is the pipeline that we have created in Europe consists of over 600 companies. Of those 600 companies, if we look at the capital need of those companies, about 300 million is needed today, this is pounds, in order to be able to fund their need. And we will look at them fully scaled, over 3 billion is needed in order to be able to actually have their full scaling, their full scaled capital need. That's a huge number, and we know that around the world that not that much money is being put into underrepresented entrepreneurs, whether they be women or whether they be people of color. And that quite frankly, if that's not going to be done by organizations, or it hasn't been done classically by organizations, we are in a position that we say to these organizations and challenge them, you need to talk to organizations like Impact X about how do we create pipeline, how do we vet companies, how are we able to find such interesting companies that we think are going to be the next Amazon, that are going to be the next Google, that are going to be the next Airbnb. How are we finding those companies, and how are we helping them to grow? And if you're unable to find them, what do you need to be doing in order to make that happen? Again, if you want to change the situation, use the levers that you actually have. And for venture capital companies and private equity companies around the world, what they have is capital. What they do is invest. What they do is actually try and build companies. So feel free to follow our example. Feel free to partner with Impact X. But what we'd like to see is we'd like to see more funding targeting underrepresented entrepreneurs.
I believe you're trying to raise £100 million for the first fund. What kind of conversations are you having with institutional funds? Is there appetite for what you're doing?
It's a very interesting question, Francine. There's a lot of appetite in high net worth individuals on both sides of the Atlantic. So currently we have high net worth individuals from the East and the West Coast of the United States, from the UK, and from France. When we talk to institutional investors, we get some interest from family offices who believe in our double bottom line. We are a double bottom line fund in that we believe in financial returns, which makes sure that we can sustain the fund. And then secondarily, we believe in impact being measured in positive social impact. And in our situation, we're looking for job creation, particularly among people, underrepresented entrepreneurs and underrepresented employees. So we find that there are family offices who are institutional investors who believe in that message, and they are interested in talking to us. When we get to some of the more established organizations, ImpactX finds itself hitting a buzzsaw of challenge, i.e., some people don't actually believe that underrepresented entrepreneurs are a good investment risk, and so we don't even speak with those organizations because it's not going to be helpful for them or for us. Secondarily, many funds believe that you need to have a proven investment thesis, and there haven't been a huge number in Europe organizations who actually target underrepresented entrepreneurs. We are changing that every day by our track record, but that is something that then has to become part of the conversation. So institutional investors are beginning to hear our message and asking for more and more meetings, but up until now, as you might note, there are not a lot of institutional investors who on their own have got to the conclusion that underrepresented entrepreneurs are the pathway to significant financial return. We are one of those who believes that that actually is the case.
Eric, thank you so much. Eric Collins, the Chief Executive Officer of ImpactX, too short a time, so I hope we get you back really soon. This is what the markets are doing. Yesterday, we saw a pretty incredible rally in the US that hasn't 100% filtered through to Europe, but the focus is a lot on what we're seeing in currencies. The focus is also on what the dollar is doing. So Treasury is advancing, dollar rising for the first time in 9 days. Bloomberg surveillance continues in the next hour. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Back on top, the S&P 500 erases this year's losses, seeing an almost 45% rally from its March low as lockdown measures ease. Futures are lower this morning. Targeted and proportionate, Christine Lagarde defends the ECB crisis measures as the World Bank sees the worst global recession since the Second World War. And staying in the air, embattled Hong Kong carrier Cathay Pacific becomes the latest airline to get a government lifeline in the wake of the pandemic with a $5 billion recap plan. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Tom Keene in New York. Tom, I know we need to talk about the FOMC, the dollar, and the rally, but we're also getting a bit of breaking news in terms of data out of the euro area, and GDP is a bit worse than expected. That first quarter GDP now shrinking 3.6% instead of the 3.8% drop. So actually, it's better than expected. I stand corrected. And a little movement on euro, Tom.
Well, it's important to point out that is calculated differently for our early morning American viewers. That is a stunningly bad number, whether it's a little better, a little worse, Francine, because the way they calculate GDP in Europe is very different than in the United States. I'll let the pros do the math on that, but that says, you know, run rate 12% negative GDP based on the U.S. calculation.
Yeah, we'll have a look at metrics. I'm sure there's a chart for that Hillary Clark can do for us. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Morning, Francine. Tom, U.S. Attorney General William Barr has publicly contradicted his boss, President Trump. Barr told Fox News that the Secret Service told the president to go to a bunker in the White House during a large protest. President Trump had denied similar reports, saying that he merely went to inspect the bunker. House and Senate Democrats have proposed a sweeping police reform bill. Before presenting the legislation, party leaders knelt for almost 9 minutes to honor George Floyd. His death at the hands of Minneapolis police has sparked several weeks of protest. Amongst other things, the Democratic bill would change the definition of criminal misconduct for police. As many as 25,000 stores in the U.S. could close permanently this year. That's almost 3 times as many as last year, when closures set a record. Retail and tech data firm Coresight Research says most of the closures are expected to occur in malls. The coronavirus pandemic has devastated an industry where mall-based retailers already were struggling. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out his plans today for easing the national lockdown. That's after officials reported the lowest number of daily coronavirus deaths since restrictions were imposed. Last month, Johnson said that non-essential retailers could reopen June the 15th if the threat of the virus continued to recede. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Francine.
Ritika, thanks so much. Equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. And what's so important in this rally is to really frame out where we are. Certainly SPX back to year-to-date green, not yet out to the record high seen in February, but nevertheless very, very impressive. We take a pause right now. I'm not going to sell much into it. Futures negative 30. Dow futures a substantial negative 307. That's a 1% move down. And the Dow futures, the VIX backs up a stick, 26.77. In the yield market, yields come in nicely from that 0.92 that we saw, I guess, a day ago, maybe a day and a half ago. We're back to 0.82 on the 10-year yield. Francine?
Tom, if you look at European stocks, they're dropping. There was a bit of a momentum loss as a lot of the risk assets stalled after this historic rally. Treasuries still advancing. I also want to show yen because it's always a good thing to look at when we see a risk rally. Yen currently at 107.89, and then euro dollar 112.60. That euro area first quarter GDP actually shrinking less than expected. So it's now down 3.6% instead of the 3.8% drop that we had previously estimated. Now let's get back to the markets. Let's also get back to what we're seeing in the fundamentals. Let's go straight to Banu Baweja. Tom, he's coming up a little bit later.
I guess it's coming up later, Francine. We're setting up Mr. Baweja right now. What we're going to do, folks, is really focus on the markets today. We've got Banu Baweja with us with UBS, and then Robert Dahl will join from Nuveen as well. And, of course, this with remarkable strength in the equity markets. The 53-day move harkens back to the rally of 1933. Stay with us from London, from New York. This is Bloomberg.
corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Commodity Indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance from London, from New York. We are thrilled you are with us today, and really almost a pause in the news flow. There's a lot going on, certainly in international relations and politics, but it is extraordinary to look at these markets, the correlations that are out there, the people who, yes, are making money, they're on board this huge rally. And we're really hearing from a lot of people, Francine, who are struggling here. And you know we're going to hear a lot more in the coming months. Francine, off the March lows, we're up 44%. It is a 53-day surge, no other way to put it. And the thing called the relative strength index is out to where it hasn't been since the data was kept in 1990.
Yes, that's something that we need to look at, Tom. But also, if you look at some of the credit risk out there now, I know we used to talk a lot about high yield, and this is where, you saw at the beginning of the lockdown a lot of the concern. A gauge of European junk credit or junk grade credit risk has actually increased, and this is one of the most interesting aspects, I think, certainly in Europe, to what we saw in the last couple of days. The other story, Tom, of course, that we've been covering extensively is the price of oil. So Brent, but also New York oil. It's sliding after Saudi Arabia decided to cease its extra voluntary production cuts by the end of this month. So again, just watch out for anything to do with OPEC+.
Well, there's a number of corporate stories as well out there. Of course, Cathay Pacific really front and center today out of Lufthansa of a number of days ago. And all this comes out to big companies adapting. One of those companies, certainly in the United States, is General Motors. She is the engineer from the General Motors Institute, their wonderful school. When I was a kid, it was a huge, tough admit in the Midwest. Her name is Mari Barra. Here she is in conversation with David Rubenstein.
General Motors over the last few years has worked to have a minimal amount of our sales go into rental fleets. We focus more on other types of commercial business and then the retail customer for sure. So it will have an impact, and it's unfortunate, but not a huge impact for us just because of the level we had gotten to from a rental car company perspective.
Now, what about electric cars? Tesla has a market value that's higher than anybody else's market value in the United States that's manufacturing cars. So is electric cars going to be an important part of your future at General Motors?
Absolutely. Right before the COVID crisis hit, we actually had investors, dealers, our employees, media through what we called an EV day. And we took them through our technology from a battery perspective. We have we're launching, it starts next year, the Ultium battery platform and we'll be taking multiple models off of that. We've announced the Hummer, GMC Hummer EV. We've also announced that Cadillac will be a lead brand for developing and selling electric vehicles, because in the end, we believe in an all-electric future, and we believe the transition will happen over time. And since we're a full-line manufacturer with both value brands and luxury brands, we need to make sure we're providing options for the entire marketplace. And we're really excited. This is, in my almost 40 years of being at General Motors, I think this is one of the most exciting times as we transition to electric vehicles.
So when you say transition to, do you expect in 10 years or 20 years, General Motors will produce only electric vehicles or some period of time in the future?
I think it will take longer than that. I think it'll happen over, a period of years and decades when you look at the transition that needs to occur. There's about 250 million cars in the U.S. car park. And so transitioning all of them is going to take some time. When you think about different use cases, also affordability, and that's why we're working so hard to make sure we're in a leadership position with battery technology so EVs are affordable for everyone. But it will happen in, I think, a little bit longer period, but it will happen.
And now I notice you have announced that you're producing an electric van at some point in the future, maybe next year, 21. Is that going to be replacing automobiles or just a different part of what you're doing?
Well, we have I would say, a limited business right now in commercial vehicles, and we see that as a huge opportunity as companies look at what their carbon footprint is and what environmental pledges that they're going to make. If they have any part of their business that's delivery or has a fleet need, having commercial vehicles that are all electric to meet those needs are going to be very important. And we think we can also provide a good value equation with the cost of ownership. So we see it as a huge opportunity and accretive to our business.
So today, as you look at General Motors and the overall U.S. economy, are you reasonably comfortable that the U.S. economy can come back and you can do reasonably well this year? I assume you won't sell as many cars this year as last year, though.
No, we do think the market will be down this year in the United States. I think it's a little early to tell how the market will rebound. There's a lot of different factors. We sold, continued to sell even through the whole early months and weeks of COVID. We continued to sell. It's starting to recover, but we're not back to where we were or back to a comparable week last year. So we think it will be down, and it really depends, I think, on how successful we are in making sure we keep COVID maintained and we don't have a second spike. And so we're planning for a variety of scenarios to be ready, hoping for the best, but also planning for something a bit more conservative.
Well, that was Mary Barra. Now, joining us to talk about the markets, but also the fundamental economics of the world, is Banu Baweja. He's UBS Investment Bank Chief Strategist. Banu, great to have you on the program. Last week, there were so many skeptics about the rally in assets. Today, mainly because of that U.S. jobs report that was much better than expected, people say, well, there you go, it's justified. We're going to have a better recovery than many people think. What's the what if? Do you worry about deflation? What do you worry about?
I worry more than anything else about the labor market, still, despite the U.S. jobs report. It was quite interesting. In the jobs report, nearly half the gain came from one sector, which is leisure and hospitality, which clearly hasn't opened as yet. So this is the Fed's programs coming to fruit. This is PPP coming to fruit. Now, I don't know if we can expect that to continue to extend for the long haul. This is, let's remember that 27% of this market is services and low-paid services, which are very contact-intensive. So it's going to take a long time for these to recover. The pace of automation means that the labor market could be hurting for a long time. In any given recession, you typically find the unemployment rate coming down by about 0.5 percentage points a year. That could mean a decade to normalize. So I think the market is getting a little bit ahead of itself looking at that jobs number from last Friday. My suspicion is that the jobs market is a little bit weaker than the market currently believes. And I think the Fed will remind us of that.
Banu, we had some inflation figure in China that was pretty significantly low. Is that just because of the price of oil, or is there something deeper and more sinister in the Chinese data?
Francine, it's not just the Chinese data, right? I mean, the output gap is going to be significantly negative across the world, which is why when investors are worried about significant rise in inflation, I think that's the one thing that they don't need to worry about, despite the fact that base money is going up aggressively and despite the fact that public debt is going up at 110% of GDP globally. You have to ask yourself a simple question. What is the velocity of credit? What is the velocity of money? And that's not picking up. The price of oil is important as well, and in that inflation swaps move very closely with that. And 12-month Brent has moved up much more modestly than 1-month WTI has, for instance, and it's priced of inflation expectations typically move with dated Brent rather than front-month WTI. So we are looking at a disinflationary future. The labor market, this very strong Phillips curve relationship in many of these places, labor market, if it's going to remain as weak as we think it is for a little while, it's very difficult to expect inflation picking up. So we are looking at a disinflationary future, which is quite important for the markets as well. Growth versus value. The market has begun to tilt towards value. The market has begun to tilt towards cyclicals. You do need inflation expectations picking up significantly for that. You need commodity prices. You need a weaker dollar. It's not obvious that all of this is coming through.
Banu, Tom Keene in New York, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us today. I want you to address the morning zeitgeist, which is that we are so extended in the equity markets by conventional measures like RSI, or frankly by any interpretation of the Greek letters, that this extension is retail, it's fear of missing out, and that we will quote unquote crash rapidly when it breaks. Is that what happens?
Good morning, Tom. I think the risk of that is increasing. Now, let's just remember one thing. The S&P, if you're talking focused particularly about that, the S&P is not the U.S. economy. It's not the labor market. The S&P is tech, it's communication services, it's telecoms, it's sectors that have come up with flying colors through this crisis. AI, working from home, all the health tech. That stuff makes the S&P better than most other markets. But other markets lifting along with the S&P to the same degree, I think that's where the market is getting a little bit overextended. Now, the technicals of the market are, if anything, still supportive of the market. You were absolutely right about fear of missing out, but the volumes have not been very high. The leadership has been reasonably narrow. The volumes still recently were not very high. So I think the risk is for the very near term. The pain trade is still up rather than down, but I think fundamentally at these levels of valuations, which are close to 23 times any realistic estimate of forward earnings, I think you're already in pretty stretched territory, so we would not be chasing the equity markets here.
Bono, I want to go to Roman Friedman of New York University, who's been absolutely brilliant of the circuitous nature, the feedback loops, folks, of rehedging as you go along. People moving up within the sophisticated market have to reset. They have to rehedge. How do you rehedge without great expense into a market with this gamma, with this acceleration?
Yeah, it's a very good point. The way I think about it at this minute, all the investors are thinking of explicitly or implicitly is equity risk premium. And when the market moves this quickly, and they've already been asking themselves the question, what do I do with my money? Do I park it in bonds at -50, or do I park it in US Treasuries at +50? Or do I think about some cyclical stocks in the US market? That's why they have been buying the market. Even if the cost of rehedging goes up, I think that's why they're chasing the market. Now, quite interestingly, the yield curve has finally begun to steepen modestly. We don't think it goes too far, but with US 30-year yields, US 10-year yields now picking up a little bit, that question begins to be answered by fixed income. I think people will, credit gives them better risk-adjusted returns, and I think that's where many investors will be headed. But the point of the equity risk premium, Tom, I think is absolutely key. It's non-linear. When rates come down from 5% to 4%, you have greater demand for equities. But when rates come out from 1% to 0%, it rises in a non-linear fashion. So despite higher cost for hedging, people scramble, and that's what leads to FOMO. That's what leads to fear of missing out.
So Banu, what do you take, I don't know whether it's what do you take issue with, but what is the market maybe mispricing? Is it the fear of a second lockdown, or just that the recovery is going to be very slow and painful?
This is a major hit to the labor market, Francine. What I take issue with is, if I have to put it quite simply, is the interpretation that this is a short and sharp income statement hit. For many economies and for many companies, this is going to be a balance sheet problem, which is going to take years to resolve. It's not clear that many of these industries are going to come back in the way, with the strength that they had. So the labor market's not going to recover. I think revenue growth over the next 2 years is going to be quite weak. And even accounting for loose policy, even accounting for low credit spreads, low real interest rates, you are already pricing in a forward multiple, which is extremely high. And so therefore, if the reopening goes a little bit slower than expected, and we don't have enough data yet, but when we find out that we get the reopening being slower than expected, look at Australia, look at New Zealand. These guys opened up a long time back. They controlled the virus a long time back, but they all measures of contemporary activity, not economic data because that's backward looking, but contemporary activity are negative 40–45% on the year. And I think this is going to take time to normalize. So the sector call is really important. The pace at which the markets can normalize is really important. And most importantly, the pace of labor markets and therefore consumer sentiment is really important. I cannot emphasize enough how different this is from other recessions in terms of the labor market hit. In a typical recession, manufacturing gets hit, construction gets hit, services fine. This is a services recession, which means that the labor market is going to be disjointed for an extended period of time, and that will tell on consumer confidence.
Well, this is a superb conversation. We will continue with Banu Boesia of UBS. Really have been looking forward to this conversation. It'll be one of our themes through the day on surveillance, is really trying to recalibrate these historic markets. I know Robert Dahl is scheduled to be with us here through the morning. Coming up, Jens Nordvig of Extante on the new weaker dollar. Stay with us from London, from New York. This is Bloomberg.
true diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Cathay Pacific has gotten a lifeline in the midst of that near freeze on international travel. Hong Kong's flagship airline announced a $5 billion government-led rescue plan. The government will own 6% of Cathay Pacific once the recapitalization is completed. And shale pioneer Chesapeake Energy is preparing a potential bankruptcy filing. Bloomberg's learned the move could result in control being handed over to its senior lenders. Chesapeake once rivaled ExxonMobil for title of king of American natural gas, but the company amassed incredible debts to pursue aggressive drilling programs that came up with too little. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. This is what the markets are doing. So a lot of the focus will be on that better than expected figure out of the euro area GDP. A lot of the focus is not really on the rally, but maybe we've come to the end of the rally, certainly for the first couple of hours. The focus will be on FOMC. I'm looking at dollar. It's pretty much rising. And then Tom and I talking about government bonds in European periphery. They're actually slipping, and then a European junk grade credit risk increasing. Coming up, Olivier Blanchard, Peterson Institute Senior Fellow. That's at 8:30 a.m. in New York, 1:30 p.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. With us, Bana Boesia of UBS. We're having a wonderful conversation on some of the market dynamics that are out there and really sort of the surround of this huge rally that we're seeing in equity stocks. Bana, you mentioned earlier it's a service sector crisis. You mentioned earlier that there are income statement dynamics. Part of this is the balance sheet. And part of the balance sheet is money costs next to nothing. Does that mean that we will see one big roll-up and that the answer for many, many corporations left behind is mass consolidation?
I think that's absolutely right. At the minute, what corporations are doing is to increase leverage. You've seen that in the issuance in the IG market, in the high yield market. So at this minute, everybody's trying to load up the boat as credit spreads are coming in, as real interest rates are going down. So they're increasing cash on their balance sheets. But in the forward-looking months, in the quarters and the years ahead, you should expect that firms are going to try and de-lever. And so there's going to be tremendous focus on OPEX and even greater focus on CAPEX. There's a very clear relationship between CAPEX and uncertainty. So it will be very difficult, I think, for companies to engage in aggressive CAPEX, and not least in the coming few months ahead of the election, but more importantly, on a forward-looking basis, the kind of leverage that companies are taking up right now, I think they will have to de-lever in the coming years, and I think CAPEX is going to remain quite weak. And that matters for the market, because it matters for the long-term earnings growth potential. If CAPEX is going to be quite weak, outside of a few tech sectors, you should expect the long-term G of that market, or as volatility. The volatility is likely to increase, the long-term G is going to come down. So this is not an ROE accretive event, even if the leverage is going up presently. I think the companies are going to be quite cautious, both in rehiring and also in CAPEX, I would imagine.
I mean, the theories go out the window, folks. With where we are right now, I mean, the stuff we learned in school just evaporates. It just disappears, whether it's, dividend discount models, whatever it is. And the fundamental pinning here is share buyback, dividend growth, and use of cash. Do they drift away or do they come back with a vengeance, Banu?
I think free cash flow is going to be king, Tom. I think that's what companies are going to want. By the way, that's what consumers are going to want. Look at the savings rates and how they're going up. So the consumers are looking to save more because of the unemployment situation. Companies will definitely want greater free cash flow because they unlike the market, are saying that this is a balance sheet problem. This is not just an income statement problem. So they are trying to hoard cash. And I think investors will also reward companies which have reasonable free cash flow. By the way, they have done for some time. So this is not new, but this is accelerating. As with many other trends that predated this pandemic, this is just accelerating those trends, whether it's slowing globalization or it's automation or it's the shift from material investment to intellectual investment, or it is a focus on free cash flow. I think those trends are going to be accelerated around this pivot of the pandemic. So I think investors are also going to go for companies that have reasonable cash on hand. And that's why, despite weak investment, despite no growth, the issuance in the market, in the credit market, has been as high as it has been.
But Banu, to oversimplify it, do you worry about good companies in a spell of trouble because of the pandemic, or do you actually worry about zombie companies? So companies that maybe shouldn't deserve to be, propped up, that will get government support?
I think the Fed is doing enough to give good companies support. I think they've done a remarkable job, including of extending credit to potential fallen angels. So I think at this minute, companies don't have major liquidity problems at all. The risk of zombie companies being propped up for longer, I think that risk is quite real. But I think the Fed makes the judgment, in my opinion, correctly, that you make type 1 errors and you make type 2 errors. At this minute, you don't want to make the error of hurting companies that have that are going businesses. So you don't want to hurt. And if that means that you prop up zombies for a while, so be it. So I think it will be the case that companies that should be ordinarily going bankrupt, I don't think this is the time when they're thinking about creative destruction. I think they will keep monitoring. We'll find out tomorrow. I think they will keep their purchases high enough to keep financial conditions quite loose. But companies that are going concerns don't have major liquidity problems right now. Business model problems for the next several years, that's a different question. And that's where I think the Fed can only provide limited help.
Bannon, talk to me a bit about emerging markets. We went into the pandemic saying, this could probably be the biggest concern, A, because they're linked to the dollar, but also just the fact that some of their health infrastructure could not cope with the overload. What's your take on emerging markets now that we're a bit wiser about what exactly is happening with the pandemic?
Look, it's still going up in most of these countries. I mean, the cases in Brazil have come down very modestly, but it's still quite high in Indonesia, India, Mexico, South Africa, all of these countries. The number of cases increasing, the mortality rates are much lower than they are in the developed world, or at least I should say the reported numbers are much lower. But look, this has been found out to be a major public debt problem for EM. Again, a trend that predated but has been accelerated. What this isn't is a balance sheet, is a balance of payments problem, pardon me. So they're not going to have a major dollar crisis because they don't have a huge dollar debt to repay, but they have local debt to repay. And that public debt for countries like South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, even India, I think that issue is going to be difficult for them to address without taking rates much lower and therefore much weaker currencies. So despite the fact that they have lagged, we are not looking to get overweight emerging markets relative to developed markets. I think what I said to you earlier about the S&P in terms of the sector of S&P being more important than the country or the economics of the US economy, the same thing is true for North Asia, Taiwan, China, India. These markets, I think, are going to be reasonably strong because of tech supporting them, because that's the one sector that's come through with flying colors. The rest of EM, it's really difficult to make a case to be overweight just based on the fact that they have underperformed. It's not enough for us to go along that.
Bana, this has been wonderful. Bana Boasia with a wonderful update there, and particularly with the way the markets are moving. Great to hear his thoughts on the surge in equities. Right now, in New York City with our First Word News, here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. Some Republicans in Congress are questioning the need for more pandemic stimulus. That's because of the surprise rebound by U.S. job markets. Lawmakers will have to decide whether to renew the extra benefits they approved for unemployed Americans. The $600 a week payments expired July 31st. The Senate Finance Committee takes up the matter today. Joe Biden has slammed President Trump's handling of the economy. He said the president inherited the longest economic expansion in history from the Obama-Biden administration, but squandered it. Biden accused President Trump of turning his back on the middle class with an agenda that helps corporations and the wealthy. Bail was set as high as $1.25 million for the former Minneapolis police officer charged with second-degree murder in the death of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin didn't post bail. He is expected to enter a plea at his next court appearance on June 29th. And North Korea is shutting off communications with South Korea. Kim Jong-un's regime says South Korean authorities carried out hostile acts. That appears to be referring to leaflets critical of Kim. They were attached to balloons and floated across the border by anti-North Korean activists. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now, coming up next, we speak with Leslie Vinjamuri, Chatham House head of U.S. and America's program. We talk about polls and protests. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning, everyone, from London and from New York. An extraordinary market moment here. 53 days in a row. Biggest move since 1933. And we will pause now. As we had Bana Boasia with us with UBS, now we look at the politics of America, the emotions that we've seen over the last number of weeks. And there's no one better to do that than Leslie Vinjamuri. She is with Chatham House from London, really taking a careful tick-by-tick look at the American political scene. Leslie, the president has been remarkably quiet. He did a photo op. Yesterday in a gathering with police officials and such. And I really thought Vice President Biden took the opportunity to fill the news vacuum with maybe his best day in ages. What are you learning about the Biden campaign?
Well, Biden has used this moment to come out onto the national stage to really reach out, to talk about race, to talk about health and the pandemic and the economy. And so I think it has been a turning point. Of course, I think people are always worried about what words the vice president will use, and he's got people surrounding him and helping him out. But it is true that, President Trump is standing back since, that moment at the White House, at the Rose Garden, at the church 8 days ago now. But there are rumors that he might make a speech about race. But right now, the tide is turning, and I'm sure that President Trump is very deeply concerned about the impact on the polls, on the economy, and being heavily coached.
One of the things that's obvious here, and I guess it goes back to Reagan, where you can run conservative in the primaries, but to win, you have to go moderate. That's certainly going to be tested here, frankly, by both candidates. Does Joe Biden have the ability to go moderate in the sense, who else are the liberals going to vote for?
Yeah, well, I think this has been the ongoing search, for the Democratic Party. Joe Biden is a moderate, but he wants to obviously include that progressive wing of the Democratic Party, which is incredibly important, especially right now in this moment in America where we have unprecedented scale of protests, really, uniting many people across the country, certainly bringing out the progressive wing. So he's got to speak to that, but he also has to speak to those people who want to see stability. They want to see the rate of infection coming down. They want to see the economy coming back. Jobs coming back is absolutely vital. So there's so many very, very high stakes concerns, multiple crises facing the next president, whoever he will be. There's certainly a very significant question for Joe Biden now about who he will appoint as his vice presidential candidate and who that will speak to. Like, will he choose somebody who speaks to moderates, to progressives, to African Americans, who can unite and balance this concern for economic rehabilitation, restoring the health of the economy and of the people, but also really addressing these very critical and very divisive issues of race relations, and police reform that are now absolutely top of the agenda across the United States. It's really, it's an extraordinary moment.
But so, Leslie, first of all, when do we know actually Joe Biden's running mate, and who would be an ideal candidate? Is there a candidate with whom by his side he actually can't lose the election in November?
Yeah, I think we're looking at early August, probably. This is what Biden's team has said as to when he'll actually announce his candidate. And I think now a lot of people suspect that it will be an African-American female. Remember, he's already confirmed that he will appoint a female as his running mate. And people are looking at Val Deming, looking at Keisha Lance Bottoms, the Atlanta mayor, the Florida congresswoman as two candidates that, you know, were sort of always there, but never really taking getting the amount of attention that they are now as a result of the protests. It just shows you how much things can change. You know, 3 weeks ago, we were in a very different space. We were talking about hitting the 100,000 death mark very tragically in the United States. And now that is there. It's very important, but America's opening up, and it's opening up with protests. So that has great relevance for who Vice President Biden will choose as his running mate. But I think we'll know, you know, in the next 6 or 7 weeks. But that is a very serious question right now.
Leslie, do you trust the polls? I mean, in the past we weren't sure. Do you, you know, given what we're seeing, does it make sense, or you know, are we measuring maybe people's, I don't know whether it's anger, like wrong?
I mean, it's, you know, this is the age-old question. And obviously 2016, both in the UK and in the US, led us to believe that we couldn't trust the polls. I think that, you know, on average over the last many years, you know, the polls have actually told us quite a lot. They continue to change, but, you know, as we know, President Trump's approval ratings haven't changed very much in the course of his presidency. He's at around 41% now, but, you know, Biden is up 7% nationally. And what we're seeing, of course, is that, you know, if you start to break down some of those polls, they get very interesting, with Republicans strongly supporting him on his response to the economic crisis in America right now, but not strongly supporting him, nothing to that same extent when it comes to his handling of the response to the brutal killing of George Floyd. So, you know, once you start to look at those, public attitudes have really moved in the last few weeks, and they are certainly affecting how people feel about the president. The African American vote, of course, leads strongly in favor of Joe Biden. The Hispanic, the Latino vote as well, the young vote. President Trump holds strong amongst white voters, and especially that base, which is the white, not college-educated base. But one question I think that's really interesting here is, you know, because the protests are taking place not only in the cities, but they're taking place across smaller towns, across more conservative areas. We see this especially in places like Pennsylvania. And we see young conservative voters turning out to protest. And that's a demographic that, again, is very interesting because they are young, but they're conservative, and they've moved towards the Biden side of this contest.
Terrific update. Leslie Vinjamuri, thank you so much with Chatham House this morning. We've got much more to come here. Daniel Yergin will be on in the 10 o'clock hour, I believe. Daniel Yergin of IHS, and of course he'll look at the commanding heights, the view from Riyadh. Please stay with us worldwide. This is Bloomberg.
Los que hayamos adoptado un abuelito, vamos a continuar viéndolos a nuestros abuelitos, ¿no? No podemos dejarlos de verlos por el hecho que se termine de solucionar la pandemia. Más bien al contrario, habremos tenido un mayor contacto con nuestros abuelitos hasta sus últimos días.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. PG&E has become one of the most high-profile companies to announce it's leaving San Francisco for neighboring Oakland. The utility plans to sell its downtown San Francisco headquarters. It's a move aimed at lowering costs after PG&E exits bankruptcy. The company will lease its building in Oakland with an option to buy. Auto sales platform Vroom priced shares above the marketed range and raised $468 million in its IPO. The company's backers include T. Rowe Price and General Catalyst Partners. Vroom is valued at more than $2.5 billion. The company said in its filing that the coronavirus pandemic may make consumers more likely to buy cars online. And Wendy's won't need to revive its famous commercial from the 80s with the tagline, "Where's the beef?" American meat supplies have recovered after the coronavirus forced slaughterhouses to close. That disrupted Wendy's supply chain and forced it to focus on chicken for a while. Now Wendy's says things are back to normal. There's a full list of burgers on the menu. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Ritika, thanks so much. Now, John Vinkendold from TPG worries about the risk of not deploying capital fast enough in the current climate. The co-chief executive of one of America's biggest private equity firms discussed the steps his firm has taken to combat the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on its investments on Bloomberg Front Row.
So clearly, we've had something happen here that we've never had happen before. I mean, literally in certain cases, revenue has stopped inside of these companies, right? So the first thing that you're looking at is what are the near-term implications of that? And that generally revolves around liquidity, okay? Like how much liquidity does a company have? And what are the near-term measures to improve liquidity? So so as you know, that included furloughs, that included layoffs in certain situations. It included various forms of kind of shutting down the engines, if you will, in order to extend the runway of these companies.
Those are tough decisions.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're very tough decisions because they involve people, and management teams are very loyal to their employees, and as are we. And so those are tough decisions. But the health of the company in the long run is obviously critical, right? Because those businesses employ people. Those businesses obviously have value within our portfolio and on behalf of our investors. So our priority and our focus has to be the survival of these businesses and the survival of these companies. So we have drawn down some revolvers in certain cases as a first step. A second step is what I mentioned before, which is how do you reduce the burn? Okay, so we've taken a number of actions there. The third step is there more liquidity that we may have to provide into as investors? Do we have to provide additional liquidity to bridge the gap, if you will? And so we have done that in a couple of situations so far, and we may continue to do that. As you say, I think at some point you do have to evaluate whether or not, will something survive, period, because there may be more fundamental changes on the other side of this, right?
Are you there yet on that question? I mean, are we far enough along into this that you are having to make those really, difficult?
I think by and large, the answer is no, that we're not far enough along. In other words, I mean, like take the cruise business as an example, right? Viking Cruise Lines is a very important business of ours. Take the cruise business. I mean, you're in as good a position to evaluate that as I am. Okay, I mean, will people go back to cruising? The answer to that is probably yes, they will. Clearly, people are not going to go back to cruising the same way they were before in November, December. Okay, now sometime in 2021, I don't know. I think it depends on what happens with respect to things like treatments for the virus. It depends on whether or not there's ultimately a vaccine.
There are.
Well, that was John Winkelried, the TPG co-chief executive, speaking to Bloomberg front row Eric Schatzker. So we'll have plenty more, of course, on that. We'll have plenty more on what's coming up next, which is the markets. The markets, we saw a pretty big rally over yesterday, but it's not really filtering through to what we're seeing in Europe. But Tom, I know we're spending a lot of time looking at markets, so we also spend a lot of time looking at foreign affairs. So I'm looking forward to speaking to Gideon Rose. And then the one thing on my mind is actually what's happening with a lot of these European credit markets, Tom.
Oh, I've got to look at the markets here with Daniel Yergin coming up later. Oil really with finally a pullback from that $40 level. The oil calculus is absolutely fascinating. And in our next hour, we're really going to focus in here again on these markets. The stock market, the 53-day move is just absolutely extraordinary. No other way to put it. Can you imagine, folks, the number of people left behind by this truly historic rally? Please stay with us. From London, from New York, this is Bloomberg. This morning, the fear of being left behind. We move on from the gloom of March. What will day 54 bring? So far, the greatest surge in the stock market since 1933. Call it fear of missing out, or perhaps fear of selling first. New York City, it reopens, yet 14 states and Puerto Rico see record cases of COVID-19. From Alaska to Utah, America, it will test the Swedish experiment. And Trump and Biden, well, they agree to agree. They will not defund the police. One sees police, quote, letting us live in peace. The other sees, quote, the urgent need for reform. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Tom Keene in New York, Francine Lacroix in London. A real market focus today. It's good to get back to the markets, looking across all of the assets. Right now, markets off about 1%. We'll do that in the data check here in a moment. But life goes on. And Francine, I think it has been under-discussed, the challenges in the United Kingdom in lockdown. How locked down is the United Kingdom?
Well, Tom, these are very similar challenges to what we've seen around the world, with the countries and, of course, governments in power grappling with how soon do you ease the lockdown. Yesterday, there was a bit of excitement, certainly in the capital, because some of the pubs would reopen towards the end of the month. But again, there's no clear plan on the schools. So there are 3 grades of pupils that have gone back. That was from June the 1st. And then we thought that we would have from the government here in the UK a gradual plan on the rest of the year. So if you're 8 years old, 9 years old, you would go back here and it would be gradual. And actually yesterday the government basically said that they didn't want to provide that much guidance, and so left it up to each school and council to figure out what they think is best.
Absolutely confusing. And I'm trying to learn more about this, folks. But really, the United Kingdom looking out to September and that analysis of when the kids go back to school. Right now, we're going to analyze the news with our First Word News in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Morning, Tom. Francine. U.S. Attorney General William Barr has publicly contradicted his boss, President Trump. Barr told Fox News that the Secret Service told the president to go to a bunker in the White House during a large protest. President Trump had denied similar reports, saying that he merely went to inspect the bunker. House and Senate Democrats have proposed a sweeping police reform bill. Before presenting the legislation, party leaders knelt for almost 9 minutes to honor George Floyd. His death at the hands of Minneapolis police has sparked several weeks of protest. Amongst other things, the Democratic bill would change the definition of criminal misconduct for police. As many as 25,000 stores in the U.S. could close permanently this year. That's almost 3 times as many as last year, when closures set a record. Retail and tech data firm Coresight Research says most of the closures are expected to occur in malls. The coronavirus pandemic has devastated an industry where mall-based retailers already were struggling. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out his plans today for easing the national lockdown. That's after officials reported the lowest number of daily coronavirus deaths since restrictions were imposed. Last month, Johnson said that non-essential retailers could reopen June the 15th if the threat of the virus continued to recede. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Look at equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. It's just nice. It's a correlated pullback. I'm not even going to call it risk off. After the surges we've seen in the market, see the VIX move back one big figure. We call that a stick, back to a 26 level. Equities, call it a 1% move, negative 30 SPX. And Dow futures right now, negative 329. You see it with weaker dollar and on and on. Another day, finally, a little bit of a pullback. Francine.
Tom, a pullback in European stocks, and we saw that almost right at the beginning. A lot of questions about why the rally and how it can be sustained. I think if you look at treasuries, so they're advancing with gold and the yen, and then you look at this gauge of European junk grade credit risk increasing the most since mid-May. It's something that I don't watch very often, so it's something that really interests me. And then euro dollar 112.65. You can see yen at 107.87, Tom.
Very good. It is a day, a Tuesday, with a news flow to readjust, recalibrate, and look forward. On the politics of America, there's no one better to do that with than our Kevin Cirilli. We bring him out of the surveillance bunker where he's been for the last 2, 3, 4 weeks. He's our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, I want you to recalibrate how Democrats feel of the memory of Secretary Clinton simply losing. And the delicacy here is Vice President Biden needing to address progressives and yet moving to the middle, for example, saying, I'm not going to defund the police. How does the vice president migrate to the middle in the coming months?
There was anger. There was palpable anger in the aftermath of former Secretary Clinton's loss to now President Donald Trump amongst the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And there's anger this morning as the former vice president saying that he is not in favor of defunding the police. You know, when I talk to some progressive activists, they've always been skeptical about the team that the former vice president is assembling himself with. However, in contrast, the Democratic strategists who are more centrist, who are more establishment, are breathing a collective sigh of relief because Clinton lost Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the police vote is so incredibly important. Police unions are so incredibly important in order to get elected there. And so so Biden has to, one, re-put together the Obama coalition, which includes high turnout amongst African Americans, but it also includes police.
Kevin, in the old days, long ago and far away, this is back in your earliest youth or even before you were thought of, that what you did is you ran to your wing and then you came back to the middle. That's standard American politics. Are you telling me that doesn't work anymore?
I'm telling you, rip up the script, because this is going to be a turnout election, Tom. And both sides, whether it's President Trump or whether it's former Vice President Biden, are saying they have to boost their turnout. So what's interesting about Biden's decision yesterday is that he went the route of saying that he wants to not only bolster African-American turnout, but that he can't put out there that he wants to defund police. In contrast, when I talked to Republicans yesterday, they were saying, hey, bring this on. They like this challenge because they think that Trump is going to say that he is much more in favor of police than Biden is, and that Biden would be much more beholden to progressive elements in his caucus. You know, yesterday I will say, however, that if you're a moderate Republican, if you are elected in a suburb, for example, the few remaining left of suburban Republicans, they are looking across the aisle right now to try to come together to pass some type of bipartisan reform in wake of the George Floyd killing.
Kevin, I mean, the election will be decided on a couple of states. What do the polls in these states tell us, and will it all depend on the running mate for Joe Biden?
Well, in terms of where the polls are, Biden has a significant national lead according to the national polls. He also has a slight advantage in some battleground states. So that's at the presidential level. But I would, especially for our global audience, in terms of seeing how the House and the Senate are going to vote, you know, we've talked so much about how COVID-19 has hindered Biden and Trump's ability to get out there on the campaign trail. It's also hindered senatorial candidates and gubernatorial candidates from being able to get out there on the campaign trail. I remember pre-COVID, people were talking about Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell going to lose in a Kentucky race. That just is now a pipe dream for Democrats because McConnell, you know, because Democrats haven't been able on the local level either to crisscross the states. So a lot of talk about whether or not the Senate would go back to Democrats. And it's unclear because of the impact on a local level campaigns have had because of the virus.
Kevin, thanks so much. Kevin Cirilli there, Bloomberg's chief Washington correspondent. Now, coming up next, we speak markets with Jens Nordvik. He's Exante founder and chief executive officer. That's coming up shortly, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning, everyone. From London and from New York, we welcome all of you. We're looking at the markets. Lots of good guests coming up. Robert Dahl scheduled to join Bloomberg this morning. Daniel Yergin scheduled, I believe, in the 10 o'clock hour on oil. That will be must-watch for global Wall Street. Right now, a real treat. He has been known for years at Goldman Sachs, at Nomura, and at his extant data for doing acute numerical research. He is Jens Nordvig, usually on the dollar, currency dynamics, and economics. But right now, we have to congratulate Mr. Nordvig on industry-leading research on COVID-19. Early ex-ante data got out front with terrific research on the spread of this horrific virus, and Jens Nordvig can give us an update on that. Jens, right now we have 14 states in America, smaller states, more rural states, less dense states, having a bad bout of the virus and case growth, and they're also doing it in very open economies, I would suggest, much like what Sweden did. What have you learned in your study of Sweden, and what does it mean for Utah? What does it mean for Alaska?
Yeah, we're getting a ton of questions on Sweden because it's sort of an early example of a country that has tried a different model. So a couple points. The first point I would make is that the policies matter, right? So Sweden took a different policy path, and the virus took a different path as well, right? So they have had more cases than the neighboring countries, Denmark, Norway, and Finland, right? So the different strategy does make a difference. So that's the first point. There's been some debate even about that, but that we can see that pretty clearly. But on the other hand, I think the most important indicator to look at is really what's the pressure on the hospitals. And if we look at the data they have very high quality data from ICU usage that peaked at the end of April. Really, it's come down to roughly half of what it was at the peak, right? So even though they've had a different strategy, even though they've been fairly open all the time in terms of schools being open, at least for young kids, and people going to work much more than we have seen in all the countries and states that have had lockdowns, they've not been overwhelmed at the hospital level. So I think that's the key indicator. And then there's politics, Tom, right? Is this something that is actually supported by the population? And so far, the government is very popular. So there's no pressure in terms of like the government changing tune from the population. They actually support this track that Sweden has taken.
What is the age distribution characteristics? If you were to fly out, say, to Salt Lake City today and advise the Utah government, how does age fit into the success or failure of the Swedish model?
Yeah, so we've seen all around the world that obviously the fatalities unfortunately come among the elderly. And even in Sweden, you can see that the reason why when you compare countries across the world, and Sweden has more fatalities per capita, it is a lot to do with the fact that nursing homes in that country have also been hit. So if you compare to Norway, for example, they've had very, very few fatalities in their nursing homes, and that creates a huge difference. But if you look at the broader population, the fatalities are low, and that's really the reason why the government in Sweden is willing to continue with this strategy. They feel, okay, they made some mistakes around nursing homes, but the broader impact of the population is small. The hospitals can take it. And like in the last couple of weeks, they've closed these emergency hospital facilities that they've set up because they don't need them. And that, I think, is a signal of confidence. So I think when you ask about, okay, what is it going to mean for the states in the U.S. that are reopening early, we can see that case growth is growing pretty rapidly in a number of places. Arizona is one of them. We know a part of that is testing, but it's not all testing because the hit ratios, as we call them, the amount of positives that come back of the total test are also going up. But we have a big debate now about whether hospital pressure is going to become a real issue. And hospital pressure is going up in some states. And the key question is, how big is that pressure is going to be? How much extra capacity can be added? We've learned from New York that a lot of extra capacity can be added. And then again, it's a political decision. Are you really going to have Republican governors in key states around the U.S. that's going to impose a second-round lockdown? I think for markets, the market is telling you essentially no chance if you look at the rally we've had over the last 2 months. And that's the big question. Yeah. Is that assessment correct?
But Jens, what's the perfect way, or maybe not perfect, but what's the best way of reopening an economy? Is it right that people go back to work before you open schools? I mean, the UK is a different approach, and if you look at every country, it's so different, but actually they almost have the same infection rates in certain cases. So what should open first and what should open last?
Well, I think the key thing is that everybody should be careful during the reopening, right? So it's not that it's a sort of night and day environment where, okay, now we were worried about the coronavirus, now we go back to normal. There's lots of things you can do where you sort of normalize the business environment, but you're still very careful in the process. Like there should be no handshaking or hugging. People should be wearing masks. If you open offices and factories, there should be social distancing in the office. We have seen many examples of huge outbreaks in crowded workplaces. That's something that should be absolutely avoided, even if you go down the route of actually reopening, right? So there's all these things that are special details that actually really matter a lot. Like one thing we can see in our data, we track a lot of these mobility indicators, and just because the mobility of people is coming back to normal, that doesn't mean that the transmission of the virus going back to normal, because there's all these little details about how humans behave that are different. And that means that this statistical analysis is highly nonlinear. And I think that's very important right now.
Jens Nordvik will continue with us. Can't say enough about his industry-leading research on this horrific pandemic. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we will look at these markets. Thrilled that Robert Dahl will join us from Nuveen. Really need to get out front of when to sell, when to get out. Actually, I'm sort of thinking about when should I dollar cost average into the market. One of these days, I am going to enter the market. This is Bloomberg.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money. Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers, and some production lines are fully automated. Tencho Das is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment. This could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange rate.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
Bloomberg Surveillance, Francine Lacroix and Tom Keene. Yen Nordvig with us with Exante data. And of course, with Nordvig, it's always about the dollar. Jens, is the great bull market in the dollar strength, is it over?
We definitely have a bearish bias for the dollar, but as we can see today, the ups and downs are very much linked to what's going on in the equity market, right? So we have a very tight correlation between what's going on in risk assets and what's going on with the dollar, and that's nothing new, but it's been particularly pronounced this year. And the explanation really is that the most important driving variable for the dollar is pretty much what's going on with global growth sentiment. And global growth sentiment obviously was historically bad during March and a part of April. And now over the last couple of weeks, we have recovered. So people are starting to pencil in the reopening globally, and that's seeing global growth expectations start to bottom. And the dollar has really taken a meaningful hit on the back of that. So that's the sort of big picture dimension. We have to do the flow analysis on top. So there's been some very important flow variables moving around in Europe, and those flow signals have been quite euro bullish over the last few weeks, and that's added to the euro, which is also a part of the dollar trend that's important. And then we haven't talked about the recovery fund, but obviously there are things going on the policy front in Europe that have been very important. And we even saw Euro stocks start to outperform last week. That doesn't happen very often, but that shows that there is something going on with policy in Europe that is giving many investors some hope.
Jens, there's a lot of positives, but what about the specter of deflation? Is that the biggest risk out there?
So, what's quite remarkable about this recession, let's call it a recession, is that policymakers have been so incredibly aggressive and very quickly been incredibly aggressive. Just look at the U.S. credit market, right? We had literally a complete shutdown of the economy, and nevertheless credit spreads widened for a few weeks, and now they're back into totally normal territory. So the policy response is very powerful. So we're going to be in an environment where activity is going to be operating below normal, but policymakers have really done what they can. So I would say we're in a very low inflation environment, but I don't think it's any more deflationary than we've had deflationary risk in the past, and certainly not as it pertains to asset prices that are pumped up aggressively, I think would be fair to say, by the monetary stimulus that is still ongoing.
Jens Nordvig, thank you so much. With Exante Data, we're just thrilled that he was with us this morning. We've got much more coming up. Olivier Blanchard scheduled to be with us in a few hours. Really looking forward to that conversation. We do want to mention Gideon Rose will join us from Foreign Affairs Magazine. It has been truly industry-leading in the conversation on this pandemic and, of course, linked into the economic collapse. Gideon Rose coming up next. Again, a pullback here finally after day, up, up, up. We're back a good stick on the VIX, 26, with futures at negative 30-ish. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil, the Bloomberg Commodity Index.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. Some Republicans in Congress are questioning the need for more pandemic stimulus. That's because of the surprise rebound by U.S. job markets. Lawmakers will have to decide whether to renew the extra benefits they approved for unemployed Americans. The $600 a week payments expire July 31st. The Senate Finance Committee takes up the matter today. Joe Biden has slammed President Trump's handling of the economy. He said the president inherited the longest economic expansion in history from the Obama-Biden administration, but squandered it. Biden accused President Trump of turning his back on the middle class with an agenda that helps corporations and the wealthy. Bail was set as high as $1.25 million for the former Minneapolis police officer charged with second-degree murder in the death of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin didn't post bail. He is expected to enter a plea at his next court appearance on June 29th. And North Korea is shutting off communications with South Korea. Kim Jong-un's regime says South Korean authorities carried out hostile acts. That appears to be referring to leaflets critical of Kim. They were attached to balloons and floated across the border by anti-North Korean activists. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom?
Ritika, thank you so much. Francine Lacroix and Tom Keene. It is true, every month I have to go out and resell the must-read magazine to keep you abreast of a good cross-section of thinkers, and that is, of course, Foreign Affairs magazine. Gideon Rose is kind enough to join us. He is the one that pieces it together. He's piecing it together in a pandemic, and it is a look this month at the world after the pandemic, and it is appropriate that he is the Peter Peterson Chair at the Council on Foreign Relations. Gideon, Pete Peterson would have been shocked at the debt buildup. How do we have a world after the pandemic with all those trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of global debt?
Thanks, Tom, as always, for the kind words, and it's a great question. We have a wonderful piece by Sebastian Mallaby in the new issue that talks about the age of magic money. And basically, what has happened is, you're absolutely right, we've taken on dramatically more debt than anybody ever thought was possible, responsible, et cetera. In some ways, we're all MMT types now. But what has made it acceptable, at least in the short run, is low inflation, because those debt burdens are not actually going to be dramatically disastrous for people's economies unless inflation comes back. So the question about whether we're over-indebted or not is in part, and whether this massive influx of money that's coming to the system from the Federal Reserve, the question is whether that is going to be continue to be supported by low interest rates, or if interest rates go back up, then people are really in trouble.
How do you address within this important issue that, I make a joke, folks, it's a thing that Richard Haas put up on top of the beautiful offices of the Council on Foreign Relations. Gideon, there's no such thing as a free lunch. How do you address there's no such thing as a free lunch when we come out of this crisis?
Well, this is a great question because, look, everybody thought Japan was going to do horribly over the last sort of 20 years economically, and they've managed to actually not do nearly as badly as people thought in a variety of ways. We may be going for a different kind of future than people expected if inflation stays low. But the real question is, when the consequences of the disasters of the last few months get priced in by the body politic, not just the economic people in the market, but the publics around the world, when all that anger at people and governments who have failed to do well comes out, where will it be directed? That's the big question. We have a great piece by Frank Fukuyama in the issue that essentially argues you're probably not going to see a lot of international conflict, but you are, or at least not as much as people think, because the crisis has affected everybody, and there aren't really great circumstances for things like war, because nuclear deterrence remains there. But you're going to see a lot of domestic turmoil in weak states, or states that didn't respond well. And since very few states have responded well, the outlook is for lots of domestic turbulence over the next stretch of months and years, as the full consequences of what has happened ripple through the polities and political economies of the world, and people try to make sense of who exactly is responsible for all the bad things that are happening.
But what does that mean, Gideon? So is it more inward-looking? Are we talking protectionism, or is it ways to stimulate your own economy within your borders?
Well, it's a sort of a combination. Basically, what Fukuyama says is that the countries that did well in responding to the first phases of the crisis were ones that had strong state capacity, a kind of national cohesive consciousness, and leadership that actually worked. You needed all three of those things. So the South Koreas and the Germany, you had a few examples of this, but very few. And most states either didn't have the capacity, or didn't have the social cohesion, or didn't have, like the U.S., the leadership to be able to respond effectively. They've suffered dramatically, and their citizens have suffered. So the question is, who will pay the price for that?
Yeah, and so let me phrase it the other way.
Angela Merkel is an effective leader.
Who else?
Well, this is the problem. It's much easier to see the leaders who are going to be in deep trouble after this, like Bolsonaro. Putin may be in more trouble. But what we don't know is that the politicians in each country are trying to deflect blame from themselves onto others. And so the race that's going on is the race to define the narrative about who is responsible for all the bad things that are happening. And so the politicians, in effect, having screwed up, are now in collusion with each other to blame each other. And the question will be, will publics look at their public leaders and say, yes, it was the bad foreigners who caused all this, we need to shut down, shut in? Or will they say, look, we need to actually cooperate a little better, and we want leaders who don't divide things but unite things? And we just don't know where the passions and anger are going to come.
Gideon Rose with us with a really important issue on the pandemic with the Foreign Affairs magazine, and we will continue. This has been widely anticipated not only by New York Wall Street and all of the greater New York area, but truly globally. Tiffany's out with a really interesting set of statements and financials, including a huge rebound in China in May. That's a subhead to the headlines. And what's really extraordinary here, Francine, is the language of Tiffany's as they try to prepare for LVMH. I love that they're going to take a journey. They're going to do a journey, Francine, with LVMH. I don't know where journey got into this, but in mergers and acquisitions, Francine, it's never a journey.
Tom, we also have some sad news actually for a lot of oil experts and oil investors. So we have just found out from the oil trading company Vitol, one of the biggest oil trading companies in the world, that the former chief executive Ian Taylor has died. We had interviewed Ian Taylor many times on Bloomberg. We knew that he was having a long battle with an illness, and so we've just found out that basically he has died. Mr. Taylor joined Vitol, I think, back in 1985 and then became chief executive in 1995. So he had been a long time chief executive of Vitol. We'll have more on that shortly. This is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Well, today marks the launch of Bloomberg Green magazine, a quarterly collection of our best reporting on climate change. The debut issue explores ways stimulus spending enacted in response to the COVID-19 virus can be used towards climate recovery. Now, it also features an introductory essay by Michael Bloomberg on why the coronavirus crisis will be a turning point for climate change. The magazine is available on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal. To talk a little bit more about the priorities for the world, we're back with Gideon Rose, Foreign Affairs magazine editor, and Peter G. Peterson, chair, who's still with us. The latest issue is titled The World After the Pandemic, which discusses how to learn from COVID-19 failure before the next outbreak. Gideon, will the pandemic actually change everything? We're talking a little bit about how a lot of leaders will come under scrutiny about how they've handled the lockdown and how they've handled basically the human lives of their citizens. But if you look at climate change, if you look at the protests, if you look at everything that we know in terms of globalization, how different will our world look like in 2 to 3 years because of the pandemic?
Well, that's obviously a fascinating question and one that's absolutely impossible to answer. Because a few months ago, everybody knew the markets were going to do fine. 3 months ago, everybody knew the markets were absolutely going to be in the dumps forever, and now we're back up for the year. The political market is just as hard to predict as the economic market, and in many respects, a way to think about the question you just asked is, what is the shape of the political recovery or the geopolitical recovery? Is it a V? Is it an L? Is it a Nike swoosh? Does it just go down? Basically, what we have seen is a dramatic rise in tension, protectionism, lack of cooperation, international scapegoating and blame gathering. It's as if basically nobody ever read anything about the 1930s and, oh, let's play it all again together in a few months. So we've done that. And then the question is, what comes after that? If you believe that these policies are some people believe these are the harbingers of a shrinkage of globalization and a return to national boundaries and reshoring of lots of activity. I just don't think that North Korean type self-reliance as an ideology is effective for the 21st century. And I think that there are ways that you can deal with things like supply chains by diversifying them internationally rather than simply reshoring them. So I think that what you're going to see is some kind of reaction against the immediate panic and crisis and tension. And then the question is, will there be any kind of resurgence of cooperation, or will things go even further into tension? Or what is probably most likely, will things just sourly slog on for the next couple of years with everybody really angry and upset, but nobody really actually changing things dramatically? The big variable will be the U.S. election in November.
I was going to ask you, actually, given what you've just said, what does that mean for the U.S. election in November? You read my mind, Gideon.
Well, every single author that basically in the issue pretty much points to the extraordinary importance of agency and personal decision-making in this crisis over the last several months. We have seen the importance of leaders around the world. Unfortunately, there are far more examples of leaders who have not, in effect, led well than there are ones who have led well. And in the U.S., we've had perhaps the most bizarre example anybody has ever seen of a leader who essentially refused to lead at all during the middle of a giant national crisis. That was something that nobody has ever predicted. You had a great state, but you just didn't do it. You left it in the garage while you denied the crisis. We just don't know. No one's ever understood. The U.S. is behaving toward the world at large right now like the White House behaved toward the crisis. Mm-hmm. This is not my problem. It's somebody else's problem. Somehow this will all just go away. If that attitude continues, the world will continue to spiral out of control. Well, if, however, the U.S. adopts a more constructive role towards world leadership, it's possible that things could be pulled back together because we all benefit from connection with cooperation.
Gideon, one of the themes of Kevin Cirilli this morning was Joe Biden out of the bunker. He's been more visible in the last couple of days than we've seen in weeks. Is there a Democratic Party foreign policy? Or maybe better said, is there a Democrat foreign theory that's evident?
It's a good question. There are a lot of voices in the Democratic Party that want a dramatic change, just like they want a dramatic change in policing on the left or in variety of other things. I don't think the mainstream Biden administration's foreign policy will be radically different, but it may well be more committed to what we used to call sort of liberal internationalism than its predecessors. Because just as the turbulence of the last few years has pushed the Republicans further to the right, so it has pushed the Democrats further into an embrace of the opposite, which in this day and age means some kind of constructive use of government to solve problems, some kind of cooperation with others. And I think that will be the hallmark of Biden's foreign policy, unless they get sucked into a political debate over the China question in which it becomes who can be more of a scapegoater, and will the public respond to that?
Gideon, I know it's a bit different in the U.S., but certainly across the world, and the latest case in point today was Cathay Pacific. They need government help and government support. How will that change the relationship that companies, but also individuals, want and will have with their governments? Are we going to see governments just intervene a lot more?
Well, this is a great question, because essentially what we've realized in this crisis is you can't just think of governments or societies or politicians. You have to think of it all together. Not just are we tied together in the world, we're tied together in the polities. And the solutions to the kinds of problems we have now, how to control public health while all still managing to support economic recovery. These are things the private sector can't do alone. They're things the government can't do alone. And they're things that the public really needs to have done. And so what hopefully we can look forward to, and that would be the greatest thing. The greatest lack we have right now is some kind of commitment to a public discourse that is constructive and that tries to actually solve problems rather than simply shift blame and reap the political benefits from tension. And that's the real question. The problems are real, but it's always about how you respond to them. And businesses can't do this alone. Governments can't do it alone. If they work together and bring a cohesive national purpose in their minds, in the forefront, then maybe we can move forward.
Thank you so much. Gideon Rose there, Foreign Affairs Magazine editor, and Peter G. Peterson, chair, joining us this morning. Up next, we speak with Nessa Ernst, the Johns Hopkins Hospital Department of Medicine nurse manager. We talk about COVID-19. This is Bloomberg.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. PG&E has become one of the most high-profile companies to announce it's leaving San Francisco for neighboring Oakland. The utility plans to sell its downtown San Francisco headquarters. It's a move aimed at lowering costs after PG&E exits bankruptcy. The company will lease its building in Oakland with an option to buy. Auto sales platform Vroom priced shares above the marketed range and raised $468 million in its IPO. The company's backers include T. Rowe Price and General Catalyst Partners. Vroom is valued at more than $2.5 billion. The company said in its filing that the coronavirus pandemic may make consumers more likely to buy cars online. And Wendy's won't need to revive its famous commercial from the 80s with the tagline, "Where's the beef?" American meat supplies have recovered after the coronavirus forced slaughterhouses to close. That disrupted Wendy's supply chain and forced it to focus on chicken for a while. Now Wendy's says things are back to normal. There's a full list of burgers on the menu. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine?
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now, as we continue to track the virus, Bloomberg has developed a unique partnership with the leading authority on COVID-19. Johns Hopkins has been at the forefront of the international response, and every day we'll bring you insight from experts in public health, infectious disease, and emergency preparedness. Well, joining us now is Neysa Ernst, Johns Hopkins Hospital Department of Medicine nurse manager. Thank you so much, Neysa, for joining us today. There was this WHO report yesterday that actually took many by surprise, that it's very rare to have an asymptomatic person pass on the disease. Does it go against what we thought and knew?
I don't know the answer to that, Francine. I actually read the press release from the WHO, and I do think that the not having or having some validity that the asymptomatic population does not transmit the disease is very important to the reopening process.
What do we still not understand? I mean, we've had various reports from, it's difficult actually if you're just a citizen trying to figure out what you need to do, how this virus evolves. Who should we listen to? We were told not to wear masks and then to wear masks in certain places. What are you certain about that we need to do to make sure that we're safe?
Francine, I always talk about a few simple things, and one of them is wearing the mask, social distancing, and sanitizing. We at Johns Hopkins are starting to reopen out for our outpatients on a more wider basis, and those are three of the topics that we actually have to be reviewed on. We actually had to sit down and speak with the staff about measuring out 6 feet apart so that we could really see social distancing for the importance that it was. Because one of the things that we have noticed is that the transmissions that we have seen among employees primarily are in situations where social distancing, like in a break room, may not be as strict as it is in another area. So we've really gone back to those basics of the masks, the social distancing, and the sanitizing.
Would it be safe to send kids back to school this month if there was appropriate social distancing?
I think children are sort of the variable in there. It's difficult for children sometimes to understand social distancing to the level that adults can understand it. So I don't know the answer to that question. I think there'd have to be a lot of work with early childhood educators about how you could get that message clear to children and how children could do that on a consistent basis.
Thank you so much, Neysa Ernst of Johns Hopkins Hospital. And be sure to check out VRUS Go on the Bloomberg for the latest information. Tune in also every day for our exclusive conversation with Johns Hopkins experts for an inside look at battling COVID-19. Now, we're also looking at live pictures of Hong Kong today. A lot of people have written in to remind us, marks 1 year since the June 9th rally in Hong Kong, which saw an estimated 1 million residents march against a proposed extradition bill. Of course, a second protest days later, which then saw the first violent clashes between demonstrators and police. Now, 1 year on, democracy activists face even steeper odds with a looming security loss. Those are live pictures, and we'll continue bringing you the very latest from Hong Kong throughout the day. We'll also bring you the very latest on the markets. If you look at U.S. equity futures and European stocks, they're falling on worries that the blistering rally in risk assets had overshot the economic recovery. I'm looking at treasuries. They're advancing with gold and the yen. Coming up, join Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramovitz for more Bloomberg Surveillance. Of course, it's simulcast on Bloomberg Radio and television from 7 a.m. in New York, 12 p.m. in London. That's right after this. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
The ECB will, within its mandate, continue to support the recovery with all appropriate measures.
What's wrong with adapting to what central bankers are doing these days? After all, we're seeking stability of the oil market.
One thing about imbalances is that at some point they reverse, and this is true about income inequality in the U.S. too.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramovitz.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. This
It's Bloomberg Surveillance with equity futures negative. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro together with Lisa Abramowitz. And Tom, the S&P 500 are raising the losses for 2020. Every single stock on that benchmark positive off the March 23rd low. And just a little reminder, this morning at least, that stocks can go down as well.
How strange to see red on the screen, but John, I'm just going to look at it as a blip now. We need to see a lot of proof there. I know it's a theme, John, we'll be looking at through this simulcast, the equity markets and, of course, the cross-asset analysis. John, I think a little history is in order. You need to go back to 1933. John, that's just before I entered Wall Street. You need to go back to 1933 to see the 53-day lift that we just saw.
Tom Keene in cash since the 1930s, an unbelievable position that he has held throughout the last century or so. Tom, you know what they call a bubble, an equity rally that you haven't participated in, and you have not participated in this one for a long, long time, Tom Keene.
This is really, really important. Bono Boasia, the great strategist at UBS, was with us on Surveillance an hour, 2 hours ago. And John, that was the distinction he made, is this has been a surge without a lot of volatility and without a lot of volume. Volume is missing, and that's something to talk to our esteemed guest about here in a moment.
Just the scent of exuberance in the last couple of days. Lisa, a little bit later this morning, there is a little bit of data we need to look out for.
Yeah, at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting the job openings data from the U.S., just looking for a sense of how quickly that's coming back online. Also, some of the things that I'm watching, really important. The Senate Finance Committee is going to be debating whether re-upping some of the additional unemployment benefits that people have. The market seems to be baking this in, that there will be some sort of extension, but Chuck Grassley, who leads up that committee in the Senate, coming out and saying perhaps this is a sign, the jobs report that we got on Friday, how much better than expected that jobs report was. Perhaps this is a sign that we should slow down and reconsider. And then, of course, the FOMC meeting does begin, John, today. And I'm curious on that front also, is the Fed going to dial back some of the expectations for its stimulus based on the better than expected data? Or are they going to give a grim outlook and say, we still need to do absolutely everything we can to bring financing, particularly to small and medium-sized businesses?
Lisa, I imagine a lot of people are leaning towards the latter and not the former, at least in terms of expectations 24 hours out. Tom Keene, we do get some forecasts. We get a dot plot as well. I'm looking to see how far that long dot actually comes lower, how much they pull that down on the forecast for where the Fed thinks rates will be in the coming years.
And the key statistic there, John, I totally agree that that's the great mystery of these meetings, is we go 22-ish. We really begin with this meeting 18 months out to consider, I can't believe I'm saying this number, John, when you go back to 1933 like I do, to get out to 2022 is just really, really difficult. But it's sort of a first look at 22 meeting.
Tom Keene, lucky to have you with us in 2020. With equity futures a little bit lower this Tuesday morning, we're down by 0.9% on the S&P 500. A small correction, we're down around about 28 points at the moment after the rally of the last couple of weeks. We're really happy to say we can kick off this morning's program on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio with Bob Dahl of Nuveen Asset Management, the chief equity strategist. Bob, the breadth has improved, at least coming into today. But for every JP Morgan, there is a car rental company that is absolutely ripped. And I think a lot of people are trying to work out the distinction between a durable rotation and an unsustainable speculative rally over the last 2 months. Which one is it at the moment for you, Bob?
At the moment, in the short term, there's a little speculation. I think the market's a little ahead of itself. But, remember, the stock market went down 35%. In a little more than a month before we got hardly any bad news about the economy. The stock market is a forward-looking discounting mechanism, and its rise now is telling us things are going to be better down the line. For most businesses, some won't come back, but for most businesses, given the flood of monetary and fiscal policy, the amount of cash that's sloshing around, the whole TINA and FOMO arguments, that's what's pushing stocks higher. They need a rest. Maybe today's that rest. We'll see how long it lasts.
Robert Dahl, there's the acclaimed Dahl meter. And the Dahl meter, folks, is the enthusiasm on board. What do you see in volume? What do you see in enthusiasm? What does Nuveen see in flows about whether this lift is loved or unloved?
And it is all mediocre. That is the volume. You pointed that out a couple of minutes ago. What we are seeing, if you look inside volume, Tom, is upside volume is dominating downside volume. And so that's encouraging despite the fact that overall volume numbers aren't as strong as you might like. As you know, some of the reasons stocks are going up are short covering. A lot of shorts put out there when it looked like this thing was going to go down, quote, forever, and they're still covering.
Bob, I'm struggling with the idea of FOMO and TINA, which makes sense given the fact that we are seeing an incredible amount of support from the Federal Reserve and from Congress. I'm trying to pair that with the idea that shares of Hertz and JCPenney and Chesapeake surged yesterday. These companies are all bankrupt or on the brink of bankruptcies. The shares of Hertz, for example, doubling yesterday. Why? Because 2020. Can you give us a sense of whether this is perhaps a harbinger of excessively frothy behavior that needs to get blown off in a little bit in order to make you confident to go back in?
Yes, I think the fact that those kinds of stocks, now a lot in those three stocks was short covering, no question about it. And that just pushes up because then the sellers just step out of the way and we get the whoosh up. But that is a sign in the short term. There's a little speculation going along. People are looking around and saying, okay, what hasn't moved? Let me go buy some of that. The FOMO and TINA arguments are not great long-term environments. You won't buy somebody buying a stock because they've done their homework and they like the earnings and they like the valuation, not because they just think it's going to go up and so I better get in.
Let's talk about what's fueling that outside of central bank monetary policy and the stimulus we've seen. Bob, there's a huge focus on reopening here in New York City and globally. And as you go from shutdown to reopen, of course, naturally, the data sequentially will improve month on month. But I'm interested in the positive surprises. Macy's reporting earlier this morning that they've reopened stores and they're performing better than anticipated. Are you seeing enough positive surprises outside of the sequential month-on-month improvement beyond what you expected, Bob?
Yes, faster and bigger on the improvement side, no question about it. But I think of Lyft's announcement last week. Month over month, our rides are up 27%. Wow, I'm impressed. But don't forget, they're down 70% from a year ago. There are a lot of those kind of comparisons where, the month over month or the quarter over quarter are going to look phenomenal. We'll see that for third quarter GDP and probably fourth quarter GDP. The numbers be a big bounce from where we were. But don't forget, we're still, I say we've moved from the 10th to the third sub-basement. We've not yet found new high economic ground. That's going to be many quarters down the line.
Well, Bob, we've got to appreciate then what is the dominant driver of markets right now. Will it be the sequential improvement that we see in Macy's and other companies as well? Or will it be the limits of normalization? In the short term, it's certainly the former. And I think the trillion-dollar question is when it starts to rotate to being the latter. Bob, how do you see that playing out?
I think it's frankly both. I'm not dodging a question. I think it's both. And then when you overlay what we talked about before, the most gargantuan and quickest policy response to a problem in modern times, even since Tom's been around. He hasn't seen this before. It's just gargantuan. You put that all together, it is very powerful. So you're getting both of those data elements, Jonathan.
Bob, we are going to be hearing from the Senate Finance Committee. They're debating re-upping some of the enhanced unemployment benefits. A lot of people saying that the market is pricing in that there will be an extension. What kind of disappointment do you expect or upside surprise if the Senate acts one way or another on these unemployment benefits?
I think the market is expecting another bill, including the benefits you just mentioned. Needless to say, the employment report of last Friday has to call into question, do we need another stimulus package? But I think Nancy Pelosi wants one. She told us that a month ago with a $3 trillion trial balloon. And the president sees November coming up on his calendar all too quick, and he wants a bill as well. So maybe it's a smaller bill, a trillion. I can't believe I'm saying that, smaller, but smaller than we might have gotten otherwise. But there's going to be some stuff from both sides. We will get some extension of the employment benefits, in my judgment. We'll get some litigation help from the Republican side, and we'll get some state and local aid from the Democratic side. It'll be a little bit of a Christmas tree bill, and we'll get one done, but there'll be a lot of loggerheads between here and there.
Hey, Bob. Always ready to catch up with you, sir. My best to you and the team, and to you and yours as well. Bob Dole of Nuveen. On policy as well, we'll catch up with Olivier Blanchard at the Peterson Institute a little bit later this morning to talk about policy. Tom Keene, let's talk about this market. Front and centre, the bond market returns with a bid. Yields coming in around about 4 or 5 basis points on a 10-year, 24 hours out and change away from that policy decision from the Fed, Tom.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And John, I want to go beyond June 10th to the window dressing that's going to be done at June 30. I can't fathom the pressure for active managers who are behind this market surge. The pressure in June, John, to window dress constructively to begin to catch up as they go into year end in this truly historic and difficult year.
One of the worst quarters we've ever seen, followed one by the best quarters we've seen since the 1930s, I think, Tom. It's been absolutely remarkable. And to your point, I think a lot of people envious who didn't participate in this rally. Looking at this equity market right now, we have had quite a run on the S&P 500. At the close yesterday, raising the losses for 2020. Today, reminded the stocks can move lower as well. Equity futures this morning on the S&P 500, slightly negative relative to the performance we've had over the last several weeks. We are lower by 28 points on the S&P. We are down 0.9%. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. We're live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. U.S. Attorney General William Barr has publicly contradicted his boss, President Trump. Barr told Fox News that the Secret Service told the president to go to a bunker in the White House during a large protest. President Trump has denied similar reports, saying that he merely went to inspect the bunker. House and Senate Democrats have proposed a sweeping police reform bill. Before presenting the legislation, party leaders knelt for almost 9 minutes to honor George Floyd. His death at the hands of Minneapolis police has sparked several weeks of protest. Amongst other things, the Democratic bill would change the definition of criminal misconduct for police. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell hasn't ruled out Republican support for some sort of police reform. As many as 25,000 stores in the U.S. could close permanently this year. That's almost 3 times as many as last year, when closures set a record. Retail and tech data firm Coresight Research says most of the closures are expected to occur in malls. The coronavirus pandemic has devastated an industry where mall-based retailers already were struggling. And North Korea is shutting off communications with South Korea. Kim Jong-un's regime says South Korean authorities carried out hostile acts. That appears to be referring to leaflets critical of Kim. They were attached to balloons and floated across the border by anti-North Korean activists. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out his plans today for easing the national lockdown. That's after officials reported the lowest number of daily coronavirus deaths since restrictions were imposed. Last month, Johnson said that non-essential retailers could reopen June 15th if the threat of the virus continued to recede. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
is actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
I think the risk is for the very near term. The pain trade is still up rather than down. But I think fundamentally at these levels of valuations, which are close to 23 times any realistic estimate of forward earnings, I think you're already in pretty stretched territory. So we would not be chasing the equity markets here.
Banaboeja, the chief strategist over at UBS, on the pain trade in this market. It has been painful if you haven't participated in the rally of the last couple of months. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Together with Lisa Bramwitz, we're live on Bloomberg TV and radio, counting you down and getting you in shape for the opening bell this Tuesday morning with the price action set up as follows on the S&P 500. We are negative. Yes, really, we are negative on S&P 500 futures, down 30 points and off by 0.9% after erasing all of the losses for 2020. Just a touch lighter on the benchmark this morning. In the bond market, curve steeper, yields higher. That's been the theme over the last couple of weeks. This morning, flip it and reverse it. We are flatter. We have yields lower. The 10-year down by 4 basis points to 0.83%, pushing 1%, going out to Friday at 1 point. Elsewhere in foreign exchange, where you would expect the bids to be, they are. The haven currencies, the Swissy and the Japanese yen, outperforming in G10. Tom Keene, no surprise perhaps that on the day the equity market erased the losses on the S&P 500 for the year of 2020, the National Bureau of Economic Research confirmed that the recession officially started in February here in the United States. For this market, it has been a short, sharp reversal.
Well, no question about it. And to be clear, folks, that's normal for the NBER to come out months after the start. You don't really see it coming, and you don't know it's there, and they've got to bring in the data and all that. I would point out we're beneath the highs that we're seeing. I call them the Valentine's Day highs, plus or minus a day or two, but there we are. What we're going to try to do today on this simulcast, we welcome all of you on radio and television. We want to talk about the markets as we did with Bob Dahl. Olivier Blanchard scheduled to be with us with the Peterson Institute. But right now, the #1 guy in the world on cycle research. This is really important research. Economists have an immense respect for it, and that it is so different than the way most economists look at the world. He is Lakshman Achathan of ECRI as well. Lakshman, right now you are seeing an upturn. How up is the upturn?
It's up. There's no doubt about it. And on the NBER and the time it takes for them to date a recession, which they said peaked in February, that's lightning speed. I think they had to do it because the end of the recession is already in sight, and so they had to really get off their seat and date the peak. The stock price upturn you guys are talking about, it's completely consistent with the economy's cyclical fundamentals. This was a super deep recession. In early April, 10 weeks ago, we put out a piece publicly. It's a nasty, short, and bitter recession. It's the end is happening this summer. And it's just because we had such a sharp decline that even a partial opening of the economy is going to lift us off those lows, and we're going to begin a recovery. It does not mean we're recovered. We have a long way to go.
Well, Lakshman, let's talk about that. You are an economic historian as well, and I just wonder what the parallels are for a moment like this and the risk of extrapolating the early performance out too far too quickly.
Yeah, you don't even have to go. You don't even have to be much of an historian. Just think about this century, okay? Everybody is hoping that it's 2009-10 when we had a cyclical recovery that really was pretty self-feeding. I mean, look, we had 2 or 3 steps forward, 1 step back, but generally it was a continuing recovery. Contrast that to the recovery out of 2001. People may forget that the recession began before the 9/11 attacks. It began a couple of quarters before. And so right after the lows
that were seen in the market in September of 01, the market really took off. The recession ended by November, and we had a 20% rally. Okay, pretty good, consistent with an end of recession. But then, and here's where it gets a little nuanced, the cycle, while the recovery technically continued, the economy began to decelerate again. It's what we call a growth rate cycle slowdown. And the market itself, perhaps related to the valuations, went down to a new low in October of 02. So right now, it could go actually either way. This could still be an 01, 03 scenario, which would technically still be a business cycle recovery, but a lot riskier for market participants.
Lakshman, one hallmark of this entire period has been insecurity, whether it's people being insecure after having just lost their jobs, lost someone they loved from the illness, from the pandemic, or for economists who are seeing their projections just absolutely shattered. And I'm wondering how insecure you are about projections and, frankly, about the economic data that's coming out with that huge miss on Friday with the jobs report, and just how instructive this data is. I mean, do you have confidence in these figures?
On direction, yeah. So as Tom said in the lead-in, we're a little different than a lot of other economists. Look, I know there's a warning label on all economic data that is produced. And, I mean, market prices are what they are. Survey data are what they are. Government data, hey, it's going to be revised. And you see some of the things that are going on with the unemployment data. We do have a recovery in employment, but it's hardly recovered. It's just a little bit off of the lows. And when we look at the nature of this recovery, those cyclical indicators, I have high conviction that this recovery is taking shape. There's a whole bunch of other dynamics that are coming in that are on the positive side, with the industrial cycle having bottomed globally, which are going to help. And on the negative side, you were alluding to some confidence. I think that's going to weigh on the pace of recovery, as will the nature of the job losses. Look, the vast majority of the job losses are in services. That's a completely different cyclical dynamic on the recovery.
Yeah, Lakshman, we've got to continue this conversation. Lakshman Akithan of ECRI on the recovery that we're starting to see very, very early stages of this recovery. And I think a lot of people feel the same way about the data we've had so far, Tom. Will we see the data this week validate the vast improvement we saw in the jobs report? A jobs report that we should stress has an asterisk next to it because of the ability or the difficulty of collecting this data. But nevertheless, that's the focus this week, I think, Tom.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no question about that and how the Fed will interpret that. But again, I go back to what we saw over the weekend from economists, which is, John, we've made back about 15% of the employment collapse. Well, you know, if we add on another 15% next month, I believe 15 plus 15 is 30%. That gets you in the proper direction.
If we continue at this rate, sure, we can get there quickly. I'm not sure how many people have the confidence we will. Coming up on this program a little bit later today, we'll catch up with Olivier Blanchard of the Peterson Institute on this economy. Coming up next, Michael Gapin of Barclays, the chief U.S. economist, on the early stages of this recovery as New York and cities across the country slowly reopen. From New York this morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio. From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. For our audience worldwide, we are live on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz, counting you down to the opening bell in New York, 2 hours away this Tuesday morning. Good morning to you all. Let's get you that price action. Equity futures decline, erasing the gains of the last few weeks just a little bit. We take a bite out of them. We're down 30 points on the S&P 500, negative 0.9%. We are positive at the close in yesterday's session for the year, for 2020, still 4-5 percentage points off the highs of the middle of February. Elsewhere, in foreign exchange, that risk aversion supporting a Swissy, a Japanese yen, those two haven currencies stronger against the US dollar in G10. Outside of that, just a day away from an FOMC rate decision, yields start to come in a little bit. The curve starts to flatten. Your 10-year yield down by 5 basis points. Tom Keene, we are down to 0.83%.
Well, 0.83% coming down from 0.92. But what I know, John, is we're under 1%, which means every listener and every viewer is getting absolutely crushed on a nominal and the real yield basis as well. With us right now, Michael Gapin. He's with Barclays and really just does outstanding work synthesizing the American economy. Very thoughtful essays. Michael, I noticed over the weekend that a lot of houses were really trying to retweak, readjust, recalibrate to an economic recovery. What did Barclays write over the weekend to readjust to more enthusiasm? Did you do that?
We did mainly on the path of the unemployment rate. What we had expected was, in economic jargon, a violation of Okun's law. We thought we would get a lot of excess firing. We felt that firms would go into this situation with a lot of layoffs, but with the expectation of bringing many workers back in the June, July, and August period. So you'd get excess firing and then some excess hiring. I think what we learned last week was that the second round effort of the payroll protection program was really effective at keeping workers onto payrolls or bringing workers back onto payrolls. So we're not getting as much excess firing as the claims data and other early data pointed to. So we revised that expectation and pulled the unemployment rate path lower. We left basically the rest of the forecast unchanged. So it's still a big hill to climb in terms of reducing unemployment, but we have a better start given where the May employment data came in.
Okay, I don't like chronology questions, Michael. I don't like the when of it, but I'm going to give you a when question right now. When in the summer are you going to have the kind of data to know that the job economy is recovering?
Well, I think I still trust generally the signal we get from the weekly claims data. There's going to be misses in this environment. We just have to live with that. I think directionally we are going there. So I'll tell you, give me one more solid employment report. So let's look at early July. Give me continued initial and continuing claims that suggest a trajectory of improvement. And then I think you have that. Now, we put together a weekly activity index. It's the U.S. Weekly Activity Indicator, where we work with weekly data. We try and extract a signal from that and map it into GDP activity. That series bottomed in May 2nd. And has been rising every week since then. So I do think the data already is telling you things troughed in April and have turned better in May. So the trajectory seems clear. Obviously, we're debating about the strength and the durability of that recovery.
Right. So, John, what that means, let me translate that, John Farrell, for you. What that means is July 10th at 10 a.m. is all clear.
I'm very happy that I have you here to translate these things for us all, Tom, not just for me. I'm not a patient man. I can't wait until July, Michael. I want to talk about the next couple of weeks. What do you need to see in the next couple of weeks to confirm, to validate that huge upside surprise on Friday wasn't just a big distortion because of the difficulties collecting the data right now?
So I think we would just need sequential improvement in the continuing claims data. Do continuing claims continue to ratchet lower? They took a move lower in 1 week. Can we continue to see those moving lower? Do initial claims data continue to come down? Both of these would suggest the rate of hiring is picking up and the pace of firing or the rate of job separation is slowing. What I'll also need is to see the confidence indicators come in. There's a Bloomberg Weekly Consumer Confidence Index that I know you're well aware of. Gives us a weekly read on consumer sentiment. We have the retail sales data that come on a weekly basis. What we need to know is the consumer emerging from this situation with confidence. We got a very good signal on that front, in our view, from the May auto sales data rebounding up to 12.2 million, certainly below pre-COVID run rates, but a sign to us that households are retaining confidence and are willing to spend accumulated income on balance sheets. So if we get that kind of that dual signal that the labor market is improving and consumers are emerging with some confidence, that can kickstart some virtuous cycle that takes the economy into the third quarter. And just to be clear, I think the employment report gives us a very clear signal about the near-term cyclical recovery. All the medium-term structural issues remain unresolved. That's still largely a question of science and medicine. But I think the data that we have in hand on the economic front do suggest a cyclical upturn in the third quarter is at hand.
Michael, given the fact that we are seeing an improvement in this variety of data, whether it's auto sales or the jobs report, do you agree with some, including Senator Chuck Grassley, who's come out and said they should hold off or perhaps take a pause before re-upping the unemployment benefits that have been enhanced, just in a knee-jerk response? They should take some time to really think about that. Do you agree?
I would say take a short time to think about that, yes. I mean, there's no immediate urgency to say get it done by the middle of June. We have until the end of July. But yes, the May employment report was a shocker and an upside surprise and a very desired number. We're happy to see that number. But there's still 19 million people out there, essentially, that need to be reemployed. The idea that we're going to get all of that done by the end of July just seems a high hill to climb. So I do think Congress should be prepared to extend unemployment benefits in some form. Additional help will be needed. They don't necessarily need to take that decision in the next 2 weeks, but take a short time, see what that July employment report might look like, but be ready to jump in and extend those benefits as necessary. I do think that will be needed. I would also say aid to states is an important additional factor as well.
Michael Gapin, a question that I would ask James Bullard, and both of you out of Indiana University. It's real simple. As economists, what does this booming stock market signal to you?
I think that the equity market is a forward-looking discount mechanism, and in general, the equity market is pricing in a recovery for the U.S. economy. It's not necessarily overly concerned about a second wave at this point on the coronavirus. It's just telling me that large companies are likely to gain market share and be the general winners coming out of this. We're also a very tech-heavy equity index. That's a sector that's viewed as likely to do well coming out of this. So I think it's telling you it's still likely to be a Main Street problem, not necessarily a Wall Street or big company problem, and that's fine. I would just say the S&P 500 isn't the entire economy. I'm not necessarily worried about where equities are versus our economic outlook. Equities will price what they do, and I'm okay with what that signal is saying. It's a little rich, of course.
Michael, let's push it forward just to wrap things up, and just quickly, if we can. Federal Reserve tomorrow. What are you dialed in on?
We think you'll get some additional information on asset purchases. We're not thinking the committee's there in terms of the readiness and the willingness to provide stronger forward guidance. But I do think that asset purchases have been tapered down to levels where markets might become concerned that the Fed will taper out entirely. So I think it's time for the Fed to give some communication on its monthly purchase rate of treasuries and MBS and kind of repurpose those away from restoring market functioning to helping keep the overall policy stance accommodative. Beyond that, I think it'll be mild optimism given what we saw with the May employment report, but still a lot of concern about downside risk, uncertainty, and the Fed will conclude that it'll continue to use all available tools to support the recovery.
Michael Gapin, always great to catch up with you, sir. My best to the team over at Barclays. Michael Gapin there, the chief US economist over at Barclays Bank here in the United States. With equity futures down 28, Tom, that's no doubt a focus for the next 24 hours, the Fed's next move. And surely they can't be still talking about market functioning market functioning, we have gone way above and beyond market functioning with these programs at the Federal Reserve.
I'm so glad you bring that up. I mean, the markets have functioned beautifully. The liquidity identifiers have been absolutely fabulous. But John, I thought Michael Gapin was fabulous there about, frankly, like President Trump, Chairman Powell's going to say, look, what can be wrong if the markets are forward-looking and voting like the market's voting right now? To your point earlier, John, all I'm looking for tomorrow is the tweaks on 21 and 22.
The forward guidance, what does the dot plot look like? Lisa, I'm sure you'll push back a little bit here. There are some distortions quite clearly, but wasn't that the objective of Fed policy, to divorce financial conditions from economic fundamentals? That was the objective of Fed policy several months ago, and I imagine to some degree it still is.
That still is, yes, because they want to get financing to companies. The question now is, are they doing too much, and perhaps whether Congress isn't catching up, leading to asset price inflation and nothing else, this idea of the widening gap between the wealthy and the poor. I will just build on something that Michael Gapin was saying as far as the monthly purchases by the Federal Reserve. The expectation, John, is for them to announce somewhere between $55 to $85 billion per month in purchases going forward. I do wonder on the long end of the Treasury curve whether that will be enough to sustain yields where they are.
Full coverage coming up tomorrow. Do we have a Fed special, Tom Keene, on Bloomberg TV and radio? Are you leading that?
I don't know if I'm leading it, but I'm there. Scarlett Fu will lead our coverage of our Fed special tomorrow with some good guests. We figured, John, if we can do the Fed special, maybe we can bring the real yield back.
I had a feeling you might say that, Tom Keene, just to stir the pot and cause a little bit of trouble, no doubt. You and I could talk about that in a commercial break. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Bravitz. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance with equity futures negative. We're down 27 points on the S&P 500. We are down by 0.8%. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. Some Republicans in Congress are questioning the need for more pandemic stimulus. That's because of the surprise rebound by U.S. job markets. Lawmakers will have to decide whether to renew the extra benefits they approved for unemployed Americans. The $600 a week payments expire July the 31st. The Senate Finance Committee takes up the matter today. Joe Biden has slammed President Trump's handling of the economy. He said the president inherited the longest economic expansion in history from the Obama-Biden administration, but squandered it. Biden accused President Trump of turning his back on the middle class with an agenda that helps corporations and the wealthy. Bail was set as high as $1.25 million for the former Minneapolis police officer charged with second-degree murder in the death of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin didn't post bail. He is expected to enter a plea at his next court appearance on June 29th. And the trader who built Vitol Group into one of the world's biggest commodity houses has died. Ian Taylor joined from Royal Dutch Shell in 1985. He took over as CEO a decade later. Under his watch, Vitol's net income rose from $23 million in 1995 to almost $2.3 billion in 2009. The company plays a crucial role in energy markets. It buys, sells, and transports crude around the world. Taylor stepped aside in 2018 as he was battling cancer. Ian Taylor was 64. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market. Averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
We and every other transit agency are going to require federal aid to get us through 2020. About half of our revenue is based on fares and tolls.
Pat Foy, MTM chairman and CEO, the leader of the MTA here in New York City. The collective will it fade as the crisis fades? That is a big question for all of us right now. From New York, alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. We are counting you down to an opening bell with the equity market just bouncing off session lows. We're down 23 points on the S&P 500, off by around about 0.7%. In the bond market, talked about this over the last couple of weeks. Curve steeper, yields higher. Today, curve flatter, yield to lower. We're down 4 basis points on 10s to 0.83%. And in foreign exchange, reflecting that diminishing risk appetite, a Swiss that's stronger, a Japanese yen as well. A little bit of risk aversion, Tom, going against the grain of the last couple of weeks.
No question, a little shift here today, and we'll see how we get to the market open as well. And of course, through the day. One of the great things, folks, of working with John Ferro is it is a British view, and the British are clearly stunned at how the U.S. does depression. Our social policy has been extraordinary. McKinsey Global Research has been absolutely stunning. This is the McKinsey Global Institute, of the depth of their research country to country on issues such as poverty and the labor economy. They absolutely own the high ground on this. Susan Lunn out of Northwestern and Stanford is with the McKinsey Global Institute. Susan, I got one question. I'm thrilled you're on. Is our social theory working? Our Lockean individualistic theory in Washington, every man for himself, we're going to get through this without being like Europe, without being socialized. Is that theory working in this depression?
Hi, Tom. I'm thrilled to be here. Well, I wouldn't characterize that as the U.S. response. I think that we have been staying at home now for 2.5 months. We have the CARES Act, which provided unemployment benefits for freelancers and gig economy workers for the first time. We've provided individuals with direct payments from the government. So I actually think that our response, you've got to look at it, strengthened the social safety net in the U.S., which is pretty weak.
I mean, you've got a great global reach on this. Is Europe doing it better than us or not?
Well, I hate to say, Europe is doing it better than us. Europe has in place a lot of programs to enable employers to get money from the government not to lay off workers. Now, we've tried to do that in the U.S. with the CARES Act by telling small businesses, for instance, you can access the PPP program, but you can't lay off workers. But Europe has had these in place for decades, and that's why in the last big crisis, the financial crisis, Germany, for instance, never saw its unemployment rate skyrocket like we did in the U.S. to 10%. So we might want to learn in the future. It makes a lot more sense to keep someone on the job and subsidize them for working than paying them to sit at home.
Susan, a statistic that you pointed out was that 1/3 of all jobs in America may be vulnerable, and about 80% of those are held by low-income individuals. I'm wondering what the broader effect is by the widening income gap that we're seeing in the United States going forward, both from an economic growth perspective as well as policy.
Well, I think it is a big concern. We know that we've had a lot of the population, a lot of people working who haven't seen real wage growth for decades now, and it looks like COVID could worsen that. We've also done some recent analysis looking at how many of the workers displaced from COVID may ultimately be displaced from automation and AI, and there's pretty significant overlap. So for some of these workers, their job may not come back. This may not be temporary, but rather permanent. And that just means that the U.S. needs more badly than ever a true coordinated program for helping individuals learn new skills, get into the jobs that are growing, and get out of hospitality, food service, retail clerks, and so on.
Susan, there is some talk, of a new industrial policy in the United States. Mr. Bob Lighthizer has talked about that. Ambassador Lighthizer has reflected on it as we discuss a little bit more about repatriating supply chains. Is that the direction of travel that you see things going in?
Wow, I can't believe we would use those words in connection with the U.S., but whatever you want to call it, yeah, I think that is the direction of travel. I think that the concept of what is essential for economic security has broadened. Used to mean airplanes and tanks, and I think now it might mean masks and pharmaceuticals.
Masks and pharmaceuticals is perhaps justified, wouldn't you say, Susan? I think it's elsewhere that a lot of people are looking to see whether this goes beyond just pharmaceuticals and healthcare goods to make sure that we don't have to face this kind of crisis in this way. Once again, is it broader than that? Do you think it is?
Well, I think that research that we had done last year, and indeed we're going to be releasing something in July, so stay tuned, Tom, for our latest look at what's happening with global supply chains. But look, I think the trends have been towards regionalizing supply chains in many industries anyway. And this has been happening for the last 10 years, partly because wages in China have risen, partly because Chinese consumers buy a lot. So now a lot of companies that are in China are actually just there to sell to Chinese consumers. So a bunch of factors had started to put global supply chains in play. And one big trend was regionalizing. Now, that doesn't mean the production coming back to the U.S. per se. It could be Mexico, it could be Turkey and Poland for Europe, and so on. But I think that it's possible that coming out of this, beyond pharmaceuticals and PPE, Congress may be looking at things like semiconductors or rare earths or other strategic goods that they want to make sure the U.S. would have access to in any kind of global economic conditions.
Susan, fantastic to get your thoughts on some really important subjects that go beyond the immediate crisis that we've been living through. Susan Lunder, McKinsey Global Institute. Tom Keene, I'll keep it short and sweet. Watch this space. There's going to be a lot of work done here in the months to come.
It's going to be interesting to see on policy, and particularly wrapped around the election. I mean, just in the last 24 hours, John, the way the back and forth is heating up between President Trump and President Biden. And, of course, there's all the domestic issues on that, but you really wonder how they're going to approach their new vision given the tensions with China. It's going to be not, is it deciding part of the election? No, but it's really going to be interesting to see how they touch upon policy shifts in supply design.
Quickly becoming a key feature of it, that's for sure. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. We're live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, with equity futures just bouncing off the lows, down 24 points on the S&P 500, negative 0.75% in the bond market. The curve flatter, yields lower, reversing the trend of the last couple of weeks. Up next, weighing in on the bond market in America and the Federal Reserve decision tomorrow, Subhaj Rajappa of SocGen. This is Bloomberg.
there has to be justice. There has to be protests. We have to be heard. We have to move forward strategically. We have to move forward smart. We have to move forward tedious, and we have to be together, man. How we doing it?
Talk about how sports is for everybody. We talk about how, sports is where you bring people together. It's everybody's, it's an inclusive thing. But when we talk about our own personal battles outside of sports, there's a lot of people that are silent on issues, and they're important issues. They're issues that have been going on for hundreds of years, and we need that same type of team mentality to be brought to issues outside of our sport.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
The ECB will, within its mandate, continue to support the recovery with all appropriate measures.
What's wrong with adapting to what central bankers are doing these days? After all, we're seeking stability of the oil market.
One thing about imbalances is that at some point they reverse, and this is true about income inequality in the U.S. too.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance, Jonathan Farrow.